morning, ladies and gentlemen. As the hearse descends and the spotlight narrows, it magnifies the magnitude of the opportunity we witness here. I am Rashmita Bhimanati, your host, PG Faculty, Department of English. I warmly welcome each of you. We come together today to commemorate an important milestone, the inauguration of National Seminar on Advances in Energy, Materials and Devices, sponsored by CSIR, New Delhi, organized by Department of Physics, Government City College. That which is not measured is not science. That which is not science is just stamp collection. Before we proceed, it's very important to remember great Indian physicists who have contributed a lot for us. Few among them are C.V. Raman for his great groundbreaking discovery, that is Raman effect on scattering of lights, making him first Indian to win Nobel Prize in Physics. Jagdish Chandra Bose, a tantalizing Indian biologist and physicist who is known for his notable creation of crystallograph, a tool that shows how plants react to outside stimuli. Subramanian Chandrasekhar, who made revolutionary contributions in 1930 with his Chandrasekhar limit and was awarded Nobel Prize for his work that greatly increased our understanding of stellar evolution. Let's start the inaugural session with an AV.
It is with great honor and privilege that I extend my warmest greetings to each and every one of you gathered here today for this esteemed conference. As we embark on a journey of intellectual exchange and scholarly discourse, I am deeply humbled to stand before such a distinguished audience comprising luminaries and thought leaders in their respective fields. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude. It is with great honor and privilege that I extend my warmest greetings to each and every one of you gathered here today for this esteemed conference. As we embark on a journey of intellectual exchange and scholarly discourse, I am deeply humbled to stand before such a distinguished audience comprising luminaries and thought leaders in their respective fields. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Professor P. Bela Bhaskar is not only a distinguished educator serving as the principal of Government City College. He is the esteemed patron and president of this conference. With a wealth of experience and a fervent dedication to fostering holistic development, Professor Bhaskar embodies the spirit of leadership and mentorship within the educational community. Professor D. Karuna Sagar holds the esteemed position of Dean of the Faculty of Sciences, exemplifying a dedication to academic excellence and innovation. He is the guest of honor for today's conference. Professor Sagar's expertise and leadership in scientific research and education serve as a beacon for aspiring scholars, inspiring a pursuit of excellence and discovery. Dr. P.K. Jain serves as the Associate Director at ARCI International Advanced Research Center for Powder Metallurgy and New Materials in Hyderabad. Dr. Jain's expertise in materials science and his commitment to advancing research and development make him a valuable asset to any academic gathering. Professor M. Srinivas, head of the Department of Physics at OU. Professor M. Srinivas is guest of honor in today's conference. Professor Srinivas' leadership and expertise enrich the academic community and inspire future generations of scientists. Dr. Vasundhara is a principal scientist at CSIR-IICT Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, where her research contributions have garnered acclaim and recognition. With a passion for scientific inquiry and innovation, Dr. Vasundhara's expertise in chemical sciences serves as a catalyst for transformative discoveries. As a distinguished attendee, her insights and achievements contribute to the intellectual vibrancy of any academic gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and distinguished colleagues, it is with great honor and privilege that today's chief guest, Professor D. Ravender, a luminary in the field of academia. Throughout his tenure, Professor Ravender Sir has served with distinction in various capacities, including as Principal of the Postgraduate College and Principal of the prestigious University College of Arts and Social Sciences. Since 2021, Professor D. Ravender has been acting as Vice Chancellor of the prestigious U, which brought a new dimension of development in embracing modern teaching methodologies and fostering a culture of research and intellectual inquiry. In addition to his administrative roles, Professor Ravender Sir has also distinguished himself as a prolific author and researcher with numerous research articles and books to his credit. His writings, which have graced the pages of esteemed publications such as the Economic and Political Weekly and Sage publications, are a testament to his intellectual depth and scholarly rigor. Furthermore, Professor Ravender Sir's contributions to the field of political science have been recognized and lauded by both peers and experts alike. In recognition of his exemplary contributions to academia, Professor Ravender Sir has been honored with various awards and memberships, including participation in the Leadership in Academic Programs LEAP sponsored by the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. His dedication to the pursuit of knowledge and his unwavering commitment to excellence serve as an inspiration to all who have had the privilege of knowing him. May his legacy endure for generations to come, inspiring future scholars to reach for the stars and strive for greatness in all their endeavors. Thank you.
Bhaskar, Sir, Patron and Principal of Government City College. I request him kindly to come on to this dais and occupy his honorable seat. I welcome PG student K. Shweta to present the sampling. Welcome, sir. I deem it's a great privilege to welcome our guest of honor, Professor D. Karuna Sagar Sir, Dean Faculty of Sciences, Usmania University. I request him to kindly come over to the dais and occupy his honorable seat. I welcome PG student Mamata to present the sapling. Welcome, sir. I consider it a great honor to welcome our guest of honor, Professor M. Srinivas Sir, HOD Department of Physics, OU. I request him to kindly come over to the dais and occupy his honorable seat. I welcome PG student K. Mamta to present the sapling. Welcome, sir. I am very much delighted to invite our guest of honor, Dr. P.K. Jain Sir, Associate Director, ARCI Hyderabad. I request him to kindly come over onto the dais and occupy his honorable seat. I welcome PG student K. Shweta to present the sapling. Welcome, sir. I deem it's a great privilege to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Vasundhara Madam, Scientist CSIR IICT. I request her to kindly come out to the dais and occupy her honorable seat. I welcome PG student K. Mamata to present the sapling. Welcome, madam. I consider it a great honor to welcome our chief guest, Professor D. Ravindra Sir, Vice Chancellor OU. I request him to kindly come over to the dais and occupy his honorable seat. I welcome research scholar Saroja Vijay Lakshmi to present the sapling. Welcome, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. S.E. Naina Vinodini Madam, Chairperson Department of Physics. I request her to kindly come out to the dais and occupy her honorable seat. I welcome PG student Vijay Lakshmi to present the sapling. Welcome, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Dr. K. Parvatalu sir, Convener Department of Physics, Government City College, to kindly come over to the dais and occupy his honorable seat. I welcome PG student Abhilash to present the sapling. Welcome, sir. Now it's time to welcome Dr. Vasudev Reddy sir, co-convener of the seminar, to kindly come over to the dais and occupy his honorable seat. I welcome PG student Che Guevara to present the sapling. Welcome, sir. Now let's start this auspicious event by lighting the lamp. I request the dignitaries on the stage to light the lamp.
वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहां
Now let us all join together for the prayer song. I request everyone to please stand.
वन्दे मातरं वन्दे मातरं सुजलां सुफलां मलयज शीतलां सस्यश्यामलां मातरं वन्दे मातरम् शुभ्रजोत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनी पुल्लकुसुमिता द्रुमदलशोभिनी सुहासिनी सुमधुरभाषिणी सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरं वन्दे मातरम्.
I would like to invite Dr. K. Parvatalu sir for welcome note.
So greetings to all. Respected today Chief Guest, Vice Chancellor of Osmania University, Professor D. Ravinder sir, Dean Faculty of Science, Professor D. Karunasagar sir, Associative Director of International Advanced Research Center for Powder Metallurgy and New Material, Professor Dr. P.K. Jain sir, Head of the Department of Physics, Usmania University, Professor M. Srinivas sir, Principal Scientist, Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, CSR, Dr. M. Vasundhara Mutta, Dynamic Principal of the College, Professor P. Balabhaskar sir, Vice Principal of the College, Dr. Viplav Shukla sir, Dr. Aiza Sultana ma'am, our department in charge ma'am, Dr. S.C. Naina Vinodini madam, co-convener of the conference, Dr. Y. Vasudeva Reddy sir, senior faculty members, Dr. E. Yadaya sir, Dr. Ratna Prabhakar sir, IQAC coordinator ma'am, Dr. J. Neeraja ma'am, control of examination, Dr. Sridhar sir, ACO Dr. Srinivas Reddy sir, heads of all the department of City College, faculty members of the City College, participants from various institutions across India, and my dear students, great welcome to our a two-day national conference on advances in energy materials and devices. It is my immense pleasure and gratitude that I extend my warmest welcome to each of you to the National Conference on Advances in Energy Materials and Devices, which is scheduled for today and tomorrow. This conference is sponsored by the prestigious Central Government Funding Agency, CSIR, New Delhi, and supported by Chairman of Educational and Sport Foundation, Sri Nakka Srinivas Yadav garu. As a convener of this esteemed gathering, I am excited to see participants from different national institutions, central universities, state universities, and colleges coming together for one goal: to know advances in energy material and devices work towards more sustainable and eco-friendly future. The theme of conference is to know the advances in sustainable energy material and devices. This underscores the critical role of advancing technology in addressing pressing challenges of energy storage and sustainability. To fulfill the energy demand of the globe, to minimize the carbon emission for sustainable environment, it is time to find a new multifunctional material for energy storage and devices. For these 2 days, we will have 8 sessions, including inaugural and valedictory sessions. During our discussion, we will explore the latest development in the battery technology, photovoltaic materials, energy harvesting, solar technology, and nanomaterials, and many more. For this conference, we have received 120 registrations from various prestigious institutions, universities from all corners of India. We will host 4 technical paper presentations sessions for both in online and offline mode, with 90 authors are going to present their research work here. So far, within a deadline, we have received 50 full-length papers. We will review internally all these papers before we submit the prestigious conference proceeding, American Institute of Physics, AIP conference proceeding. Additionally, we have included 90 abstracts in the souvenir book, and we expect to submit 60 full-length paper to AIP proceeding, and we'll get 1 complete volume for Department of Physics, Government City College, in prestigious American Institute of Physics conference proceeding. We excited to announce that our conference showcases the strong teamwork within our academic community. Our Department of Physics at Government City College has a rich history of academic excellence and research innovations, particularly in smart nanomaterials, bio nanomaterial, and interdisciplinary studies. Our students are engaged in innovative research projects such as water purification, thermoelectricity, antibacterial properties of material, nanoglass material, dielectric material, and magnetic energy material. Our students had an opportunity to do intern and collaborate with esteemed institutions like IIT Hyderabad, University of Central University of Hyderabad, DRDO, ARCI, IICT, Usmania University, and IIT Warangal. Within a year, our students, our PG students and UG students have published 30 articles, international publications such as Elsewhere, Springer, RSC, ACS, Wiley, MDPI, all stemming from our Smart Nanomaterial Research Lab, which is located Department of Physics. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to our sponsor, CSR New Delhi, our esteemed supporter, Sri Nakka Srinivas Yadav Garu, for their invaluable contribution in making this event possible. Your unwavering commitment in advancing scientific knowledge and promoting sustainable practice is truly commendable. As we begin this today journey of innovations and collaborations, let's make the most important of this opportunity to share ideas, build new connections, and work together towards clear, cleaner, brighter future. We eagerly anticipate thought-provoking discussion and valuable insight. Thank you. Thank you one and all.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. S.E. Nayana Vinodini Madam for remarks.
Progress of our Department of Physics, under the able guidance of Professor P. Balabhaskar sir. The journey of our department from its inception in 1961 to the present day is a testament to our commitment to academic excellence, innovation, and staying abreast of emerging trends in the field. Over the years, the department has adapted to market trends by integrating electronics and computer science subjects along with physics. In 2014, minor research project was sanctioned, leading to the establishment of research lab and the initiation of real-time projects for both undergraduate and postgraduate students, focusing on active research. In 2015, the MSc Physics was introduced with specialization as electronics and instrumentation, and our successful students are placed globally at various positions to our credit. Significantly, in December 2020 and 22, faculty members were appointed, enhancing the active research in our lab. The strength of the department, our internship program we have introduced in the year 2021-22 has been introduced for PG students in the reputed premier institutes like DRDO, ARCI, University of Hyderabad, IIT Hyderabad, and of course our parent university, Usmania University, with the support of Karuna Sagar sir and Professor M. Srinivas sir. And industries also we have been involved, that is the Physitech, electronics, and Grow Controls electronics are also offered to our internship to our students. And we have, to our credit, MOUs with Physitech and Engineering Staff College of India and Agastya Foundation to have the real-time experience for our students. And in the last year, we have applied for about 4 SERP projects in 22-23. The preliminary screening were done, but unfortunately, we could not get the funds. And this year, we have applied. We are not taking the back step, but we are trying to complete it. This year, hopefully, we will be getting the fund from the SERP and also from DRDO. The department successfully organized an international conference on advances in smart nanomaterials in 22, funded by the RUSA, and faculty development program funded by Teishe. Now this time we have focused on the central funds, and successfully we could get the funds from CSIR. In the present academic year, the very objective of this program is to, since we have introduced the material science and nanoscience with the help of our Usmania University, which always acts as a mentor in all aspects, this very act demonstrates our adaptability and forward-thinking approach to education. As we gather for this national conference, our goal remains clear: to ignite the passion for learning and research in our students, while also providing a platform to our faculty to engage with the latest advancement in energy materials and research. Together, we aim to continue pushing boundaries, inspiring innovation, and contributing to the advancement of knowledge in our field. Thank you, sirs. I thank all the resource person for extending your cooperation to share your expertise and knowledge to our students and faculty. And I welcome, on behalf of Department of Physics, I welcome you all. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now it's the time to unveil the souvenir. I would like to request all the dignitaries on the stage to unveil the souvenir. Now, I would like to request our beloved principal, Professor P. Balabhaskar sir, for his presidential remarks.
Today's chief guest, our beloved Vice Chancellor Garu, Professor D. Ravinder Garu, and the guest of honor, Dr. P.K. Jain Garu, Associate Director, ARCI, Hyderabad, and Professor D. Karnasagar Garu, Dean, Faculty of Sciences, Professor M. Srinivas Garu, Head Department of Physics, OU, Dr. Vasundhara Garu, Principal Scientist, CSIR, and the members or the participants from various degree colleges, faculty of City College, my dear students. First of all, wholeheartedly appreciating the efforts of Department of Physics, Government City College for organizing this wonderful, extraordinary 2-day national seminar on a topic called Advances in Energy, Materials and Devices. On behalf of City College, I thank the today's guests as well all the resource persons who have given their consent to attend this seminar. Of course, this is a topic which is very much a debate is required, because energy is one of the parameter that is a measure for the development of a country. The country which has more energy sources, it is nothing but a powerful country, I can say. So harvesting of energy or tapping of energy from the matter is one of the very, very critical aspect to discuss, to deliberate. So many technologies have come, so much of research is going on in this particular area. Definitely, the scientists are working very hard to bring the new advanced materials which can convert one variety of energy into another, in which because I am a man of physics. So this is the family of physics. So I am speaking a little about the theme of the seminar. So among the so many materials, of course solid state materials are very, very important materials. So in which there are two varieties of materials. One material will convert the energy from one form to the another form, and there are some other materials which can have the ability to store the energy. These are the two important aspects to discuss: to convert the energy into electrical and to store the energy. So in this particular area, so many materials have come, so much of research is going on, especially in this, so many principles, basic physics principles like photovoltaics, where we are nowadays, solar energy is one of the very, very important energy. Even the governments are encouraging us to go for the solar energy. So photovoltaics is one such principle. Photocatalysis, thermoelectrics, and physioelectrics. These are all the principles that generally, still there are some other principles are there. So these are the principles which will help us to convert the energy from one form to the electrical form. Similarly, coming to the batteries, the lithium ion batteries, supercapacities, fuel cells like hydrogen cells and all. So in these principles, so many materials are being involved. So they are giving their best. Scientists are trying their best to get the best materials to produce the good amount of energy out of them. In the materials, we can say perovskite solar cells, like solid state batteries, thermoelectric materials, solid state thermoelectric materials, solid oxide fuel cells, hybrid perovskites for light emitting diodes, hybrid organic and inorganic perovskite materials, so many magnetocaloric materials, so many such materials are being there to convert the energy one form into the another form. Definitely, this is again a multidisciplinary theme where the many departments can involve in this particular seminar. Anyway, our Dr. Parvatalu just now spoke about the number of papers and their book going to be published shortly. So definitely this particular topic is going to even useful for our PG as well for the UG students to learn out of the seminar. So it is also one of the opportunity for all the scientists who are doing research in this particular area to meet together at one place to discuss about this particular topic. Definitely this is going to help a lot, because even the international scientists are also going to join on online. So many papers are going to present on online also. So I request all the UG and PG students, please don't leave after this inaugural session. Be here, because you are from the stream of physics. So it is very, very important for us to go further studies. So definitely it is going to be very useful. I once again congratulating the physics department arranging this seminar. Very newly, very innovatively they planned this seminar. Congratulating them once again. And I also, it's my responsibility to thank the CSIR, Council for Scientific Industry and Research, to sponsor this program. And also Nakka Srinivas Yadav Garu is also another sponsor for this program. Definitely this program is going to give a good impact on the research community as well on the students. Wishing you all the best for this today seminar. Thank you one and all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite our guest of honor, Professor D. Karunasagar, sir, to share his valuable words.
Good morning, all of you. Dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Usmania University, Professor D. Ravinder, Principal of Government City College, Professor B. Balabhaskar, Professor M. Srinivas, Head Department of Physics, Usmania University, and Dr. P. K. Jain, Associate Director, ARCI Hyderabad, Dr. Mutta Vasundhara, Principal Scientist, IICT Hyderabad, and the convener of this two-day conference, Dr. K. Parvatalu, Chairperson of the conference, C. Naina Vinodini, and co-convener of the conference, Y. Vasudeva Reddy, and other organizing committee members, Dr. Chinni Krishna, Lakshmi Srinivas Rao, M. Gopi Krishna, and dear students and participants. I am very happy to associate with this National Conference on Advances in Energy Materials and Devices, organized by Department of Physics, Government City College. As we all know, as day by day we are seeing new materials coming into the market. That is because of the research and the effort made by the scientists who are bringing new materials into market, so that we become more comfortable with that. As we all are aware and we experience, every day a new mobile comes into market with different features. That is happening due to the advancement in the materials and advancement in the code that has been developed. So in the current scenario, aggravating energy and environmental problems such as pollution, fossil fuel depletion, and global warming are ringing the alarm bells to human society. Therefore, we require a new energy materials and the devices that can have a clean and renewable energy materials. That is the need of the hour. So I think this Department of Physics City College has taken a right decision in conducting this seminar, so that the young minds can be ignited with the idea of what is the research is going on across the country, as many resource persons will going to bring before you what are the advancements that has been. I think I want to mention about three things. One is energy conversion materials and devices, high efficiency energy storage materials and devices, and thermal management of materials and systems. These three must be taken into consideration in developing the innovative and novel materials. I think this conference will serve the purpose of providing an opportunity for interdisciplinary researchers to share their latest research achievements and let the potential researchers learn some insightful concepts in energy related research with more advanced ideas for the future development of energy technology. I think I congratulate all the members of this conference, organizing members, committee members. I wish this will be a grand success. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your views on the need for new energy materials. Now I would like to invite our guest of honor, Dr. M. Srinivas, sir, to share his valuable words.
Good morning, all of you. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor D. Ravinder Garu, Dean Faculty of Science, Professor D. Karunasagar sir, the principal of this prestigious college and EC member of Usmania University, Dr. P. Balabhaskar, Dr. P.K. Jain, Associate Director, is a good friend of mine, ARCI, Hyderabad. Dr. Vasundhara M., a Principal Scientist, IICT, Hyderabad. The conference convener, Dr. Parvatalu, and co-convener, Dr. Vasudeva Reddy. Of the dais, all my physics fraternity, especially those who came from throughout Telangana state, other faculty members, non-teaching staff, invitees, and students, electronic and print media, and ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. I should congratulate the organizers for making us as a part of this program. To make the conference is not an easy task, because before going to start the conference should have minimum 3 months if it is a national seminar. If it is a international conference, it should have more than 6 months. After completing this conference, again you need to work 3 months for national and 6 months for international conference. Because many things are going to involve to make the success, especially after getting online conferences. To making offline conferences are very difficult. Even though with help of our principal and our Vice Chancellor, you have made this kind of program, I should congratulate to you. Especially the making conference without proceedings, that is not a part of the research fraternity, but especially you people have already taken a decision and got some permission. You people are going to produce in the form of proceeding by AIP, that is a big organization. It shows your tireless job. In this regard, I should congratulate the convener of this conference, Dr. Parvatalu. Of course, finally, today we gather here and recognize the critical importance of energy research in shaping a sustainable future for generous. The quest for efficient, clean and renewable source of energy has never been more urgent, and this conference serves as a platform for sharing groundbreaking research, fostering collaboration and driving meaningful progress in this endeavor. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers, sponsors and volunteers who have worked tirelessly to make this conference possible. Your dedication and commitment have ensured the success of this event, and we are immensely grateful for your contributions. To all the researchers and participants, I encourage you to seize this opportunity to engage with your peers, forge new collaborations and inspire each other towards greater achievements in the field of energy research. In this regard, I wish you all a fruitful and enriching experience at the National Conference of Energy Materials and Devices. May our collective efforts pave the way for transformative breakthroughs that will shape a brighter, more sustainable future for our planet. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, sir, for your insights. Now I would like to invite our guest of honor, Dr. P.K. Jain, sir, to share his valuable words.
Good morning, all. No response comes for good morning? Yeah, good morning. Yeah. So, dignitaries, first on the dais, Professor Ravinder ji, our principal Bala Bhaskar ji, Dr. Sagar ji, and our friend Professor Srinivas. Little bit, but I will not be visible. I will put like this. Okay. And dynamic convener, Professor Parvatalu, faculty of City College, faculty of other colleges, delegates, and the lovely students. Very good morning. This, as Professor Srinivas told, is always a challenge to organize workshop, especially for in where you have academic commitments. But we really congratulate the organizers who taken a lead on materials, energy materials. Now it comes why materials are important. We are living in a society that since beginning our civilizations are driven by the materials, whether it is a stone age or a metal age or a plastic or anything. Now we are talking about the nanomaterials or a high energy materials. Everything is driven by materials. Now if you see, morning we had a lightning of lamp. The 5 lamps were there. Why 5 only? Because in nature we consider 5 basic elements. The Bhumi, in Hindi it is called Bhumi, Gagan, Vayu, Agni, Neel. And that comprise, if you make it all, becomes Bhagwan. And that is the nature. And what is happening when we are using the fossil fuels and other things, the nature also get affected, the environment also get affected. So we have to look for a material which will not affect the environment negatively. And that's why Government of India started the hydrogen mission, where the clean energy is required. So this energy material, as Professor Bala Bhaskar has told about the materials for batteries. Now EV vehicles are there. Everybody is having a mobile. Almost more than 1.3 billion mobile users are there in India. But not even a single battery we are able to make it, because we don't have the material. So materials requirement and expectations are very, very high, and this is a right these things, because why such colleges organizes such type of this thing is because India is generating the highest number of degree holders. China is generating the highest number of degree plus skills. The Western world, the America and Europe, they involve in whenever the person gets a degree, some innovation also gets involved. So this is an opportunity for all graduate and postgraduate students to see what type of innovation or what type of skills, because whatever you people are reading in the books, how this knowledge will go into the social applications. That is very important. So such type of conferences and seminars will help you to use your knowledge and just to dissipate into the applications, like as it was told by Professor Parvatalu, that you are having a project on the water purification. Every day and night we are having a problem of water. We are having a agriculture issues. Now lands are depleting, expectations are going high. So we require the materials which can become a multifunctional. And that's the challenges, and you people will, whatever you are reading in a book, how to use your knowledge to get the multifunctional materials which can perform most of the activities. Anyway, it was a opening ceremony. We are having a formal lecture in the first session after that. Anyway, thank you. Thank you, City College management, for giving opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your views on the importance of energy materials. Now, I would like to invite our guest of honor, Dr. Vasundhara Madam, to share her valuable words.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, and other delegates, faculty members, and my dear students. A very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizer for choosing this very interesting and most relevant topic to the present scenario. the energy requirement and the materials, actually advanced materials for the energy requirement for conducting this conference and making us a part of this event. As my previous speakers, dignitaries who spoke about the importance of the materials, this 21st century is it's not only the physicist or chemist or any biologist or any engineers. It is the requirement of a material scientist, because the responsibility of whether a material scientist is whether to make a materials for the carbon dioxide capture, hydrogen generation, energy transport or energy storage or whatnot. Even in the health sectors also, this energy is very important. So this is the material scientist responsibility, is to invent certain novel materials which is required from the time to time what is the present scenario demand. So one such, I am from the, as they mentioned, from the physics fraternity. My during entire career I have done in physics, but when I joined as a scientist in this organization, I am no more a physicist, it's only a material scientist. One of the, you all are undergraduate students, I would like to mention about, today we are talking about this, whether this gadgets, mobile phones or not. I think you can live without food, but without mobile, people are not, it's difficult for us to survive. In 1988, there was one concept that is called a magnetoresistance. Giant magnetoresistance was discovered by physicists. They are not a material scientist, pure physicist. And later, for that concept, in 2007, they got a Nobel Prize. The name is Albert Fert from Paris, University of Paris, and Peter Gunberg from University of Germany State University. He got it together. Actually, if any invention to market, it takes decades. Like today's science is tomorrow's engineering, and tomorrow's engineering is the day after tomorrow's technologies. And this tomorrow's, we do not know how many decades it happens. But probably this invention is one of the rarest invention which was done in 1988, but it has been implemented, the concept, into the devices, and it has into the market since late 90s. When we were in 1988, we were in schools, we were not knowing about the pen drive or storage, but nowadays every kid, when they go to market, they ask how many GB and what is the RAM. This is all the concepts, the basic fundamental physics concept was based on the giant magnetoresistance. And since it is an implementation in 2000, it never took back. And 2000 to 2023, nowadays earlier very big computers, fat computers, nowadays that entire work I think you can do within your own smartphones. So the graph of this invention using this technique from 1988 to now, not even it has completed 3 decades. This invention come in so fast that that's the reason in 2007, after this concept has been commercialized, in 2007 the physics Nobel Prize was given to those 2 scientists based on this simple concept. So you all are physics department, mostly the physics students. So I would like to mention about that one. People, the physics, everyone goes to engineering on different concepts. Don't underestimate the subject of this basic subject, which is a mother of many inventions, many engineerings. Maybe in future, you never know, you may be one of the students who can invent some of the concepts which will revolutionize in future devices which we cannot even dream even. So please kindly try to don't be a part of this conference just to attend and get the certificate. You please attend all the lectures. Your convener has invited many talks. I have seen that, who are the expertise in these talks from the different fields. Try to attend all the subjects carefully. Try to learn something new, so that from the basic subject to how do you think that how the science has grown, you can understand. With this, I would just like to thanks once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam, for sharing your views on the importance of energy devices for future generations. Now it's time for us to hear the valuable message from our chief guest, Professor D. Ravinder sir.
Good morning to all of you. No good morning, because I am also following with the Dr. P.K. Jain. The principal of this prestigious college, Professor Balabhaskar Garu, and today's guest of honor, my colleague, Professor Karnasagar, Dean, Faculty of Science, another colleague, Dr. M. Srinivas, Head of the Department of Physics, and the guest of honor, Dr. P.K. Jain, ARCI, another guest of Jain, Dr. Mutta Vasundhara, IICT Hyderabad, the organizers of this workshop or seminar. I think Parvatalu, almost all morning, afternoon, evening, go on insisted me to come to this conference. But I said I think I am no way concerned to this conference. Basically, I have come from the political science. This is the physics. So far, all the physicists spoke on the material science and material science's importance to the society. Policy. Yeah. The Naina Vinodini Garu, Vasundhara Vasudeva Reddy Garu, and my colleagues also sitting in front of me, and my dear students. I think I don't want to take much of your time, but basically I am odd man out. So that's what I think. I have come from the social sciences, but any science which is inventions and discoveries, ultimately it has to be meet the requirement of the society. The society which deals with the political science. So sometimes the demand coming from the society and the scientists act upon that. Some kind of a inventions and discoveries take place. But sometimes the scientists themselves, they come up with the inventions and discoveries that would be very useful for the society and ease of life that is happening in entire the world, which we are also experiencing. But at the same time, I think I can correlate myself with the science, that the physics falls under the science category. The political science is also science, right? So any science which is based on the reason, logic, and particularly the physics and philosophy go together. The most of the philosophers who studied physics and became the philosophers, and physics scientists also converted later stage in the philosophers also. That's why there is a close relation between the philosophy and politics, philosophy and physics. So that's why I think forcefully speak on certain things, particularly since I have come to the political science and holding the vice chancellor position, and every alternate day I have to speak something or the other from astronomy to zoology. Whether you related to subject or not, I think I have to relate myself to the seminars and other things. One of my colleagues also said in the seminars that I think City College is known for the seminars. I think most probably almost all more than almost half a dozen times I visited to this college. But last 3 years of my tenure, I have not visited to any other constant college except City College. So, ఏదో పూర్వజన్మ సుకృతం ఉన్నట్టుంది సిటీ కాలేజ్కి నాకు. But at the same time, Balabhaskar is a good friend of mine and is also EC member of the Usman University, very kind, and at the same time, whatever the reforms which I have initiated and wholeheartedly supported. And that reforms also particularly focused on the academic related reforms. Probably the first university in the country, the Usman University, which have initiated lot of reforms that would be useful for the future of the students. Yes, please. So that I think, for example, you take whether the NEP, so NEP, New Education Policy, also has a certain limitations, and at the same time which have also reservations on that. But whereas we expressed our concerns, and wherever the good for the nation, good for the state, good for the students, which we also adopted, for example, the 90 credit policy to 80 credit policy. But 5 papers to 4 papers. I think more and more which we need to have the exposure and interns, and at the same time the physical knowledge, the practical knowledge. That way which have introduced the project as a compulsory in the 4th semester in all the groups also. Another major decision which I have taken, probably the first in the country, that any graduate can pursue any post graduation. Even BSc physics students also can pursue political science, economics and history also. Next time coming entrance, I think we are also welcome. Any student can pursue any post-graduation in Usman University, which is not possible in any other university except central universities. So that kind of a major changes which we have initiated in the Usman University. And another initiative that known as the PG first year students must have experienced that the comprehensive continuous evaluation, which is implemented in only IITs, NITs and central universities, but not in any state universities. But whereas we forced to implement CC in all the constituent colleges of the Usman University, particularly to protect the interest of the students. But thing is that the lot of changes is happening, and at the same time, fortunately or unfortunately, our students are also not in a position to raise their levels to capture the positions. For example, in the engineering, 80% of the students are not employable, which is explained by the most of the companies and reports. Recently, we had a interaction with the most of the CEOs, and they said that they insisted us to change your curriculum, major and minor also. I think which have changed our syllabus and curriculum, revamped the old syllabus and come up with the new syllabus, and that is also appreciated by the BFSI. BFSI means business, finance, service and insurances. But any graduate, any engineering graduate, I think most of the positions is available, 80% of the positions available in these sectors. That's why I think we are also preparing our students to capture that position, that market positions. So in light of that, I think the marks, everyone is after the marks, but marks is not important, but your knowledge is important. Your skill is important. Whether you get 80%, 90% in Usman University or gold medal, that is not at all a criteria for your employment. Your employment is, do you have skill or not? Whether you have a skill, then if you have a skill, then the company is also picking up and providing employment. So I request all the students and faculty members, train our students in that direction, and at the same time come up with the innovative ideas. Just think out of the box. That is the need of the hour. Recently I have been there in the Sangam, which is organized by the TCS company. I think the remarkable research which is happening in the private sector, which is supposed to be companies looking towards the universities. Now what happened, the universities are looking towards the companies. That their R&D is very, very much advanced while compared with the universities' research. I think which is need to focus on the research, and at the same time our colleagues also, even the affiliated college faculty members also concentrate on research and come up with a new innovative practices. That's why I think Usman University also encourage the young scientists, young researchers, whoever publish in a good journals. We appreciated, publicly appreciated through Vice Chancellor Award. That is probably the first in the country, that Vice Chancellor Award also which we have created and even extended to the affiliated colleges. That is our even the all the 450 PG UG colleges. So I think you grab that opportunity and prove yourself. And in fact, the Parvatalu also keep on posting his publications. I think the publications is also probably the Elsewhere and Springer, which are world famous journals which he has been publishing. I think there are a lot of potential and his group and his team which has been publishing in the famous journals. I think similarly also students also take inspiration from your teachers and work hard and move forward for that direction. The another important institute which have been visited, that the Shibura Institute of Technology, that headed by the Professor Murali. He hailed from the physics department. He has been awarded the Pravas Bharati Award. I think if possible, the 10 students can visit to Japan and stay for 1 week, which I went along with my 10 students of Usman University. I think probably I request Balabhaskar Garu, please write to him. He will facilitate and provide everything, including tickets also. I think you write to them, take your students or some of the students to visit Shibura Institute of Technology. I think that technology is a cutting edge kind of a technology. Though I have come to the social science and I was very much impressed with that kind of a science, I think technology in the Japan, which is the need of the hour to change our attitude, change our mindset, think differently and come up with the new ideas. If you have a new idea, come to Usmania. Usmania will provide OUTBI. The Technology Business Incubation Center is available. Almost all 300 seats are there. You have an idea, come to me. We will provide seats and facilities. You go with the market. That's why I think we have come up with a Usmania Tux program. That program known as the Open Day. We are going to showcase on this month in April 26th, 25th and 26th. I request all the students to come to your physics department. Not only physics, chemistry, botany, zoology and all the departments. We are going to showcase our research, that the concept known as lab to land, lab to product, ultimately that reach to the society. So I think in this connection, I myself locate myself as a social scientist to relate the science and reach to the common people. That is the ultimate kind of a thing. So with these few words, I congratulate the physics department and particularly organizer and the Vadev Reddy Garu, Vinodini Garu and their team, and our Srinivas also explained very, very systematically to how to conduct this program, and even the post conference also how to face the problems. I think for that I appreciate and congratulate the all the team members of the physics department. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your views on the inventions of the science for the development of the society and reformations in the education in the UG courses in the OU. Now it's time for the felicitation of the dignitaries on the dais. Now I would like to Now I would like to invite our chief guest, Professor D. Ravinder sir, to receive felicitation. I request the dignitaries on the stage to felicitate our chief guest. Now I would like to invite our guest of honor, Dr. D. Karunasagar sir, to receive the felicitation. I request the dignitaries on the stage to felicitate our guest of honor. Now I would like to invite our guest of honor, Dr. M. Srinivas sir, to receive the felicitation. I request the dignitaries on the stage to felicitate Dr. M. Srinivas sir. Now I would like to invite our guest of honor, Dr. P.K. Jain sir, to receive felicitation. I request the dignitaries on the stage to felicitate Dr. P.K. Jain sir. Now I would like to invite our guest of honor Dr. Vasundhara Madam to receive felicitation. I request dignitaries on the stage to felicitate Dr. Vasundhara Madam. Now I would like to invite our principal patron Professor P. Balabhaskar sir to receive felicitation. I request dignitaries on the dais to felicitate our principal sir. Now I would like to invite our chairperson Dr. S.C. Naina Vinodini Madam to receive felicitation. I request the dignitaries on the stage to felicitate Naina Vinodini Madam. Now I would like to invite the convener of the seminar, Dr. K. Parvatalu sir, to receive the felicitation. I request the dignitaries on the stage to felicitate Parvatalu sir. Now I would like to invite the co-convener of the seminar, Dr. Vasudeva Reddy sir, to receive felicitation. I request the dignitaries on the stage to felicitate Vasudeva Reddy sir. I thank all the dignitaries. Now I would like to request Dr. Vasudeva Reddy sir for the vote of thanks.
Good morning to one and all. So this is the one of the happiest day to Department of Physics Government City College. Myself, Dr. Vasudeva Reddy. So it is my honor to serve this college. I always feel like this. So former Commissioner of College Education gave this wonderful opportunity to me to serve in this college. So this is the today national conference sponsored by CSIR New Delhi. In addition to CSIR, we have one more sponsor, sir, Sri Nakka Srinivas Yadav Garu. So from our college principal, staff of Department of Physics, we very much thankful to both CSIR and Nakka Srinivas Yadav Garu. And I also thankful to all the paper presentees. So we receive more than 100 abstracts. So I thankful to all the paper presentees and committee conveners and members, various committee members and conveners, students of the college, and my special thanks to Professor P. Balabhaskar Sir Garu, Professor T. Ravinder Garu, Vice Chancellor of Usmania University, Professor D. Karunasagar Garu, Professor P. K. Jain Garu, Professor M. Srinivas Garu, Dr. Vasundhara Matta Garu. So we are very much thankful to you. In spite of your busy schedule, you are here and spend your valuable time. So thank you, sir. So with this, I conclude this inaugural session is completed. Thank you one and all. And I request all the presentees to break for tea.
students.
Dr. Pawan Kumar Jain sir from ARCI. So now we will have a AV about Dr. PK Jain sir. So let us have a AV.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, and honored guests. Esteemed colleagues, and honored guests. It is with great pleasure and enthusiasm that I stand before you today to introduce Dr. P.K. Jain, an eminent scientist and associate director at the International Advanced Research Center for Powder Metallurgy and New Materials, ARCI. Dr. Jain's illustrious career is a testament to his unwavering commitment to scientific excellence and innovation. Joining ARCI as a scientist, he has risen through the ranks to assume the esteemed position of associate director, a testament to his exemplary contributions to the carbon nanomaterials. While the exact details of his academic journey remain undisclosed, it is clear that Dr. Jain's expertise and passion lie in the realm of carbon materials, devices, and their multifunctional properties. His dedication to advancing knowledge in these areas is reflected in his impressive publication record, with over 110 publications in high-impact international journals, as well as few patents to his name. Dr. Jain's influence extends far beyond the confines of ARCI, as he has delivered lectures and seminars at numerous international and national institutions, sharing his insights and expertise with audiences worldwide. His contributions to the field have been recognized with numerous awards. As a mentor, Dr. Jain is deeply committed to nurturing the next generation of scientific talent, having guided 15 students to completion of their PhD studies, with 5 more currently under his mentorship. His dedication to academic excellence extends to his role as a reviewer for many internal journals, where his expertise has been recognized with outstanding reviewer awards. In addition to his academic and research contributions, Dr. Jain is an active member of various professional societies, serving as the president of the Indian Carbon Society, Hyderabad chapter, and holding memberships in the Aeronautical Society of India and the Material Research Society of India. Today, Dr. Jain will be sharing his insights on synthesis of carbon nanomaterials and their various applications. Energy storage, a topic that promises to shed light on advances in the field of energy storage. A warm welcome to Dr. P.K. Jain, whose expertise in the synthesis of carbon nanomaterials promises to enlighten us on their diverse applications in energy storage. Thank you.
Now it's there? Okay, thank you very much, the City College, for such a wonderful video introduction. Generally, we are mentally prepared for papers. Don't increase sound. I feel something. Let it be a little. Hall is not too big. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Pravatalu and City College. And it is always a privilege to talk with the students. Why? Because students, as I told earlier also, the faculties do a very hard work to train students, because students are like when we make, they are the young researcher. Like in our Hyderabad, we make rangolis. No? If rangoli dots are not correct, rangoli is not correct. So students are like the dots of rangoli. So student has to be motivated in such a way that research is not simply passing a time for doing experiments. What for they are doing the experiments, all those planning has to be there in your mind. Information, whatever I am going to present is the information. And information you will get from internet anytime, maybe 100 times more than that. That is not important. Important is how to use this information for your applications. That is very relevant, because no information is not there which you cannot think and not there in the internet. We have to make our mind in such a way that the information should be useful. As it was told that I am from ARCI, which is a Department of Science and Technology Autonomous Center, we have a different mandate. Ours is not like a basic R&D or academic institute. We do work for applied research, because whenever any lab, in your chemistry lab or in your physics lab, if you found something very interesting in a test tube, a new materials, new compound is found. But can you take this formula to a company and tell that this you start making it, producing it? It is not that easy. And this conversion of research or idea to the market is ARCI main mandate. Or we make a intermediate bridge between the industry and the academia. So our idea is, our strength is to make a pilot scale productions, and we are not very big. We are reasonably good numbers of scientists, 60, 70 and 55 technical, but we have a very good number of students. We train them for their masters and postgraduate PhD programs. And we have last month one of our students, Dr. Madhurima, is here. She got awarded a PhD degree from NIT Warangal. We have a beautiful campus, if those who have seen. Otherwise, all can see it is on the way to airport. As I told you, we work on materials and processing. So our whole ARCI is divided into many centers. Centers are driven based on the materials strength, like nanomaterials, carbon materials, oxide, non-oxide, ceramic, engineering coatings, all those centers are there. We have two centers working in Chennai, Center for Fuel Cell and Center for Automotive Research, and a special center, Center for Technology Transfer. As I told you, our main mandate is to transfer the technology to the industry. Because whenever we do work, scientists speak in the terms of science, but the industry is not interested too much on science. He is much interested in the whatever, how much they are investing and how much they are getting back. Okay, so the business models are different. So to understand, bring them into a one platform, Center for Technology Transfer helps. Till now we have transferred many technologies. These are the listed technologies. The last two technologies I was directly a project lead. As it was told, the materials, but forget about the centuries and other things. We will discuss. The idea of such presentation is to give you a flavor how research or how the materials, especially the carbon materials, are being used in the latest industries. If you see the vacuum tube, because physics people might have seen that in the first half of the century was the vacuum tube technology, where we have seen the radar, television and other things. Then it was a semiconductor technology, and now we are talking about nanotechnology. Just to give you a flavor of that material's importance, semiconductor. Just after World War 1945, Namaskar ji. So in the Second World War, the Japan was a completely destroyed country, and Japan is the only country which does not have any natural resources. Unlike India, we have natural minerals, water, everything is there, but Japan does not have any natural resources. Just because of the materials development, it found that it can be useful in the electronic industries. Japan has become the third largest economy of the world. It's only because of the scientific exploitation of the material. And now we are into the nanotechnology, and why this nanotechnology is important, we will see in the due course of time. Now nanotechnology, this all for last 2 decades we started talking about nanotechnology. Is that something new, or we are only trying to explore it in a new format? If you see the nanotechnology applications in 4th centuries, 5th centuries, all European buildings, many places nanotechnologies was very in use, but people were not knowing that there is a nanomaterials. Even in our Harappa and Mohenjo-daro artifacts also was having a nanoparticles. Forget about that. Even the Katuka and Kajal, whatever we call, is also having a carbon nanomaterials. And we don't know since when a civilization is using this Kajal. So this was there, and now we know this is the nanocarbon, and because of that it can absorb the ultraviolet rays and it can protect the eyes. Now we have the equipment to see the nanomaterials. Earlier equipment was not there, and that's why the nano is smaller, micro is bigger. Still, even for seeing the fine particles we call it microscope, not nanoscope, because 30 years back nano term was not there. And of course there are reasons for that also, nanotechnology, because it is a area, if you just type it into any search engine nano, with this will affecting in all areas. Like we are having a seminar in City College, even in the biology department, physics department is organizing, the same nano also can be organized by biology department also. So this type of multidisciplinary applications of nano has made this material a more versatile, and of course big money is there. If you want to work on nano, or anybody, they can go to the Google, type it, and you will get the information. But who is uploading into the Google? Somebody, those who might have done. So who is the leader or who is the motivator for those people, those who are the first in their field? Google does not have any information. So always remember, I am particularly very obsessed toward the nature. Nature is the motivator for all the science. And that's how we work. If you see, all the designs of our advanced aircrafts are taken from the this birds and other things. When eagle comes from 2 kilometer top from the sky to dive, how fast it closes its wings so that it can have a less resistance. How this lotus leaf effect comes, how this, even spider net, the fiber technology was first, has observed that fiber is also will have a high specific strength. And this is insect, machar, mosquito. How it is being used? You see, it is having a string which sense where the blood is there and drill it, suck it, and more than 5 times of its weight blood it carries and fly. You just imagine a flying machine, sensor, drilling machine, everything in the mosquito. Can you imagine such a God has created a nano machine? So this is the motivator for the scientific community to design, to compete with the nature. And when you start competing the applications, the miniaturization, everything, a few years back, in the Second World War, a person used to sit with this camera as a surveillance on the tower. Now we are having a drone. It can go to any places, anywhere. Now whatever I am talking can be observed by even throughout the world. So that's the communications. If anybody has seen the Rana Pratap in Udaipur, the kavach, whatever he was wearing it used to be around 40 to 50 kgs. Now 50 kgs taking and then going for a fight, what will be your efficiency? When I lift 20 liter of bucket, I cannot walk more fast. So 30 kg, 40 kg with all this, and you are going for a fight. Now we are having a 2.5 kilogram of a bulletproof jacket, which can even protect the bullets. And this man has predicted a computer will be in 2004 like this, but now we have a computer like this. Now research is going on a flexible computer. Motivation is not only from the nature, from the fantasies also. And fantasies, films are the best for fantasizing. Like 50 years back, the Superman, the bulletproof, no bullet affect the man once you wear the Superman jacket. Now this is reality. We are having a jacket, you wear it, a carbon coated, graphene coated Kevlar fiber, you can wear it and nothing will happen. Spider-Man, there are shoes from after wearing it you can vertically walk onto the wall. So whatever is fantasies 30 years back, 40 years back is now becoming the reality. Any technologies, whatever we work, all society is indirectly observed what is the benefit or returns they are getting it. 30 years back, superconductivity was in a very popular, those who are in that age group, they can really appreciate. Almost all groups of India were working on superconductivity. But unfortunately, superconductivity could not do anything for the social application, as that's why society has ignored, neglected and closed down. But nanotechnology in other round is giving a lot of applications for the societal applications. Some of them are sporting goods, paint coating, computer chips, all those applications are there which nanotechnology offers. Some of them, like you may not realize it because technology is so dynamic mode changing. Those who are 20 years back, the fax, the telephones, the alarm clock, the diary, the movie cameras, all those things have completely disappeared. Everything has disappeared from the household things. Only one thing is there, mobile. Everything nobody wants is you will not find a video cameras or a still cameras or alarm clock or anything in their houses. Where they have gone? So miniaturization is always, technology is rapidly changing. So you have to appreciate like this, the nano coating is given in such type of gadgets where the silver coating, nano silver, which can be anti-scratch and antibacterial, all those things are possible just by the nanotechnology. Pharmaceutical industries also gives a lot of importance to nanotechnology. Of course, in COVID we have seen the nanotechnology's impact for the filtration, how the nanofilters were. N95 is good. Why N95 is good? Why not others? Because N95 only will not permit that particular COVID dimensions. That was the study. This is for hydrophobic coating. These are very useful. Suppose you want to do a painting of this hall. This hall really reminds me, where is Parvatalu? He is not there, he is arranging a lot of things. In old movies, such type of movie thi Dhul Ka Phool, Rajendra Kumar and Mala Sinha, such hall. So it is a very good memory to have such things. But if you want to paint such rooms, you can do painting. Hydrophobic coatings are not that useful. But if you want to paint a Burj Khalifa building, how to paint? You cannot paint by hanging a ladder or something, jhula. You require a panel which should be hydrophobic. So those type of panels are there into those buildings which will not allow dust or water to stick with them. And that's how skyscrapers buildings are there, where you don't require paintings and other things. I told you the sun and ultraviolet protections. Packaging industries where the nano, suppose Hyderabadi biryani you want to sell it, take it to the Delhi or to USA or something. Packaging industries, nanotechnology is very, very useful. Of course, these are now very common. Targeted drug delivery system. Unfortunately, person suffers from the cancer or something. Cancerous cells, when you want to treat, it affects the good cells also. So the person will become, they will lose their hair, the body will become plump because the good cells also get affected. Now in targeted drug delivery system, only the affected cancerous cell only can be treated. This one side visible, one side invisible. How it is possible? Like cricket IPL is going on. Australians, whenever our player used to go to Australia, they used to apply cream, which was visible. Huh? But now they don't apply cream. They still apply, but it is not visible. And all those things are possible because of the optical spectrum. Now you have seen this coffee or anything falls onto your cloth, you spell out. This looks very simple applications, but can you imagine how it helps to the society? 60% of drinking water is used for washing the clothes, for washing purpose. Now suppose why we are forced to wash our clothes, because India is a tropical country, lot of dust and other things get stuck and we are forced to wash our cloth. But when the same person is going to Europe, the cloth is not required to wash regularly. Even the same cloth can work for 3 to 4 days because no sweating. So if you can give a coating to your clothes, then you don't require to wash it, you can save the water. Now in Maharashtra, if you are aware, there is a identified days when water will come. And people have to carry the one bucket water from 1 kilometer. We are very fortunate, Usman Sagar and all those sagars are filled. We are not really facing the problem, but a day will come, we have to preserve the natural things. What is the importance of nano? Because it offers a very high surface area. The highest surface area is possible when the materials are, particle size are reducing. If you just see a 1 cube, which is having a 1 centimeter cube, is having a very small surface area. When you break it, make it very, very fine, and if you make it so fine 24 times, the same 1 cube will give you that much of powder by which you can cover the whole stadium. And that's how the importance of nano. Now it is not simply the surface to volume ratio. You in a graduations or in post graduation, nothing. It is a day-to-day applications we are using it, surface to volume ratio applications. Suppose madam has made a very hot milk and wants offering to her kids, and kids are in a hurry, and he wants to cool down this milk, hot milk, to a room temperature. What are the possible ways to cool it down? Put it into a bigger vessel, take this container and rotate into a bigger container which is having a water, or take 2 containers and pour it from one to others, and the 4th one, which is not people tell, but and drink it. These are the only 3-4 options. But in all the 4, what we are doing it, we are bringing the particles to the surface. Whether it is like this or spreading it so that the heat will dissipate to the surface. That's why I am trying to tell you, don't go by the information, try to get what exactly is the meaning. The purpose is not to get this thing, and nano is the application oriented science. Now this nano can be achieved by only 2 ways. Either you can take a bigger particle, go and breaking, and then you will get a nano, or take by ion, atom by atom, and you will get a nano. And 10 to the power minus 9, anything which is you are working in the area of 100 nanometer, you are working in nanotechnology. Okay? Otherwise, madam is every day grinding a turmeric powder, if you grind it for 1 hour and do the particle size analysis, you will find a lot of particles are nanoparticles. But can we call madam or can we call your mother as a nanotechnologist? No, because she cannot repeat. If we want to reproduce these things, the same quality of particles, it is not possible by the domestic. And all this optimization is done in the laboratory. That's why, पंखा नहीं चल रहा है क्या? आप लोग चलाइए, नहीं चल रहा है कुछ प्रॉब्लम? आप लोग इधर आ जाइए, उधर ज़्यादा क्राउड हो गया, इधर आ जाइए, खुल के बैठिए. Okay, so there are only 2 techniques. taking a small bigger particle to reduce it into smaller, or take ion by ion. Everything is having advantage and disadvantages. Why this nano is important? Just remember this thing. If you remember this thing, you can do something interesting in the nanotechnology. When the particle is in the nano size, the electrical properties, magnetic properties, mechanical, optical, chemical, all properties changes. Gold is not yellow when it is in nano particle. The melting point of iron will reduce from 1450 to 780. Aluminum will become a pyrophoric. Everything will change, and that's where you have that something to play with that. You can control the properties in the nano size, and of course, quantum effect, which is the new dimensions of a material, the quantum effect. We are having in India National Quantum Mission. Those who are, anyway, you people are too young, but the faculties, madam, you can see National Quantum Mission, how it works, madam. And this is the big program of this present government. 6,000 crores have been allocated for National Quantum Mission. Something about the carbon. Carbon is not new, which is there since centuries. We are using the coal, the diamond, the graphite. What's so great? Only thing is the carbon was in use for many years as a source of energy, as a source of industrial applications, or as a something. The first, all those things are, but the uniqueness of carbon is, it is the one of the hardest material of the nature, the diamond, and one of the softest material, graphite, is made out of carbon. One is white, one is black, one is conductor, electrical conductor, another is no conductor. All those things are in the hybridization of carbon. Nature is very, very kind to carbon, and that's why 90% of research in India is now directly or indirectly is related with carbon. I will not talk about diamond and other form. We will restrict ourselves to graphite. Graphite is a wonder material, low density, all those properties are there, but the main properties which make graphite a ultimate hero in material science is, this is the only material in the whole periodic table which can retain strength at high temperature. You measure the strength at room temperature, and 2500 degree if you want to measure, the strength will be same. There is no other material. And that's the reason in all our high temperature applications, carbon is inevitable. You cannot avoid carbon. All our missiles program, aerospace programs are depending on carbon. If there is no carbon, all those programs will close down. These are other applications: brake disc, rocket nozzles, wall of nuclear reactor. First of all, hydrogen storage, artificial pencils, all those things are there. I will show you some pictures of those things, like turbine blades, high temperature dies, electrodes material for all such big furnaces if you want to heat it. What type of electrode material you require? All your paint, all your ink, everything is carbon. All whatever is written, your Xerox papers, the ink. Now, carbon fibers, rackets, hockey stick, golf sticks, everything, cycles. Of course, they are expensive cycles, not easily available. But carbon fiber based cars bodies are there, and after 1980, all the races were won by only carbon fiber based bodies. All fans are having, all motors are having a one carbon brush which converts mechanical energy to electrical energy. The activated carbon, every 6 months the engineer come for water purification, only changes activated carbon. On your this wood coke, kacha cola, which was used for making paste and other tooth powders earlier in 100 years back, the salt and other things, But when Britishers came, they tried to degrade that our societal applications are weak. We are illiterate people. They started promoting their own product, Colgate powder, and after 100 years, they are asking, "Kya aapke paste mein namak hai?" And that's how they are again. You see, whatever we are having, our ancestors were using, whether it is our leaf plates or leaf donors, that being a neem or babool or everything, this turmeric. Now the Western world is doing patent. All those things are they are finding it and repackaging it. I was surprised the charpai, whatever is we are using in our villages, is being sold or in America in their shopping malls. Datun is sold as an organic toothbrush in $1 per datun. Okay, organic toothbrush. Now this carbon nanotubes, this is a single layer of graphene. When it is folded into a seamless tube, it becomes a carbon nanotubes. Once you make a carbon nanotube, the properties measured in, of course, laboratories are extremely good. But how to take these properties into the real application is a big challenge, and that's why for last 2 decades, most of the laboratories are struggling. You see, the conductivity is very, very high cost. It finds applications in all your electro applications are there. As a hydrogen storage, when we talk about the energy, hydrogen is one of the clean fuel which is being stored in a hydrogen cylinder. You require a material which can store more hydrogen, and carbon is one of them. We were taking a tea. Dr. Pravatalu was kind enough to offer me a green tea. Now, how to differentiate between green tea, to red label, green label, all those things. Earlier, one person used to be hired for that. Now we are having a nano tongue where the carbon materials is used and the specific resistance will give. This is the beverage material. In electronics, you will find a lot of applications of carbon nanotubes. It can be used as actuators. If you give a coatings of a carbon, radar cannot observe that particular object. It becomes invisible to the radar, and that's why most of the fighter planes are black in color. All your civilian planes are white, silver color, but all fighter planes by default they are black in color because carbon is used. Carbon can absorb the electromagnetic radiations and will not reflect back, and that's why they becomes invisible. And this is called stealth technology. We have arc dischargers to make carbon nanotubes. Dr. Madhurima is expert to use how to use carbon arc discharge to graphite electrodes, pass a very high current, and you will get a lot of nanotubes. The chemical vapor deposition, and there are many techniques: arc underwater, laser ablation, fluidized bed. But commercially, if you want to make tons and tons of carbon nanomaterials, fluidized bed is the only technique by which you can make tons and tons. In chemical vapor depositions, you have an ability to control the growth of nanotubes. That's why you can have a patterns, other things are possible. Now, when you make carbon nanotube, it is not that whatever you get it, you can straight away use it. You have to purify. You have to purify that, and after purification, how to assess, because all carbon materials now requires a different techniques. Now Raman, thermogravimetric analysis, all those things will decide what grade of carbon is there. So you should know all those characterization technique also. Now once this carbon any nanomaterials are having an ability to agglomerate, and once they agglomerate, they settle down, and once it is settled down, it is not having that much of impact into the applications. Suppose you want to use it, why Revlon is expensive than our Lakme nail polish? Don't say Revlon is used by Americans and other things. It is a. Have you observed that if you keep it a Lakme nail polish, it will settle down, and before you use you have to shake it. But Revlon will stable for more than a year. If you keep it, nothing will happen. The chemistry of the particles is designed in such a way they are stable. But here Revlon you can hang it and hold it and shake it. But if you put this nanomaterials into a oil, and that oil is filled in a tank, and now tank is, and all particles get settled down. We are not Hulk. Take the tank and shake it. So we have to play with the chemistry of the particle so that they will stable. And how to play with that? You should know the charge onto the particle, and this charge is measured by a zeta potential. Okay? If you know, you will get a stable dispersion. Now, few applications in a lab we do for like a sensors, you pass different type of gases and do sensors. Now, as I told you, carbon is for not only for nano, but all applications, composite is very important. Okay? So, the fibers are being made. You have seen the fiber. The carbon fiber is having the highest specific modulus and highest specific strength. Fibers are like this. How they are made, I will go a little fast. They are naturally carbon fiber made. And depending on your application, you require unidirectional, bidirectional, multidirectional. All your spacecrafts, you require all those rocket nozzles where the fire comes out. The lining material is carbon. All your nose tips is carbon. This is a missile. This is carbon. If there is no carbon, missile cannot go. The brake pads looks very simple. Can you imagine a 500 tons aircraft with a speed of 800 km per hour, half a kilometer runway it has to stop, half mv square. What will be the energy? Which material will take this energy? Only the carbon. Or most of the materials are made out of this carbon brake pads. Now 60% of carbon is being used in most of the aircraft, and that's why, because to reduce the weight. Now when you make a composite, you can make it nanoparticles or just like that, but dispersion and distribution make the difference. Okay? Dispersion is equally dispersed, then only suppose all particles are connected. If I do anything here, it should get reflected there. Now another interesting properties carbon nanotubes offer is field emission. Why we are having a laptop like this? Because of field emission effect. Earlier we were having a big TV backside, cathode ray tube, CRT. Why it was CRT? Why we require a vacuum? Because no materials, the electric current whatever we are getting at 220 volt, it is not sufficient to emit any electron from any materials. So you require a ultra high vacuum field to emit that electron from the cathode to get the picture. Now we don't require, carbon nanotubes are there which can offer the emission, and that's why our all TVs are flat. Now flexible graphite, these are the products which we have made it. Bipolar plates, engines looks to be, gasket looks to be very simple, but very highly engineering. Can we touch a silencer after running of 1 hour of vehicle? No, but heat is coming from engine. You require a gasket material which can withstand pressure and allow to seal the pressure. Earlier, cork was used, asbestos was used as a gasket material. Now we are using graphite. This is for the engine railway for wheels casting. Now these are the graphite tapes which is being used as a electrical conductor, bipolar plates. It is a stack of that. Now one of the application is the oil absorption. When there is a oil spill, lot of things happen. So this highly porous material is used as a oil spill material. It can absorb around 78 ml. Now something about graphene. Graphene is a wonder material. I'll put within 5 minutes. Okay. Now graphene is a material which can offer very high properties. You can make a single layer, double layer, many layers graphene, and how to segregate is a challenge. You require a special technique to segregate that. Now graphene analysis is very important because all powder looks black. Unless you know how to analyze the graphene and other materials, you will get a wrong result. You can play with the chemistry of the graphene by heat treatment. Like angle of contact from hydrophobic to hydrophilic, you can make it. These are the different type of nano electrodes for arc underwater. We will not little on a higher this thing. Lithium ion batteries, our group is working on that, cells. We are also for recycling whatever the used tires and other things are there, it can be recycled. Now these are the battery testers we have. This carbon by naturally they are offering a lubrication. So if you disperse this in an oil, they can become an extra lubrication. So one of our students is working on this nano lubrication. This technology was transferred to industry, and of course this is a very important slide to know what is happening in nowadays. TRL, technology readiness level. We should be able to compare our work and try to map with this table where our work fits in, whether our work is in different level, and accordingly we can take our activity into different TRL levels. All are working in different areas. This is especially nothing to do with the carbon, this is the attitude issues. Many people, we are in comfort zone. We don't want to come out from our comfort zone because we have a fear, why to go unnecessary. And if you come out from fear zone, you will get a learning zone. And once you start learning, then only the real growth comes. So life begins at the end of your comfort zone. So all you people are young, try to achieve which is little difficult. You set your own targets which is difficult. Then only you will get satisfaction. Otherwise you are in a comfort zone, coming to office, going office, getting salary, eating food. So the distance between your dream, whatever you are thinking, and the reality is action. You have to take action, then only dream will come true. Many times what happens, people are having issues. These people want to follow others blindly. Is he doing this project? I will also do. Don't do. Do it in a different way. People may laugh at you initially, but it will be the result which is more important. And many times people work very hard, but they don't know which direction. So running is not important, direction is also very important. It should be useful to the society. And get out of this that in city college or in India we don't have facilities. No, these are all you're holding back. Everything is, we were trained that white is right. If white people will say anything, they are right. We are trained in such a way. If any foreigner will speak, he will be the right man. That's why come out of that mental trauma. Many people think they are not designed for smaller things. They are designed for bigger things. So they wait and they still wait. Better to take smaller steps because 90% solutions are lies within you. Don't see outside. If you see outside, you will not get the solution. You have to have solution within yourself. And if you not upgrade yourself, once upon a time a premium car is now being used for such purpose. So you have to upgrade your knowledge, your skills every year, every time. Otherwise, you will be outdated. If many very senior people, they say, I don't know how to use PPTs. I don't know, I am very comfortable in a blackboard. Now, who talks about blackboard? They have to go in that pace. So you have to upgrade yourself. Otherwise, once upon a time, a premium card is now being used, and having a information alone is not the right thing. Having a right information for right solution is important. This man is having plenty of tire, but the tire what is required for him is not there. So you are having information in your internet, but what information is relevant to you and your application is very important. And if you are using this thing, is whatever I have shared, it is tip of the iceberg. A lot of things are there. Thank you. This is my group. Thank you very much, and once again thanks to the City College.
So now we'll have two questions from this session. The students have a chance to win prizes. So now I request Dr. Chini Krishna sir to ask a questions. So whatever sir presented now, I think it's a kind of testing for the students. I think we'll have many students are looking forward to receive the gifts. So please sir.
Good morning to all of you. Very small questions, so everybody can able to answer. So because these are from sir's presentation only, so therefore whoever answered first, those will be selected for the prize. Okay. The first question, sir has defined the nanoscale. So as per the presentation, what is the definition for nanoscale? Nanoscale, sir has given some definition. Definition of nanoscale.
So it describes size of the particles into the 9 of the size of the nanoparticle.
What is the size?
10 to the power of minus 9.
That is 1 nanometer.
Yeah.
But up to what nanometer we can take? We can say
meters. 100.
Good. Very good.
So as per the definition explained by sir, that is the ratio of surface area to the volume. Surface area to the volume. So smaller the size means larger surface area. So that is the definition given by sir. And another question, second question, SWCNT or MWCNT stands for SWCNT or MWCNT. Very good, excellent, excellent. So, okay. So now I request to come to the desk. First, answer Jepna. Please stand up. Yourself.
Mehraj Khan.
You are the winner for the first question. Do you want to say any comments? Do you have anything to say? No. At least how did you feel sir presentation? One word.
Yeah, it was good, sir. Actually.
Just say one word. That's it. Yes. Oh, great.
Yeah. Thank you.
So.
No.
Madam, please. One of you. I don't know.
Now the winner of the second prize, madam, please come on to the dais.
It's my privilege to take it from you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. You have given a wonderful lecture. So, in his lecture, he has covered several things. So, starting from the historical uses of nanotechnology to the advancement of the nanotechnology, and also the applications of carbon material. So, those who are working under that carbon materials, so definitely it is one of the useful talk for them. In general, it is useful for all the scientists as well as the scholars, because several topics, nano applications, fabrication of nanomaterials by using top down, bottom up technologies, etc. So many of the things he has covered, and also the importance of nano research, synthesis of nanomaterials, and also carbon breaks. So mainly he has given in his inaugural speech also, he has given one example. Many of the energy application related materials produced by the China like countries, Japan, China. So many are working in India, but we are unable to produce such much number wise we are very poor. So every Indian has to think about to produce the most useful devices. We have to manufacture in India itself. So then only our India will become the developing country. So it's one of the excellent words, sir. So it is motivated words. So it is useful for any one of us, all the participants. So thank you very much, sir, for your presentation.
From Dr. Vasundhara Mutta from IICT, Hyderabad. Now we'll have a AV of ma'am. 2 minutes AV.
Gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, and honored guests, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you today Dr. Vasundhara Mutta, a distinguished principal scientist at the prestigious CSIR Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, IICT. Dr. Mutta's academic journey is one marked by a relentless pursuit of excellence and innovation in the field of microscopic and nanoscopic magnetic materials, with a focus on spin-based devices. She completed her doctoral studies at the esteemed Indian Institute of Technology, Karagar, where she delved deep into the intricacies of her chosen field, laying the groundwork for her future endeavors. Following the completion of her Ph.D., Dr. Mutta embarked on a journey of international collaboration and exploration, undertaking postdoctoral research at renowned institutions such as the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology in South Korea and the Denmark Technological University. These experiences broadened her horizons and enriched her understanding of the complexities of nanomaterials and spin-based devices. Upon returning to India, Dr. Mutta joined CSIR as a scientist, where she has continued to make significant contributions to the advancement of scientific knowledge. Her current research focus encompasses a wide array of topics within the realm of microscopic and nanoscopic magnetic materials. Seeking to unlock new possibilities for technological innovation and advancement, Dr. Mutta's contributions to the academic literature are substantial, with over 100 publications in high-impact international journals reflecting the depth and breadth of her expertise. In addition to her scholarly pursuits, she has shared her knowledge and insights with audiences worldwide, delivering lectures and seminars at numerous international and national institutions. Her dedication to excellence has been recognized with several prestigious awards and fellowships, including the SERB Power Fellowship, the Brain Korea 21 Postdoctoral Fellowship, and the European Space Agency Postdoctoral Fellowship, underscoring her standing as a leader in her field. As a mentor, Dr. Mutta is deeply committed to nurturing the next generation of scientific talent, having guided 5 students to completion of their doctoral studies, with many more sure to follow in their footsteps. Today, Dr. Muta will be sharing her insights on an overview and prospects for nanostructured magnets, a topic that promises to shed light on exciting developments at the forefront of materials science. We extend our heartfelt welcome to Dr. Vasundhara Muta, who will provide us with a comprehensive overview of nanostructured magnets and their promising prospects. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Parvatalu. I never saw this kind of a videographic introduction, which you made it a very, this is the highlight of that. Just thank you once again for this. I know it is already 12:45. I would like to try to keep my lecture within half an hour. Because Dr. Jain gave you, he has taken you to the entire world of nanotechnology, so I don't have to take into that level. But I would like to take one small topic. Morning I said about that importance of a magnets. It's not, you can also say that this is my area of expertise. Since my PhD days I did on permanent magnets and worked on several magnetic devices, even worked on magnetocaloric materials as well. I have not made a big introduction about the CSIR. We made about that CSIR give the funding to this conference. Unlike that, I just mentioned CSIR is a chain of 37 laboratories which is having a different expertise, including like it is also located geographically across our country, right from the northern part, the Jammu, to the northeastern, the Northeastern Institute of Science and Technology, and the southernmost, actually that is missed in my CV, where 7.5 years, when I came back to India, first I joined in CSR, NIST, which is a National Interdisciplinary for Science and Technology, which is located in Trivandrum, extreme southern part, that is the most southernmost part of the laboratories. And in the west, you have a CMCRI, and each laboratory has a different expertise. We have an expertise from the agriculture to leathers, like in Tamil Nadu, which is a CLR, a Central Leathers Research Institution, and in North Lucknow, Central Road Research Institution, CMCR. So that is a different, it is a CSR, the concept SC is for the scientific and industrial research. As you mentioned about the laboratories ARCI, CSR is a part which is a, both it is a combination of an academy and an industry. Earlier, before 2010, across these laboratories, whoever used to do the research, the students used to register for their PhD programs in the neighboring universities. And the neighboring institutions used to get because of the good high quality publications and all, they used to get a good high rankings. But later in 2010, the then Director General of this laboratory, which has stopped. Okay. Then they made we started an academy, that is an ACSAR, Academy for Innovative Research and Science. So now whoever works in CSR laboratories, across these 37 laboratories, they will have must and should register for their PhD program in that ACSR. The ACSR is a virtual university. Already more than 6,000 PhDs have been completed in different sciences, physical sciences, chemical sciences, biological sciences, environmental and engineering sciences altogether. And these degrees, the PhDs who produce it, it has designed in such a way that it is not completely academy and not the industry. It is to be bridge between the industry and academy. As already regarding the importance of the bridge between academy and industry, Dr. Jain has spoken to you. And CSR ISCT, Indian Institution of Chemical Technology, is a one such laboratories amongst the 37 laboratories. In Hyderabad, we have a, you know, the Tarnaka range. There are 3 laboratories, ISCT, CCMB, and NGRA. All 3 laboratories are having a different motivation, the missions. What ISCT importance, I can tell you that it is recent COVID days. There are many technologies has made it out. But I'm not listing it out. I'm just very new entrant. In 2020 only I just joined. But after that, one of the famous technologies is that you all had taken this indigenously developed Covaxin, right? So in that one, ISCT scientist has contributed. They made a molecule named adjuvant, a small molecule. It was the contribution of CSR ISCT. Okay. Yeah, so this is the ACSR which I was talking about it. So that's the reason this taken. This is a CSR, our parent organization. ISCT is one of the laboratories amongst these 7 organizations, and ACSR. So I'm going to talk about this permanent magnets overview. What is a permanent magnet? You know, you have several magnets are two types. One is a permanent magnet and another one is an electromagnet. Electromagnet, you need an electricity to pass it and then it induces the magnet force. That is an electromagnet. Permanent magnet is basically a device that can converts the mechanical energy into electrical energy, or an electrical energy into, or a vice versa. It has an applications. The major applications, without magnets there are no applications. Wherever there is a motor, there is a magnet. In fans, here, and you have in one car, you have nearly more than 40 components at different stages. And the concept of a generator, it has come from this magnet's force. Then the electrical fan, wherever the latest technologies, which is the computers, even in the health sectors, which sir spoke about the cancer treatment, where you just give cancer treatment. How it happens because of the magnetic materials. The magnetic materials has the ability to generate heat when you apply the magnetic field. So how do you inject into the magnetic material? You have to make it in a form of a ferrite fluid, and you have to inject into the position body where the target, the site, the tumor site is there. So after reaching the this fluid, then you apply a magnetic field, then it generates a heat and it kills the cancer. Because the cancerous cells has a lesser immunity than the normal cells. So that is what it has almost all the sectors, it has the importance. It has an importance like your, most of the domestic appliances, you have the ovens, personal computers, TV, your phones, your mobiles, and when it comes to the transport sectors, automotive, recording tapes. And also this biomedical devices, it has an important applications where you have taken this, even including the refrigerations. Nowadays the refrigerations, the most of the refrigerations what you use it is a vapor based, that condense based the cycle. So that emits the hazardous chemicals that is harmful to the global warming. So there is also the technique, instead of that you can utilize the magnetic material for the magnetic refrigeration, and it is already into the commercial this technology, but since it is not economically viable, it has not come to the day-to-day life uses. Until it can replace our magnetic refrigeration and ACs, then this technology we cannot utilize for the common man purposes. Until it comes, then it may not be that useful for that, but the inventions are in study. So it will take time. So these many importance are having for the permanent magnets applications. Any problem? It's okay. It's a reboot. So in this talk, I will just tell you, because it is over generations, like more than past 5 decades work, I will just give you a crisp of where are we standing presently and what is the importance of a nanomaterials introduction into that to enhance this permanent magnets effect with the effective way. For every research, there is a limit. You need to explore it. So when the exploration, it reaches the saturation limit, research never ends. Just only the thing is that you have to explore your mind and you have to come out of your comfort zones to make the things in a better way. Okay? Yeah, so in the televisions, in almost all what I explained to you, magnets have got a wide range of practical applications from domestic, health sectors, transport and all. And one way you can say that without magnets there is no life, because of everywhere that's importance is that. So how do you just check it out? Being a physicist, this is a simple, how do you judge a material has a magnet? If it attracts, then how powerful it has to be attracted. So before getting into the person in a laboratory it has to be tested. For every concept, there is a measure, there is some technique, there is some figure of merit for which you can check it out. If this has this value, it has for this applications. So similarly, for this permanent magnet, there is a factor called energy density. Okay, that will tell you what is the strength of the magnet. So when you just check, and suppose your magnet sample, when you have a material, when you apply a magnetic field, then if the sample is a magnetic, strongly magnetic, it will immediately show the magnetization, and it will reach to a saturation, and that means saturation means even if you keep on applying the magnetic field further, it will not increase. That is called a saturation magnetization. You all must have learnt in the +2 basics this concept. So that's why this figure I just put it. So this is called the saturation magnetization, which is in the ordinate in the axis. And similarly, once that reaches, if you remove the negative magnetic field required to remove the magnetization of this material is called the coercivity. So this ordinate, this one is the remnant magnetization, and the remnant magnetization, which is in, the field necessary to remove this remnant magnetization, that means you want to make the material to be back to its original state, you need to apply some negative field. So that is called the coercivity. Now this product, both of these two together is called that will give the energy product, that will give you the strength of a magnet. So obviously, generally a good permanent magnet means it must have a higher values of a remnant magnetization as well as the higher values of a coercivity, because that gives you the product. So the higher the thing's energy product, the strongest is the magnet. So now the present status of these permanent magnets with specification, what all we have since over this over the decades, the inventions which have started, and what is this value, whether it is presently using, and this is in one figure I'll try to explain you. See, when in early, like 1940s, it is the first permanent magnet is invented. It is an intermetallic compound which is a combination of aluminum, nickel and cobalt. Okay. So the strength of this magnet, I'll just see that the strength of the volume of this magnet is this much, whereas the strength it can show to the nearly 5 to 7 megagauss Oersted, not more than that. And you see the strength and the length of that material. Then over the years, after the nearly a decade, the another grade of the similar composition, they have made another higher grade of that one that could reduce the volume, but the strength has introduced. See, this alnicos, which is which I explained you, the figure of merit, which is a strength which determines the strength, and that has strength has a some step value, it has come from the up to 10 megagauss Oersted. Then after a decade, a ceramic materials have also shown the permanent magnets, which is called the non-rare earth, that has substantially helped in the volume, but the strength is half of it is reduced, then it's not that as much as strength of this which is called alnico, aluminum and nickel cobalt. Then overly nearly after the 15 years later, the rare earth magnets have come into the picture, and these are the leading magnets in the industry presently, which is even now it is utilized. This is a samarium cobalt, which has a strength of 30 megagauss Oersted, and it has a first rare earth based magnet, a permanent magnet, and you can see the strength, how much it has come. No issues. But without this, it's difficult to explain. Thank you. Continue, but how come they? You add it. Because the figures are important, without that I cannot explain it.
it, right? Okay, it will take 5 minutes. It's a lunch time, right? I understand. Just wait for 15 minutes. You will get some good message and then just pick it. Okay. Yeah. So then afterwards, it has come after 20 years later. This is a neodymium iron magnet. One of the most costliest magnet is available in the present market. And this is the nearly the value which is a 60 megagauss Oersted. Now all these things are even today it is happening. What is that? Even whatever I have shown you all these magnets, even today it is working in the different sectors. For example, in a steel industry, you do not need very high expensive magnets. So where this lower grade magnets, which is having a very cheap, very cheapest magnets, which are used. Whereas this strongest magnet, which are required for the aerospace industries, where both, even though, which I explained you just now, the samarium cobalt magnet, which has a lesser than the highest, strongest neodymium iron boron magnet, but the samarium iron cobalt magnet, it can survive, it can sustain at a very higher temperatures, where for the aerospace sectors you need it. So based upon the requirement, based upon the operating temperatures, and based upon its strength, these magnets are utilized. All these 5 which I have shown you now, these are the magnets which are commercially utilized for different technologies, different sectors of the work in this scenario. But now, however, what is the change? What is the thing it is needed for further? If suppose it has come into the picture, then what is the need of an alternative and another magnets are? See, always this is a law of a nature. One thing, it will not survive for a over long period of time. You cannot think that, okay, nowadays, today my life is going on and this is sufficient. Do you think is it sufficient? No, we have many other things. Now you have this building, then you may have ambitions that, no, how do we increase that this number of students to further range? So this is the human nature of getting, and obviously the nature demand also. Based on that, we are just increasing. Now, why it is other than these magnets, if it is been in since 1995, it is in use. But what is the need for us to invent the new materials is this, the theoretical limit of this magnet which is shown is 64 megagauss Oersted. Already experimentally it has reached. That means whatever the maximum possible experimentation is invented, there is no further scope to make a enhancement in that. Come. Okay. So I will just explain you before until this it has come into the picture. So what happened in 2010, you must have heard about that. Sir must be knowing, he will be definitely knowing about that. China has made one monopoly in that one.
because these magnets which I have shown, this is based on the rare earth materials. And China is the highest, I mean the country which is having a rich mineral resources of rare earth. Even though India is the 5th largest country of having several minerals, but we have certain geopolitical things which I am not going into the intricacies of that, but still our country has also since the last 2015 onwards has started developing the rare earth materials, but still we were mostly depending on the, not only us, the entire world is depending upon the China's. So this Chinese monopoly, when 2010 it has come into the picture, then the whole world has turned into making the, overnight they can't kill the practice of the magnets. What China made is that we will not give the raw materials, rather buy the magnets from us. So it was a very, very expensive matter for the country, especially where like Japan, South Korea and America, and even in the European countries, where they are mostly depending upon, like some of the European countries like Scandinavian countries, example Denmark, whose their bread and butter is based upon the wind energy, where they use this permanent magnets. Without this rare earth magnets, they cannot survive it. So then China has made that kind of an import ban. Then there were other political resources, the world, United Nations, the UN, they tried to put a many ban on the Chinese countries, but still they couldn't make it out. The thing is that the self-sufficient. So the alternative things is that entire whole world, it has started to invent the materials which we can avoid the rare earth. So rare earth free permanent magnets has been the most important topic of the research in 2010, and even the in CSR we have a five-year planning positions the planning commission gives. So at that time 12th 5-year plan projects where they have huge infrastructure, they have given around 125 crores to CSR to develop magnets which are having the rare earth free. So that was the topic of the consent. Take time. So since then the rare earth free permanent magnets has come into the limelight of doing, apart from, of course over a night you cannot undo the existence of things. So one side the import ban is going incorporating, and also the government is also making many steps. Recently in 2022, Prime Minister Modi ji has planted one plant in Visakhapatnam, where a Japanese company he has hired, and he told the Japanese company and gave the Indian, we have there is one unit named Indian Rare Earths Association, which is a part of a Department of Atomic Energy. They have all these Indian rare earths, where these rare earths are there, you know, some of the coastal beach sands, they have a monazite. After extracting the monazite, thorium and all, that material has got a rare earths. So we have inbuilt rare earth minerals. So those rare earth minerals, they give it to the Japanese company, and Japanese company is converting them to extract the neodymium and iron, neodymium and samarium from that, and they are making the magnets. That magnets, so it is a different thing that we, at least India is able to utilize the resources of our own resources. This was the plant, it was in last year 2023 was invented, put up in this Visakhapatnam. So those materials, they are converting into the magnets. Okay, it will work. No, I just can talk, but without figures it's difficult to explain to them. Just 10 minutes, you bear it here. I understand it's already 1:15, you all are making. See, synthesis of ferrofluid means, first of all, you have to take for that iron oxide is the best material. Iron oxide also, which iron oxide? Which is in the form of a Fe3O4. That has a, because that you can synthesize at a lower temperature, whereas other Fe2O3 and all, which it goes at a higher temperature. So once you make this nanomaterial in the form of a powders, which is you have to add it into make a ferrofluid by adding a different solvents, different liquids, which should be biocompatible. Before doing, and first, if you completely, you can tell that when this iron oxide, you use such a material which is a soluble. If it is a soluble, then that material will lose its magnetic property. Magnetic properties are highly localized. If it loses its magnetic property, then it cannot give you the heat. So it has to be in a dispersed mode. So you use a liquid because the nanomaterials you cannot inject it directly into that one. In the form of a liquid, you have to, so you have to make a ferrofluid. You use, some people use that one as a some biofluid to make it out. It is a different thing. It's not a one criteria to be injected in a one particular material. Based upon that, a biologist can tell that where it is. The thing is that iron oxide, it is a get gel with any other liquid. So that ferrofluid, based upon the content of the material and how strong that magnetic material is, that you have to choose the ratio between the liquid and powder, and then it has to be done in that one. But before that, you know, this in vitro studies, it has to be tested, because this nanomaterials, when it is in a solid form, it has the different, but definitely when it is in a liquid form, the magnetic properties will be detrimental. So that heat you cannot put it into. So after making into the liquid fluid, you have to check that how strength that magnet is that. So now this iron oxide, one thing is that when you just apply the field, AC magnetic field, because alternative current, they use that, the more frequency you use it, the spins of the magnetic materials will turn in such a fast that the more heat will be generated. So that's the reason it is a AC magnetic field is required, not a DC is asked. So then after that, the heat, when you just check it out, how much time it has to be. So there should be some switch, because this material, generally iron oxide has a very high TC. The transition temperature means it is the temperature where a magnetic material it resides. As a layman, the definition is that a material which loses its magnetic property. So the materials, all these iron oxide materials are having very, very high transition temperatures, around 795 like that. When you convert into centigrade, it is around 300 to 400 degrees centigrade. So if you keep on doing that one, if the heat goes up, then the normal cells will get killed. So there are two different aspects also researchers are going in such a way that develop a material with iron oxide. You make use of a sign by making some chemical doping and some tuning. The TC you make in such a way that the TC of the material should be 47 degrees. so that if it reaches before that, it loses its magnetic property, so there is no harm. In such a case, you do not need any switch. One point. Second thing, you have to make some scientific device, you put it out, but inside that, the cells, when you talk about this, the technique which is called the hyperthermia, the practical one, it is very difficult to monitor the inner side of the temperature. That is also equally challenging. So better to make a material which is having a TC not above than that. That time you can be exempted from making this, learning about the internal temperature. Because one thing is that exact site location the material has to go, the tumor site the material has to go. And second thing, exact the tumor site temperature you should be monitored inside the body. So these two are the challenges presently. This is how the ferrofluid has to be done. Cannot be? Not possible. The laptop, they can, if they can see that, I can just show it in front of them and just wait it out, if they can see. Yeah, the laptop, you can just put it now in the laptop, at least some figures if they can see, then I'll just find it out. If the audience can see it. You have afternoon also talks? Afternoon also you have talks? Technical questions also. Only. He. Okay. So any students, you have anything related this magnets, let us just have a interaction session. I can just, I'm ready to answer. Any one of you, just ma'am asked about how the ferrofluids has made it out. So you can, if anyone is interested. We are trying. Okay. Yeah, please.
Hello, ma'am. Yeah, I have doubt on coercivity, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah, coercivity based on different magnets. You say different are the strengths.
Yes.
It defines the strength of the materials. So what, based on what it differentiates, ma'am? Magnets.
No, I
Means
didn't
for
get.
ferromagnets. In those kinds.
Yeah, it has to be strongly magnetic. Okay. The strong magnetic materials also has got two categories. One is a strong magnetic, soft magnetic material, and another one is the hard magnetic material. For example, soft magnetic material means it is very quick to reach its saturation, and easily it is very quickly it will get demagnetized. So in such a case, you will have a coercivity very small. Okay. And what is a hard magnet? Hard magnet is that one, it is very slowly it goes to magnetization, and it takes a huge field to demagnetize it. Then if you take a hard magnet and what a figure I explained to you, you will get a huge coercivity. But in order to get the remnant magnetization, you need a soft magnet. So here when I was trying to tell you that one, what is the necessity to do that, then this soft magnetic material, you can get it in a nanostructure material. So you take two magnets, so one is a very soft and then hard magnet, and then you do both coupling, and that under the presence of a magnetic field. So then there is a tendency of both the product which is having. That is the one which I wanted to tell about the composite. So make a composite material for the soft magnet based upon the coercivity that determines you whether it is a soft magnetic material or hard magnetic. So the coercivity which is the higher means it is the hard. The coercivity which is very small, that is the soft magnet. Only one student is interested in the questions. What about others? So many girls I am seeing here. One thing I have seen in the colleges wherever I have been, the ratio of the girls is huge in compared to boys and the girls. Girls are more at the degree level, but it will be good if it is to be continued. But as you reaches to the highest things and some positions, it is completely opposite, it gets it. This is a little unfortunate.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, as you said that the permanent magnet is used for the cancer treatment in the medical purpose. So other than cancer treatment, how we can use the permanent magnet, and as well as the astronomical physics, like in the satellites, how we can use that permanent magnets, that the application of it.
Yeah, it has a plenty. See, in cancer treatment, there are two aspects are there. I did not tell here the permanent magnets. It is a magnetic material. Okay, magnetic material which generates heat, so you apply the field and then that heat we are using it. This is the application of a magnetic material. Permanent magnets has application in the space industry because where you need a permanent magnet to hold. So there you always think about it whenever you take, it's not only the permanent magnet, any material, under what conditions it has to survive. At what temperature it has to be survived. Like I have shown you the 5 categories of the material, whereas the highest, strongest magnetic material has the least temperature. It has a 400 Kelvin. That means nearly 400 Kelvin, the material, so 400 degrees centigrade, the material cannot work because just now I explained what is the TC. That above that 400 degree, the material will lose its magnetic property, so it cannot have its permanent magnet. So in aerospace industry, even though strongest magnet available, and for the aerospace also you need the strongest magnet, but in spite of that you use the next stronger magnet, that is a samarium cobalt, which is having a lesser strength, but this material, this magnet can survive up to 700 degrees centigrade. So that is one of the examples. And in refrigerator, in keys, you have the key, right? Automatic key which you make it out. There you use some small, there you don't need to use that much of a strongest magnet. The material which you just click it out and that energy, the mechanical energy, it converts into the electrical energy. So there you use a simple ferrite magnets, which is a rare earth material you do not need. So ferrite material indigenously it can be developed. So this is one of the examples. In the refrigerators, in the transport section, electrical vehicles, you need the strongest magnets. The more stronger magnets you require, and where the higher energy, high temperature energy magnets also is required. So there is not only in the space, the health sectors, in your open, you refrigerator, you have a very fashionable, then you small toy magnets are there, you stick to that one. So that is a 1 rupee, I mean $1, you can talk about that magnets. And in many toys, how these toys, which is a key, if you just give it, and then it keeps on working out based on the part, because there is a motor, it makes it to working in the condition. So there are a number of plenty, it's not a 1 or 2 applications you can tell. The highest fashionable technological is this memory recording, where the data storage, that works with this permanent magnets.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Welcome.
Can you repeat that name, magnet name that is used for the space that you said?
This is the samarium cobalt.
Samarium cobalt. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Welcome. I'll try to finish it off. sorry for the audience. He came here for some talk. Here. Was University came here. So maybe ISCT has got some vastu problem. Fine. Some vastu problem it seems.
Such a wonderful institution. You cannot comment.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, fine. Okay. How the slide movements, can you please just check it out? Yeah, I have pointer. Not working to this. in that mode, somewhere else. Yeah. Pointer is working, but slide movement is not there. Check it out. Okay. Next slide, please. Yeah. Hello. Back. Okay. Yeah. So what I explained to you, this is the percentage of the magnets with the different. Can you please make it? Is it possible to make it bigger? Little bigger. In the present market, this is the percentage of the magnets which are in useful. So you can see that one, the biggest one is this blue color, that is the rare earth magnet, the strongest magnet. Front back, this one. Okay, thank you. And these are the magnets which are this ceramic magnets, and the rest 1-3% which are this alnico magnets. These are in the present market, the usage is there. So what I explained to you, the magnets which needs the operating temperature is one of the another important factors that has to be worked out. These strongest magnets cannot work beyond 400 degrees. So certain aerospace space technologies where it requires the higher temperature, which is at least above 600 degrees. So these magnets importance is still lies there. Again, what I just explained you about the rare earth crisis which has come across. So after that one, the demand of these magnets which are using the developed magnets which are completely free from the rare earth magnets. So that is the demand, and present usage is also more. So accordingly, these materials, one of our targets was to remove, to achieve the magnets with this value which is a greater than 12 megagauss worsted at higher temperature which should go up to 900 degree. So before it gives, I will try to just finish it off. What I just, some of the students have asked what is the meaning of a soft magnet and hard magnet. There are these magnetic permanent magnets, there are two magnets are there. Soft magnet which easily gets demagnetized, that means coercivity is small, and another one which is very difficult to get magnetized, demagnetized, that is called a hard magnet. So now because the theoretical limit of the individual magnets has reached its potential, so there is only the way to go ahead is that to make it two different magnets, hard magnet which is having the highest available in the state of art of materials, and another one the strongest soft material, and then both you club together. So this is the concept which is called the magnetic exchange coupling. What we have done here is we take the material which is one of the hard magnet and the soft magnet, and these two material has to be interfaced in presence of a magnetic field. It's not a simple talk like that both mix and it will work it out. There is some kind of experimentation to be needed to make it of a exchange coupled. So then these two magnets can store the higher, because here by adding the hard magnet you will get a higher coercivity, by making the soft magnet which you can give a higher a strong remnant magnetization, and these two will result, because both are high, you are going to get it in a higher energy product. Next. Next slide. Okay. So these are the processing techniques of the nanocomposites. which here, which blue color which I have shown, it is a soft magnets, and this arrangement, it has to be aligned. And while doing this alignment, you need to make this magnet within the presence of a magnetic field. And once this magnetic field, it has to, this sample has to be in perpendicular direction to the magnetic field, you have to compress it. So then this arrangement, alignment, you will get it. Once after this processing is done, you need to check this with after you have to sinter this magnet after in this presence itself. Again, all this process, it has to be done in the presence of a magnetic field. So since any equipment, simple furnace and all, you can get with a cheaper cost, but when under the presence of a magnetic field and when the heat is also involved, because heat kills the magnetic field. So these are all the practical techniques which makes these complications are quite expensive. So then this magnet which will get it, which we have explained as an exchange spring magnet, and there is a chance for further growth of the material which is not having presently what is the limitations it has it. So here in this work, can you please help in next one? Yeah. So the here we have chosen 2 case studies. I am going to show it with very quickly about the 2 magnets. One is the ceramic magnet, which is having a very high temperature and the large magnetization. So here we have taken the 2 magnets. One is a soft magnet. Yes, next please. That is called the hexaferrate, which are known for the hard magnets, and another one is the spinel ferrates, which are known for its soft magnetic materials. Next please. So this hard magnet which has this structure, and this soft magnet which has this particular generic formula, and these 2 we made it out together, and we just made, these are the practical thing which we have done in our laboratory. So this material, I am not going into the intricacies. At 5 minutes I will just close it out. Yeah, please go ahead. So the importance here is why it's a new strategy is required. This material has a different stacking of out of 24 iron atoms. With this iron atoms, the strength of the magnets, you can just generate it. Next please. Next please. So this hard magnet which we have done it, we in a, yeah, please previous one. We have what we have developed here, which has a higher magnetic field, which is around the transition temperature is around the highest, one of the highest reported ever. It is 792 Kelvin, and the coercivity which has a 20,286 coercivity, that is the hard magnet. Come on, next. And the spinel ferrate which we got it, come on, next further. Which we got the material which is having the 100 EMU per gram, which is the 2 orders higher than the existing state of the materials. This work is applied for the patent, and then this product we gave this results, final results, which was we wanted to tell about that one. This ceramic magnets, which was hardly, it was difficult to reach 8 megagauss hosted energy product, but here we reached the current scenario is 8, but the theoretical value is this limit. We exploited the this is a different one, previous one, 12 megagauss hosted, and another case study is for the intermetallic compounds we have done it. So, but this is the intermetallic compounds, and the synthesis procedures are not simple chemical chemistry, it's a metallurgical routes we had to use it. Yes, please. And here the transition temperature which we got, it is around 840. This is also no rare earth material we have used. This is a simple manganese and aluminum. Please come. In this compound, the beauty of the material is with a small minute composition difference, you have a crystal growth structure changes, and this changes has helped in getting a different anisotrope and different magnets. You can see that one with a 1820, how 5% of a germanium differences, we got the coercivity values from 300 to 900. So this is one of the permanent magnet we have developed in our laboratory. I would just like to end up here. So this is the work is, our aim was to make a economically viable and without using any rare earth materials to develop the materials. Yeah. So I know there's a huge break, but let me just stop. And I thank to the audience, students especially with the hunger since 10 o'clock, they just stayed up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Now we'll have questions from the students. Sir, Dr. Chini sir is going to ask the questions from the session. and the students are going to I think we're gonna give the
Not from my pen, right?
gift for you, and questions are going to be given by Dr. Chinni sir. Chinni Krishna sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, this is one of the wonderful lecture given by the madam. So, in which madam has mentioned the permanent magnet prepared in the early stages, that is around 1940. So, the permanent magnet initially composed of which materials? Madam has mentioned some of the materials. Three materials madam has mentioned in the early stages of permanent magnet is made up of with some materials.
It's alnico, aluminium, nickel and cobalt.
Yeah.
My name, Madhurima. Madhurima.
Yeah. Aluminium, nickel, cobalt. Yeah, next question is very fundamental question. It's instead of the complete lecture, what is the title of madam presentation? Anybody? Anybody has title, madam, title of the madam's presentation? Anybody? What is the title of?
Microscopic and nanoscopic materials. An overview and prospects for nanostructural magnets.
Very good, very good. Very good name. Yeah, please come. Because in the middle we have a maybe disturbances are there, so that's why there is a yeah. So that's why I asked the topic. So anyhow, madam has covered many of the topics, starting from the introduction of the permanent magnets to the rare earth magnets, and also various applications of the magnetic materials and the various properties like hard magnets, soft magnets, and also maybe how the magnetic materials are storage elements. Maybe I expected from the madam. So how, because nowadays the people are using as a magnetic random access memories, MRAMs, magnetic read-only memories also. So maybe I want to know the mechanism of working of magnetic storage materials, madam. Maybe one or two sentence about that I am expecting. So please come on. The winners, please come on to the dais.
So heartfelt congratulations for both of you. Big round of claps.
Okay, sir, very good question you just asked about that, how the magnetic memory, random access memory, it works about it. So when a material, you apply the magnetic field, it has to retain its resistance. So the fundamental properties which you need is that the sample has to be strongly responsive to the magnetic, okay? And the second thing is that the material should be highly resistive. In general, the periodical table, whatever the elements which we are, based upon the fundamentals of the physics concepts, the materials which are magnetic, which are strongly conducting. So you need to, which is the opposite which is required. So the magnetic, you can say insulators. So you need the material should be magnetic. At the same time, it should not pass the current very easily. If it passes the current, then it cannot retain the memory. So it has to have a highest resistance to keep that word. Suppose if it is a, how the recording it happens, if it is in a computer bit, either it works as an up spin and it's a down spin. So both the spins are parallel, it is a 1, and it is opposite, it will give you the 0. So that's how the recording it happens. So if suppose these materials, the natural materials, not man-made materials, if you take about, those materials cannot retain, because as soon as you put the pass the field, the current it goes and it removes it. So there is no scope of a resistance and there is no scope of a memory to retain it. Suppose if a material which is having the insulator, which is artificial, which is a man-made, which we make it out. So when the field applies, it gives in the spins or which is in the direction, and if the material is resistive, it is not in the time of it. Suppose it takes some nearly 2 minutes or 3 minutes to be the resistive, and that resistive time it gives it to record, and again it switches to back to its own division back. So that is called the memory recording device. That is a concept from the magnet, which supposed to be with the insulator. This combination material is a magnetic resonance. I know, sir, within 1 minute, I don't know how these concepts it has to be there, because the memory I need to explain, the how up spin and down spin it has to be. One day, definitely one complete lecture, and within a layman style, we will explain it. Okay, thank you so much.
So it is a wonderful lecture. So even though there is a power problem, so madam has a lot of patience. Maybe other people may shout, but madam very patiently she has cooperated with us. So thank you very much, madam. So sorry for the disturbance also. Technically it is not in our hand. So now we have a break for lunch. So within we'll gather here only at 2:15 after lunch. Okay.
So around, we'll be back around 2:20. We'll try to finish our lunch and we'll be back here. So sorry, the tight schedule is there, but yeah, we'll try to make it. Thank you. Students, please back here. All the students try to get a tokens from the concerned Gopi Kishan, Faculty of Physics. Please get the NSS, NCC, MSc student, get a tokens, lunch tokens. All other delegates, you have a lunch token in your bags. So please get the token from your delegate pass backside. Tokens are placed backside of delegate pass. So please get the tokens. And all the students students you have to get the token from the Gopi Kishan, Mr. Gopi Kishan, Faculty of Physics.
Hello, check. Mic. Hello. Hello, check. Check, check.
Good afternoon to all. So now we will have a session by Professor Murli from University of Hyderabad. And before that, we will have a AV about 2 minutes. AV is there. I request all the
Ladies and
delegates.
gentlemen, esteemed colleague.
I request all the students and all the delegates who are standing outside, please come inside. I request all the delegates who are outside, please come inside. Okay, na? Yeah, yeah, sir. So thank you, Murli. It's really wonderful for accepting for our invitation. Now we will have a 2 minutes AV on you about your achievements. So thank you. So let us give a permission to play it. So yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, and honored guests, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you today. Dr. Murali Banavoth, an accomplished assistant professor at the esteemed University of Hyderabad, HCU. Dr. Banavoth's academic journey is a testament to his unwavering dedication to scientific exploration and innovation. He completed his Master of Science degree at HCU in 2008, laying the groundwork for his future endeavors. Fueled by a passion for cutting-edge research, he pursued further academic pursuits and earned his PhD from the prestigious Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, in 2013.
Following the completion of his doctoral studies, Dr. Banavoth embarked on a transformative postdoctoral stint at the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, KAUST, where he specialized in hybrid solar cells, working within a stringent laboratory safety framework. This experience honed his expertise in the field and instilled in him a commitment to meticulous experimentation and innovation. In 2013, Dr. Banavoth joined the faculty at HCU as an assistant professor, where he has since made significant contributions to both academia and research. His current research focus spans a wide array of topics within the realm of materials science and renewable energy, with a particular emphasis on single crystal perovskite solar cells. Dr. Banavoth's contributions to the academic literature are substantial, with 50 publications in high-impact international journals, a testament to the quality and significance of his research findings. Additionally, he has shared his insights and expertise with audiences worldwide, delivering lectures and seminars at numerous international and national institutions. His dedication to excellence has been recognized with several prestigious awards, including the BRICS Young Scientist Award, the TAS Associate Fellowship, the National Young Research Award, the ICSA Award, and the ISES Award, underscoring his standing as a rising star in the scientific community. As an active member of various professional societies such as the American Chemical Society, ACS, Materials Research Society of India, MRSI, Solar Energy Society of India, SESI, and Semiconductor Society of India, SSI, Dr. Banavoth is deeply engaged in fostering collaboration and advancing the frontiers of scientific knowledge. Today, Dr. Banavoth will be sharing his insights on single crystal perovskite solar cells, a boon, a topic that promises to illuminate the potential of this innovative technology in addressing the global energy challenge. Let's give a warm round of applause to Dr. Murali Banavoth, whose expertise in single crystal perovskite solar cells promises to shed light on this promising technology. Thank you.
Murali to deliver his talk.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? So, how much time I have? Paradalu, how much time do I have? Okay, 30 minutes. I'll wind it up. But I'll make this session more interactive. So, please feel free to interrupt me in between, ask me questions, and we'll open up some avenue for collaboration also during my presentation, if you find so. I think all the things have been covered in the AV. I did not discuss. The only point I want to say here is the collaborations. Today I am standing here because of these collaborations all over the world. Basically, I want to thank Aramco, who has funded me. Is it okay now? This is a jewel city in Egypt. So, a Nobel laureate named Jewel. His first postdoc is Professor Omar Abdul Sabur. I am his first postdoc. So, we have a legacy of people who are working in the photophysics, basically. My master's in chemistry, but PhD physics actually. So, these are the various areas of interest. If you find interesting, you can contact me. I am working on basically the optoelectronic devices. Maybe it's like LEDs, solar cells, photodetectors, and many other photonic materials, of course. And I'll discuss a work that we have done with the world-renowned scientist, Professor Sangil Seok. He is from South Korea, UNIST, and he is the person who has shown the highest efficiency in the world, around 25% in perovskite solar cells. Okay, and when I contacted him, and in the single crystal based solar cells, I am the person who is working in India. We together have collaborated and made one joint project that is on Indo-Korea bilateral project, and a lot of results I will be discussing in the due course. So these are the various components that I have in my laboratory. So if you want to fabricate a device starting from zero, you should be able to fabricate the complete device and test the device. Okay. So some of the laboratories are struggling to fabricate the devices. You can send your students during the summer research, summer internships, and you can get your work done. Most of the students from NIT Warangal, they come to my lab. From IIT Roper, ISET Trivandrum. So many other groups from all over the country, they come to my lab to fabricate devices. So we are always open to help you out with fabricating devices. Okay. And we are having a semi-clean room. Of course, this is a UV filter room. We do have some glove boxes where you can do your all spin coating business. And then there are certain muffle furnaces and couple of furnaces to make some layers which are dedicated layers like electron transporting layers, hole transporting materials. There is a dedicated thermal evaporator only for gold and metal depositions, silver, gold or aluminum, whatever you want to do, you can just keep doing that. And we are having 3 solar simulators, class A, where you can test your devices under standard global conditions, 1.5 solar conditions. And we are also having certain electrical calibration measurements that you can do. Basically in terms of your SCLC mechanism and so on, to understand the device physics. And of course there are some certain UV ozone cleaners where you can clean your devices before you fabricate the devices. So the point I am coming here is not to give you a lot of information, but to make you feel that things are possible at least from your PG level. After you do your PG, postgraduate, you can come and join my lab for a certain period of time, 2-3 months, and then you can explore what are your possibilities, and then you can apply for the PhD positions. I'll not make it more advanced talk, but a basic talk so that you understand, okay? So when I talk about solar energy, what does it come to your mind? You see the silicon solar panels that are hanging on the rooftops, and the global annual energy demand, it is almost in terawatt level, right? So to power this whole world, typically by using these non-conventional source of energies. So these are all non-renewable sources of energies, and they are going to deplete one day. That means your future generations are going to cut short of the energy, right? And for that reason, we have to see always alternatives, like solar energy is one such form of the energy where you can tap the solar energy, and if you are able to tap 0.01% of the solar energy, believe me, you can power the whole world for the complete year. That means if 0.01% is harvested, it's enough to power the world. Such an abundant source of energy is available. So now, suppose if I think about only silicon technology as a viable source of technologies, now you understand how to make a silicon panel. You are making a panel out of the sand, right? Your generation and next generation, they will not see any beach. All the sand in the beach would have been dug by the time. So now, it is our job to find alternate sources, right? So somebody may argue with me saying that, see, if you think about solar energy, not all the solar insolation is in the usable form, right? Some of the solar insolation may be a loss there. If you see the energy budget, at least 50% of the solar insolation is in the usable form. That is sufficient enough to power our country at least. You see a solar constant I mentioned there. What is solar constant? The maximum and minimum of solar insolation on an average day is solar constant. Suppose if I take the solar constant for a whole day and the sum up for all the complete year, that means it is going to add up annual solar constant, right? That is around, in this case it is 2100 kilowatt hour per meter square. That means it is abundantly available. The solar insolation in our country If you see 2100 solar constant is enough to say that solar energy can be a viable source of technology in the future generations. And people have been working in that direction as of now. This is a typical, can you please play this one? A video is there here. Just take the cursor there, you will play it. So what is a solar cell? Basically, you are shining some solar photons, and these photons are been harvested by the absorbing material, and now when these photons are harvested, the material starts to make electron hole pairs, or in other words you can say excitons, and you are trying to separate these excitons or the electron hole pairs to the respective electrodes, thereby you drive some current. So this is a typical example how a solar cell works, right? And in a solar cell, you need to have a metal electrode here, which collects your electrons, which collects your holes. And the layer which is present in between is the solar absorber, okay? Now we will deal more about the solar absorber. Now, as I mentioned you, crystalline silicon solar cell technology is available in our country. Now, silicon being indirect band gap material, the solar constant, the absorption coefficient is very low. That means if the absorption coefficient is very low, you will have to have a lot of material. A thick bulk silicon is required to harvest so much of photons. Now, had it been a case of a direct band gap material, now you are going to cut down your material by say 100-fold. In this case, I am going to use 300 micron thickness of a silicon wafer. The same thing, I should be able to do it with my perovskite or organic solar cell in just 1 micron thickness. So I am cutting down the material usage by 100 times. So that is the reason I am working in this field to replace silicon technology with our perovskite technology. Now, for those who are very new to this solar cells, this is a typical IV curve, electrical current voltage measurement, where you are seeing two rectangles here. This is a green rectangle and blue rectangle. If I take this ratio, I will get the fill factor. The maximum the fill factor will be your maximum your efficiency. A typical curve, okay? Now, what does this perovskite mean? See, perovskite is named after a Russian mineralogist. His name is Perovsky. And this perovskite is generally found in the Ural mountains, okay? And the structure is ABX3. Why this perovskite is more alluring semiconductor or more fascinating, or you can say it has some phenomenal properties. The attributes, if I want to talk about, the attributes can be like its absorption coefficient. You can see the perovskite material have absorption way from the UV region, it is going and it is going up to the visible region and then near IR region. It is covering the whole spectrum of your solar absorption from UV, visible and then IR region. So if I have a metal in this region, that means my photons which are coming in the UV region, in the visible region, in the IR region can be absorbed. So that's why we are working on the perovskites. Now, I'll take an example here. When we started this work in 2014, the first work we want to start on perovskite single crystals. If you want to understand a material completely, you need to have first you need to synthesize a single crystal form of a material, then see what are the attributes of it. Maybe in terms of your absorption coefficients, optoelectron properties, electrical properties, whatever it is. Just check the single crystal form of a material and check all the properties and then correlate with your polycrystalline thin films. When we started this work, there are two papers in Science. Science is the extreme ultimate journal in the literature. So it says, these two papers says that by using anti-solvent technique, there is a difference in the solvent polarities. You should be able to crystallize the crystal and then a crystal can be formed, and in this paper they have demonstrated a crystal forming in at least 5 to 6 days. A reasonably good size crystal forms in 6 days. Now the question arises here is, if I am making a crystal in 6 days, then when would I fabricate my device? It's not viable, right? I should synthesize a crystal the same day, then fabricate the device on the same day and test the device on the same day. Then only it's viable technology. If I am keep on doing it for 6 days, yeah, on my 4th day something may happen, my crystal is gone now. You cannot predict the nature, right? Anything can happen. So this is not a viable, what to say, the synthesis method, and that's why what we thought is, can we redo the synthesis? Can we make our own synthesis? so that the same crystal, without compromising in its optical and optoelectronic properties, you should be able to make it in one day. So here in this case, what we try to do is the same crystal we fabricated in 3 hours, which was supposed to be 6 days. How did we do this? See, all of you know, whenever you take a solution, if you start heating a solution, what happens? Solubility product increases. That means you are making it more soluble, right? More of the solute goes into the solution. Just imagine a situation where I am reversing it. If I heat a solution, if my solubility is going down, then somewhere I should be able to form a nucleation, right? Based on that nucleation, if I tap, then I should be able to grow the single crystal in the solution at that point. So it is known as inverse temperature crystallization, and by using inverse temperature crystallization method, which we term it as ITC technique, and then we were able to grow the same perovskite single crystal, see, in 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, and 3 hours. This is one of the groundbreaking research in the complete perovskite society. For the first time, we are showing it in 3 hours, and then we submit this paper to science. You know very well, science, there are big mafia sitting there. Nobody accepts your paper, because you are going to rewrite the history there. The science they published, and then we are going to replace that science paper with our paper. So there is generally a lot of competition is there, because the Nobel Prize, Nobel laureates sits there. They do not want your paper to be accepted, because you are the first person now, you are replacing them. Then courtesy to Nature publications, we sent to Nature Communication. The Nature was very kind enough to accept our paper as it is, and they put it in a very short period of time. It was placed in the Nature, and now this is the highest cited paper in the complete perovskite society than the science paper. So this is a story that I want to discuss. A simple strategy how you can approach a problem. The problem is simple. We were having a single crystal, but only thing is the time factor. If I am able to decrease the time, then my job is done. Because people should always think in a technology aspect. To commercialize it, you should be very quick. These days, if you sit for months together, it doesn't work, right? So that is the reason. Now, in this case, we have synthesized methylammonium lead bromide, ABX3, where the cation is now, anion is bromine, and we are also making methylammonium lead iodide. These are nothing but organic cation, methyl, inorganic A side and B side cations, and then it is inorganic organic hybrid perovskite. Then the question is, if you are making a crystal in 3 hours, whether your crystal, single crystal, have the same properties of those crystals which are reported earlier. People will question you definitely. You may simply say that, no, we made a crystal and then we are done. No. They will ask you for each and every detail, because you are replacing the technology now. And you see here, all the parameters we have submitted to them, and it says that our crystals are in par with those crystals submitted by the science group. Thus, that technique is known as anti-solvent AVC technique. Our technique is known as inverse temperature crystallization. So, this is our new technique we developed, and this is under international patent now. It is already granted patent. Now, the next question is, if you want to make a device, the main parameter here is thickness of the single crystal. The parameter comes here is diffusion length. If you see my first slide I showed you, whenever the photon is absorbed by the material, it is generating your electrons and holes. How much distance this hole moves forward, or how much distance the electron moves forward before it is getting collected at the electrode, is your diffusion length. That means the electron, while it is traveling to its respective electrode, if it is seeing the hole, it starts to recombine. So that is not in the usable form. It is a recombination loss. My electron should travel from here and reach the respective electrode, then only it will contribute to the current, right? Now, this distance which it is traveling is your diffusion length. The greater the diffusion length, the more probability that this electron or the hole is reaching the electrode is possible. So our job is now what? To make a material where the diffusion lengths are longer enough. Shorter diffusion lengths will lead to recombinations. So longer diffusion length is very important to make our next step device. So for this case, what we have done is, in our first place, we have tried to make a single crystal out of methyl ammonium cation. This is lead, this is bromine. Now just replacing the methyl ammonium by the formamidinium, Fa, just by replacing the organic cation, you can see the lifetime of these materials, which was around 3 micron, went to 20 micron. The diffusion length went to 20 micron. That means you are increasing it by at least 6-fold. Now I am having this window in which I can make a material so that I can fabricate a device in this window and to make the device. Now the next question is, this fellow methyl ammonium lead iodide, it generally crystallizes in tetragonal system. Tetragonal system generally have facets. It is not very flat. If I see this fellow, this is methyl ammonium lead bromide, which is very flat. It is in cubic form. Cubic crystals, you should be able to make it sit on the device, on your platform. But a tetragonal system, it doesn't sit there. It has many facets, right? So it starts to dance. So we have to make this tetragonal system to sit on the flat surface. So we need to engineer our synthesis method. So in this case, what we are trying to do is, while you are synthesizing the material, we are trying to induce some ethylamine into the solution. Ethylamine it generally gives a flat surface. It has a tendency to make flat surfaces. So now our tetragonal system becomes a cubic system, and now this fellow can be used in the devices. If I check the band gap of this material, this methyl ammonium lead bromide, it is 2.7 eV. The optimal band gap where you need to use for your solar cell is 1.4 eV. I try to take this crystal, try to dope bismuth more and more. I am able to move from 2.17 eV band gap to 1.8 eV only. Further doping bismuth more than 10% leads my semiconductor into metallic form. So now the semiconductor property is lost, and what you are seeing is only the metallic form, which is not usable for a solar cell. So for that reason, what you have to do, you have to redo your synthesis in case of methyl ammonium lead iodide. Here in this case it is 1.2 eV, and we are able to make the solar cell out of this tetragonal system. So step by step advancements we have shown how you can make a device starting from zero. So starting from your 3 hours synthesis, then redoing your optoelectronic properties, then grading the thickness, and then the next step is to make a solar cell. Now the solar cell is completely brittle. This methyl ammonium lead bromide or iodide, these crystals are very brittle in nature. The moment you touch it, they break down. So how can you make 1 micron, 2 micron thickness? If you see my previous slide, I told you the diffusion length of this materials is around 3 micron to 20 micron. That means now my thickness of the material should be within this window. So I need to make one synthesis method, again new synthesis you have to develop, where the thickness of these crystals are within 20 micron thicknesses. So in this case, what I am trying to do is trying to grow the single crystals by giving ultrasonic pulse to the system. While the system is in the supersaturated state, I take the solution in a beaker, then I try to induce some ultrasonic pulse to it. Thereby the crystal which is trying to grow in the vertical direction grows in the flat direction. So I am arresting the growth of this crystal in the vertical direction, I am making the growth in the flat direction. So horizontally I should be able to grow the crystal, and then you can see the crystals of the order of few micron, and in this crystal I am trying to take on the device, put it here, put some hole transporting material and electron transporting materials, and then check the efficiency. And this is the first report in the world demonstrating 100% quantum efficiency, and this is the highest cited publication in the world now. In this case, what we are trying to do is take the ITO substrate, make the perovskite layer, and then just put gold onto it. Without using any hole transporting material, you should be able to fabricate a device with a very minimal cost. The first report on the perovskite single crystal solar cells. And we have seen many other advancements, like what is the effect of temperature onto these devices. These devices generally perform well at the temperature of 55 plus or minus 5 degrees. In this case, you see there is a complete reversal of strain. The system is compressive strain here, tensile strain. At this 55, you see it is relaxed. When the system is in the relaxed condition, you get maximum output from the crystal. And we also try to see more of the anisotropic charge transport. You see the effect of this photoresponse in various directions. putting your transistor, the metallic plates are put across the dendritic structures and parallel to it and perpendicular to it, and see there is a complete contrast in the response, photo response. This indicates that there is a completely anisotropic charge transport available in these perovskites, which you can use it in your nanostructure based applications, and this is also published in Nature. And likewise, we have done a lot of studies where you can see whenever the crystal is thrown into the environment, the system starts to degrade with time. Then what happens? After a few days, you see the system is becoming completely rough here. In case of methyl ammonium and in case of formamidinium, this is not becoming rough. So why does this system is becoming rough? This is due to the double charge space layers that are built up in the interface of the system, that is making the system completely rough. And this is the last topic I will discuss here, very important topic. See, we made a single crystal of this perovskite and we left it in the environment, and I can see that the color changes every day. The crystal was completely orange, and after 10 days I see the crystal changed its color into pale yellow. So what is the reason why this crystal changes its color? So this work, what I have done, I have taken the crystal under ultra high vacuum UHV and try to break the crystal in UHV and check what is at the surface and what is in the middle of the crystal. The incipient surface, that is a new surface that is built up at the core of the crystal, shows no signature of oxygen, and the surface of the crystal shows signature of oxygen in the XPS. That indicates that now this crystal, the surface is becoming hydrated. The hydration is responsible for making it very rough, and that is responsible for changing the color of the crystal. Now if I propose this, nobody will take it seriously. It is generally, there is a moisture in the environment, and this generally happens. So we want to show evidence for that. So this work, I have sat on the STM, scanning tunneling microscope, for 3 months to record this image. I was working at least 15 hours a day just to record what is happening inside this crystal. You can see 5 nanometer angstrom range. 5 nanometer I was trying to record the image. If you in the villages, people generally cook their food without using pressure cookers. And on the lid, if you throw some water droplets, what happens? This water droplet starts to dance on the lid. Likewise, I am having that feeling in my mind when I bias the crystal. Bias means I will give some voltage to the crystal, and then I try to probe the crystal, its surface, topography, then I should see the same effect. If the water is a culprit there, water should dance in the crystal also. A common analogy. I was trying to capture that image. You can see this water, when I send very few molecules, they form bright lines. These are the white lines. And if I send more water molecules, they come together and they make magic rings, circles, and they start dancing in the crystal. I try to record this image, and we send to Nature Materials. Nature Materials, again the same story, it happens. They don't want to accept your paper for unknown reasons. And then, but we have to publish it very quickly. So we sent to ACS Energy Materials, Energy Letters, that was very new journal, Prashant Kamath, Professor Prashant Kamath, he was very kind enough to accept our paper in 6 days, put it online. Now this is the highest cited paper in the community. And the impact factor of this ACS Energy Letters already went more than 25. So these are the bold decisions you need to take when your research, you think that your research will speak to the community. Doesn't matter of your impact factor, just send to the new journal, but it will be published. And this has been a cover page, you can see, of this particular journal, how the hydration can affect your crystal properties and how the core part remains intact. The surface becomes polycrystalline in nature, and I was able to show how the polycrystalline nature comes into play. It is coming because the crystal now it is strained enough by this perovskite hydration formation. Once to release the strain, what happens? The system has to form some superstructures. That superstructures are coming out in the form of grain boundaries. So those grain boundaries are what you are seeing here, and this is what the perovskite, the polycrystalline nature formed onto the single crystals. I think I'll stop it here and give time for you to discuss. Okay.
Good afternoon, all of you. So now we have one or two questions from the audience. So to question number one. Question number one, be ready. How much amount of energy burned by the world per year? As per SAR lecture, has given one figure. The world burned energy per year approximately. 13.5 terawatt. Your name, sir? Swami. Congratulations, very good. Second question. Sir has published his articles in highest impact factor journals. Sir has mentioned 3 journal names, high impact journals. So, can anyone mention those names? Journal names. 3 journals. He mentioned 3 high impact journals in science. Anyone mention the names?
Somebody want to share some questions?
Yeah.
Science, Nature and ACS Energy Letters.
Very good. Very congratulations, madam. So one is Science. It's one of the highest journal, first published paper. And second one is Nature. Nature journal. It is also very high impact journal in science sector. And also the latest one is this one. Already it is displayed on the board. So that is Energy Letters. So 3 journals, very high impact journals. So congratulations. And thank you very much, sir. You have delivered an excellent presentation. And from my side, one question, sir. Because the sun is releasing huge amount of energy every day, maybe in every minute also. Now it is summer, so the energy received to the earth is very huge amount. But how much amount of energy is stored by our devices, electronic devices or something? How much amount? Is it some 50% or 90% or some 1% or 2%? How much amount of energy we are able to store now? So maybe.
This generally depends upon the efficiency of the model. Suppose you are having 24% efficient model, that means if you are shining 100 photons onto the device, 24 photons are usable, from remaining are not usable. So the rating depends upon the efficiency of the module. The more efficient, the more is the cost.
Maybe in fractions. How much fraction? 100%?
In the 100%, you should be able to harvest 10% of it.
10%. So that means 90% of energy
is going
waste. So we have huge amount of energy on our own solar system itself. So therefore we can utilize the energy. So there is source of energy is already available. So we can converting into usable energy. So that's only. So if we are converting, so it is sufficient for our generations together. So thank you very much, sir.
She has some question, I think. Yeah, please. We will answer her question.
Yes, sir. I have one question. Have you tried on any flexible substrates? Like,
yes.
So what material you have used?
See, for flexible substrates, you need to use completely inorganic perovskite. Okay. Suppose if I take organic perovskite, they are very brittle, they just breaks down. Suppose in this case, I am using cesium tin halide perovskites for a flexible substrate.
One more question. You said you have changed the crystal system using ethylamine.
Ethylamine.
So exactly, can you tell how it works? Like how it?
See, in general, what happens? We are using methylamine to make this single crystal for methylammonium lead iodide. Now, if I replace 15% of this methylamine by ethylamine generally it forms flat surfaces in 2 dimensions. So this will induce the planarity into the crystal, and thereby no crystal, rather forming tetragonal system, it forms cubic form. So that is the that's what we have studied completely in detail. Defect formation is always there, but then the main point is the optoelectronic band gap. If your band gap is tunable, I think then we can play with the remaining parameters. He has one more question, I think.
Nice presentation, sir. I have small doubt to this. And compared to dye-sensitized solar cells, how much this is efficient and per cost per watt, which one will be more affordable?
See, dye-sensitized solar cells, generally they work in low light also. Suppose if you are putting this light, they generally work. But these systems can be working in the concentrated solar systems. So dye-sensitized definitely they are very economic, but then they are not high efficient. These things are economic as well, they are highly efficient. That means at $0.5, you should get 1 unit power. So that is the rate it will work.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. So winners, please come on to the dais.
Thank you, sir.
Winners, sir, please. Madam, please collect your prize.
Getting all the prizes.
She's only getting all prizes.
No, let us encourage others. This is last.
You got one more, right? Already? Okay. But ask another question, someone maybe student.
It's okay, ma'am. Here, please come and correct. Come. Please, madam, come. Oh no, correct. None, madam. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks.
We are very much interested on this work, sir. So we will visit your laboratory.
Dr. Parvatalu has been collaborating with me, and we have published almost 3 to 4 papers as of now this year.
Thank you, Dr. Murli, for accepting our invitation. Very happy to see you here. Thank you. Let us have a small felicitation.
Thank you. I think keep it every.
Next lecture, announce.
So now we'll have another session. Dr. Rajmohan sir from NIT Warangal. We'll have a small AV. So let us have a AV before his lecture. AV should be support his profile and achievements, brief achievements.
And gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, and honored guests, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you today Professor K.S. Rajmohan K, a distinguished faculty member at the esteemed National Institute of Technology, Warangal. Professor Rajmohan's academic journey is one marked by a deep commitment to excellence and innovation in the field of engineering, particularly in the realm of energy storage and battery technology. He completed his Master of Technology degree from NIT Jamshedpur in 2005, laying the foundation for his future endeavors. Driven by a passion for research and a thirst for knowledge, Professor Rajmohan pursued further academic pursuits and earned his Ph. D. From the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology Madras in 2017. His doctoral research delved into the intricacies of lithium-air batteries, exploring recent advancements and addressing the challenges in this rapidly evolving field. Upon completing his doctoral studies, Professor Raj Mohan joined the faculty at NIT Warangal as an assistant professor, where he has since made significant contributions to both academia and research. His current research focus centers on elucidating the recent advancements and addressing the challenges in lithium-air batteries, a topic of critical importance in the pursuit of sustainable energy solutions. Professor Soundaranjan's contributions to the academic literature are substantial, with 17 publications in high-impact international journals, along with 2 patents to his name. Additionally, he has shared his expertise and insights with audiences worldwide, delivering lectures and seminars at numerous international and national institutions. His dedication to excellence has been recognized with awards such as the MEIRI Project and the Spark Project, underscoring his standing as a leader in his field. As a reviewer for numerous national and international journals, Professor Raj Mohan plays a vital role in shaping the discourse and advancement of battery technology. Today, Professor Raj Mohan will be sharing his insights on recent advancements and challenges in lithium-air batteries, a topic that promises to shed light on the latest developments in energy storage and the potential solutions to overcome existing challenges. Please join me in welcoming Professor Raj Mohan K. Soundaranjan, who will share insights into the recent advancements and challenges encountered in lithium-air batteries. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? Am I audible? Okay, fine. So I thank the organizers and the City College for giving me an opportunity to have a discussion with you. It's always pleasure, as mentioned by the keynote speaker. Post-pandemic, it is very difficult to get participants for any workshops or conference. In past 6 months, we have conducted 3 international conferences. So we know how much effort is required to have conference audience and participants. We have to do from scratch, sending invitations, fixing the speakers, and then getting abstracts, so reviewing it, getting proceedings printed, and physically having the sessions running parallelly, online as well as offline. So kudos to the team and thanks for the opportunity. So as given in the introduction, thanks for the introduction. So I did my PhD from IIT Madras. I prepared some electrocatalysts for solid polymer electrolyte towards wastewater treatment from nuclear power plant. So post that I have worked in UPS Dehradun for 4 years and joined NIT Warangal in 2018. So we are focusing on advanced materials for energy and wastewater treatment applications. So again, as mentioned by the principal or the vice chancellor here, so I am the odd man out. I am not a physics person, but we use the materials, we develop materials and we apply it for some engineering application. As we say that we take it to the society. So that is our role in taking the materials developed by the physicists or chemists and doing the things at a larger scale. As a chemical engineer, we do things we take from test tube to industry scale. So at large scale, we have so many additional parameters needs to be considered, including cost. So that's where we differ from chemists towards a chemical engineer. So to do things at larger scale, same like cooking. So when you prepare noodles for 4-5 people, it is easy to get taste, everything at face. But in the mess, when you are preparing for 1,000 people, it's always difficult to get the quality as well as getting the satisfaction from the students. So that is the challenge as a chemical engineers we do have. So we have to get what we obtain the results at the lab scale too. But the principle remains the same. As we say, the physics and chemists, they form the basis, the whatever principle that is being explained, we are making use of them. Okay, the principle of operation of anything in our chemical industries are derived from mathematicians, chemists and physicists. So to start with, as aligning with this the theme of this conference, we know that with the increase in population and with the increase in demand for energy, and there is we have issues with respect to global warming, with fossil fuels being used, and also the resources of these fossil fuels is depleting. So there is a need for dire need to increase the or look for renewable source of energy such as solar energy, wind energy, tidal energy, or nuclear power plants like that. So whatever is that, we call it as sustainable or renewable or alternative energies technologies. So in all these cases we have one constraint. So what is that? They are not continuously, say for example, if we have a thermal power plant or hydro power plant, we could able to run it continuously, the power generation is continuous. But whereas if you look at these renewable energy sources, if you take solar light, solar energy, only during daytime we have solar energy available, means we can generate energy during that time, but during night we don't have. Similarly, wind energy depends upon the wind velocity, all that. So we have constraints, even though we consider them as sustainable energy technologies, we have certain limitations with respect to them. So that is where we need to have, because when you are generating energy, we have to store those energy to deliver it during when it is required. For example, whatever sustainable energy technologies that we are discussing about, they are like in addition to your regular energy, or you can say that when you are producing that energy, you have to store it and then you have to deliver it when you have demand is there. For example, if you take fuel cell, you produce the energy from other sources, you produce electricity from other sources, we make use of electricity to produce hydrogen and oxygen and we store it. And when there is the production from that part is not possible, during that time we use this hydrogen and oxygen into a fuel cell, we supply and we produce electrical energy, then we supply to the customers. So that is the thing. It can be like storing the energy, fuel cell plays a role. So it's that is one of the most sustainable or greener technologies for energy production. Okay. So here that problem here is we have to address this intermittency issue. That is where the energy storage devices is coming into picture. Energy storage devices, or that is the general name we call it, but in general that batteries. So we talk about batteries or supercapacitors. Battery is one battery technology or battery energy storage system, or the devices which are used to store the energy that is produced from solar energy or wind energy kind of thing. So, but the thing is, so we need to make use of this type of energy storage devices needs to be integrated into the alternative energy sources like solar energy, wind energy, or tidal energy kind of thing. Okay, so this system needs to be integrated with renewable energy power systems. So large scale utility system also, this needs to be connected with the grid system because it needs to be supplied to the people. So that integration of sustainable energy technologies to the actual electric lines. So we in between there is a need to have energy storage devices. Okay. So that is where we have problems and whatever technologies that we are going to discuss that. So with respect to India, as mentioned by the keynote speakers also, we want to get rid of the dollar-based economy, or we can say crude oil-based economy, towards green hydrogen-based economy. So we want to shift away from fossil fuel-based economy to, because our petrol price or LPG gas cylinder price during election, you might be having all the advertisements coming in picture. So what we say, this price is proportional to crude oil price, right? So that's what government or the oil companies say. So when the crude oil in dollars per barrel is increasing, the petrol price will increase, but the crude oil price decreases, we are supposed to decrease the price of the petrol or diesel, but we hold it there. So that is where the problem faced by the people. So when because it is supposed to say that the petrol prices, the gasoline prices are directly proportional or based on the crude oil price, because the crude oil price can go up to $120 or it can go down up to $40. Currently, whatever is the price, our price is proportionally supposed to change. That is the policy which was made by the government. So we want to also, the payment that we make for these crude oils are based on the US dollar. So we are not paying in terms of rupees. So that is also one more concern. With all this background, government wants to promote sustainable energy technologies, or we want to move towards blue hydrogen or green hydrogen technologies, so that our dependency on fossil fuel will get reduced, so that we can become more sustainable Bharat or sustainable country. So that is one of the objective we have. Okay. So even India has made a lot of such initiatives for implementing of all these alternative energy solutions on the national scale. So a lot of projects are being funded if you apply in terms of biohydrogen production or blue hydrogen production kind of thing. So the government promotes all these type of research, so that we have our own R&D developments, or all the society gets benefited out of it. So with government promoting sustainable energy technologies like fuel cell technologies or solar energy technology, all because government now gives even subsidies. If you install for 2 lakh rupees, you have to just pay 70,000 rupees. Remaining 1.4 is coming as a loan or in the form of subsidy. So government is promoting every individual houses, just like we are following Japan. So their government gives subsidy if you are installing solar energy at your home. So that is way here also our government also recently they have started the policy that if you are going for solar panel installations at your home, only 70,000 rupees you have to spend, remaining will be spent by the government in the form of subsidy. So that kind of schemes, policies by the government also favoring all this type of thing. But whenever you are installing solar energy, it means that additionally you have to install a battery. For example, even to install inverter at your home, because summer has come, power cuts will increase. So we say that you call a person for inverter, but what he is doing, one small equipment he brings, and in addition to it, he is fixing a battery to it. So essentially, we are using a battery whenever we are talking about storing, or even UPS, what you call it as UPS or inverter at large scale. UPS is for small scale computer, we call UPS, but home we call it as inverter batteries. So their battery is coming into pictures to store the energy during power cut, it will release the energy. So there comes the role of batteries. So our batteries demand is, because when you are trying to move away from fossil fuel based economy towards sustainable technologies based or hydrogen based economy, so automatically there is going to be a surge for batteries. And looking at battery, it's a electrochemistry came into picture 17th century, 18th century onwards. Galvanic cell have come into picture. Now different type of batteries are there. What is the problem associated with those battery? Why physics or chemist or chemical engineer we need to work, because it is an interdisciplinary area. Battery materials or development of battery or development of energy storage devices is a interdisciplinary research area. So all of us have to collectively contribute to make materials which can be more sustainable than what is existing right now. So that with that objective only we have to look into all these discussions. Okay. So even if you look at the reports by the government, so it is supposed to increase 80 times more amount of batteries required for by 2040. So whatever is the current consumption of batteries, the demand is going to increase 80-fold, 80 times more. Okay, so that much more. Then where come manufacturers are there? Battery manufacturers. Somebody was pointing out that it's unfortunate in India we are not able to make batteries for the batteries at commercial level. So all the batteries are being imported, kind of thing they are reporting, right? So that needs to be addressed. So to start with, just because students are there from different diverse areas, to start with in 8th standard onwards, we might have studied what is electrochemistry. We know that battery is an electrochemical device. When you say an electrochemical device, it will consist of anode, cathode and electrolyte. When you connect two dissimilar metals through external circuit, or in between you have a salt bridge, we are going to have flow of electrons through it. That is an EMF generation will be there. So that is the basics of this battery, any cell. Battery comes from the name cell. One unit, it is cell. When you have multiple units, it gets the name battery. So battery got its name because it looks like a military personnel standing in large number at the borders of the country. So that it came from military name. Battery refers to in a series people are arranged. So similar to that electrochemical, if it is one, we cannot call it battery. It is a electrochemical cell. That's why in watch we say cell needs to be changed. We don't say battery needs to be changed. So in watch we call it cell because there is one unit of cell is there. When you have more than one unit, it is battery. So that is the difference between cell and battery. So this is electrochemical cell essentially consists of anode, cathode, electrolyte and one external circuit. So based on two different metal, and we have a EMF series or galvanic series. So based on that, based on what two materials, because we take hydrogen as the reference metal. So you have positive electrodes or negative electrodes. When you choose two different metals, we are going to have a cell of electrochemical cell because the difference in potential in volt, it cannot be absolutely measured. Relatively only we can measure. So what we have different based on any two metal you take, you are going to get a battery composition. So based on what two material in the table you have chosen, the difference in the potential gives us the what is the cell EMF, what is the voltage we can obtain out of that one. Okay, so Nernst equation gives the relationship, so that basics are there. So with that basics, we know that to start with, galvanic cell is the general name for typical battery material, and that Daniel cell is one particular metal as anode, one particular metal as cathode. It is called as Daniel cell. So that is the basic chemistry behind these galvanic cells, all these things. To understand it better, as I said, we have a galvanic series or electrochemical series. So how to remember, there is a reaction taking place at anode and we have a reaction taking place at cathode. What is the reaction? Oxidation takes place at the anode. At the cathode, we have reduction taking place. We have an overall reaction taking place when you combine. So the overall reaction is stoichiometrically balanced. Okay. So what is the so to remember it, we can say red cat versus anox. Anox is on bull. Okay. So oxidation will take place at the anode. Cathode, you have reduction taking place. So this is, for example, this is a list of metal. You can take any two metal, as I said. For example, if you take magnesium as one metal and copper as one metal, so these two metals can be chosen. So like you can choose silver and aluminum, you can choose copper and zinc. So any two metal can be taken. Accordingly, we are going to have one particular voltage that we are going to get based on the order. Okay, and Nernst equation will give us the this thing. So and batteries can be divided into two types. One is primary batteries and secondary batteries. What is primary battery? Use and throw batteries. In earlier days, once for example, this type of remotes, we still use primary batteries. So once we use like TV remotes or whatever toys there, earlier days we only had primary batteries. So one time you will use, once the chemical content present in it is consumed, you have to throw it. That is called primary battery. Coming to secondary batteries, what is secondary battery? We can use nowadays what your mobile phone, what we are having is a rechargeable battery is called as secondary battery. So primary battery is principally one time use and throw battery, whereas secondary batteries are rechargeable batteries. So that where the primary versus secondary came into picture. So primary had its advantage, cost is less, but it has to be thrown out after one use, whereas secondary battery, it is costly initially, but it can be 100 cycles we can charge, recharge, 100 cycles, 1000 cycles we will able to reuse it. So that is the difference. So we are waste production with respect to environmental point of view. When you are buying a secondary battery, you are not throwing out battery like a TV remotes every 3 months, 6 months we are throwing out a battery. Whereas in mobile phone we have 3 years we are able to use one battery. That is the difference between a primary battery and secondary battery. Okay. So we have primary battery versus secondary battery. And coming to the secondary batteries, majorly past 100 years, lead acid batteries have been used. Even now, you go back to your home and open your inverter and see what battery is present. It is based on lead acid battery. PB will be written on it. Problem with the lead acid battery, it is a very good battery. Remember, it is in the market for several years. The problem associated with the lead acid battery is, it is a toxic material. So after using, when you are throwing lead into them, remember lead gets into soil or get into water, it is going to cause health effects, health problem as well as environmental problem also is caused. So that is the reason lead acid was, even though it is in the market, it needs to be replaced. So nowadays, whoever is making batteries for electric vehicles or portable devices or for transportation purpose or stationary purpose or whatever is the scale of application, we have been using, we are not using because it is discouraged to use. Remember before that primary battery as well, mercury based batteries were there. Nowadays mercury based batteries were removed because it is a heavy metal and pollution it causes or health concern it causes were more. So nowadays we don't use mercury batteries in primary batteries. So we are using other batteries now. Similar to that, here also in secondary batteries we have been using a lead acid battery in the market for it is currently in the market still. Newly we are whatever new metal batteries or nickel metal hydride batteries are reported and lithium ion batteries are there. So out of these three batteries, lithium ion batteries is having more energy density and power density. So that is why it is going to lead the electrochemical market. So however, there are problems associated with also, which we'll discuss in this talk. So before getting into all this, because when you compare the things in either it is marriage market or job market, when you talk about placement, first question we ask is, what is the first question we ask our students once they come and give sweets? What is your package? What is your LPA? How much lakhs per annum you are getting? So that is one parameter. What parameter based on which we are assessing the things is important. So I will define two terms here. Two terms are used to compare the performance of different batteries. One is energy density, another one is power density. So if you look at energy density, it is like how much watt hour, how much watts hour per kg, per unit mass, how much, it's like specific, like density, mass density, how much kg per unit volume you are having. So like that, or specific surface area, that is more relevant term to us, right? Specific surface area is per unit mass or per unit area, meter square, how much, so meter square per gram or whatever unit we are going to get, that can be the specific area, meter square per gram. So similar to that, in batteries we call, because you order any battery, any mobile phone in Amazon, you are going to see the parameter, one of the parameters, what is the battery energy density, because 3000 watts hour, because even though mobile model, all features are same, based on the battery, your battery cost will be, your mobile phone cost will change 4000 per change, because 2000 mAh or whether 4000 mAh, because it will give long service. One charge, you are able to use for 3 days. That promote, right? So that is one term we use, energy density. And so higher the energy density, it means that it can have a long usage time. So long time, say like my mobile phone, I can, once I charge Apple phones, if you charge once, it will come for longer period. So like that, so energy density higher means we are able to use it for long usage, longer period. Lower the value means it is only can operate for small period of time. Okay, so that is one term called energy density. Another one is called power density. This is simply watts per kg or watts per, it can be per unit mass or per unit volume. So based on these two, we are going to compare the performance of different batteries. So these two terms, because this higher the, what is the high? Yeah. So I am just going to compare what does it mean, energy density versus power density. The higher the value means energy density is high means high run time. Similarly, power density is high means it will give for short period of time, it will give more power. So that is the term of power density is referring to us. Okay, so when you say energy density, operating time is more. Power density within short period, it's like you want to start the pulsar, you want to start your bike. So we don't need the battery to give power for longer period, but with the moment when I switch on the car or by two-wheelers, it instantly it has to give more power, so that after that fuel will able to run the engine. Okay, so that is the thing. So these two terms are important when we discuss these things. So if we compare the three batteries that are being used in the rechargeable battery areas in terms of energy density and power density, lead acid battery, as I said, it is in the market for 100 years, people are being using, but its energy density is very low. But lithium ion battery is being used in current all portable devices, all this, because it is going to have a energy density more than this. You can see 55 times higher than your lead acid battery. That is the reason lithium ion batteries is being used in areas. Okay, so coming towards now, lithium ion battery also we have a problem. What is that problem we are going to discuss, but what we are now newly, it's like infant stage, new battery technology is being utilized, that is called lithium air battery, or in other terms it is lithium oxygen battery. So what is the thing we are going to discuss, but what is the benefit, why we have to, because we are seeing this is already for 100 years, it has already reached the market, it is at peak right now, then why you are want to present a topic like lithium air battery, what is the scope, all that? It is because theoretically the energy density is possible to achieve several times. You can see that even in the higher end to lower end, it is 10 times higher. Okay, so that much energy density is possible. That means once you fix the battery, without charging you can use it for 1 week or 1 month. That is where we are going to have this battery, but practically have we achieved it or not, we are going to discuss. Okay, so because theoretically on basis we have able to see that we have high energy density and more power density, everything is there. So in future it can be used in all electric vehicles, even in power grid we can able to use this battery. Excuse me, sleep mode. So this lithium ion battery, what is, because without saying what is lithium ion, it is an extended version of lithium air battery, is an extended version of lithium ion battery, because first the lithium ion battery is developed and we could see the lithium ion battery is able to replace the market of lead acid battery. So first we are going to see what is a lithium ion battery, then I will say how, what is the modification is done to achieve the lithium air batteries. When I say lithium air battery, what is lithium air battery is, here in lithium ion battery we have a anode material and we have a cathode material. Okay, but in case of lithium air batteries, we are not going to have a cathode material made up of lithium, because in lithium ion battery both side you are having lithium containing material as anode and cathode, and you have an electrolyte which will selectively allow the lithium ions to flow through it. Okay. So lithium ion batteries, we are going to see in any battery or any electrochemical or fuel cells, as I said, it essentially consists of 3 major components: anode, cathode and electrolyte. So what is the role of electrolyte? It is like a security guard at the main gate of our campus. What he is supposed to do? You should only allow, you should verify the ID card and you should only allow the students to pass through the campus, come into the campus. You should not allow any trespassers to enter into the campus. So similar to that, in any electrolyte, the required characteristics of electrolyte in fuel cell or this battery is that it should able to selectively allow the ions to pass through it. It can be cation or it can be anion. In this, particularly in this case, lithium ion batteries, it has to only allow the lithium ions to flow across it. So it should not allow the other components or other byproducts or products formed at the anode and the cathode to pass through it. Okay, so that is the role of a electrolyte. It can be a liquid electrolyte, aqueous electrolyte, or it can be a polymer Nafion membrane type non-aqueous electrolyte also possible, or we can even have a hybrid electrolytes, which is where the polymer is incorporated with some nanomaterials or some metal oxides into it. So there are different type of electrolytes which are possible to have. Okay, is it okay? Please check that one. Okay, so when we talk about these lithium ion batteries, lithium ion, so we have a lithium metal or lithium containing metal oxides is being at the anode. So what happens is this lithium plus ions will pass through the electrolyte and reach the cathode surface, and when a lithium becomes lithium plus ions, electrons will be there which will go through the external circuit. So through the electrolyte, these lithium ions will be going inside. So this lithium ion plus the electrons, okay, so that all will combine to form some component, lithium peroxide kind of products, so that some product is formed at the cathode. So that is how during charging this is what happens. When you do recharging, this lithium ion reverse happens. So from cathode side you have the electron going back to this side, and through the electrolyte your lithium ions passes from cathode side to the anode side. So again it is like getting back to original state. Okay, so that way this forward reaction, because when you say rechargeable battery, during charging one thing happens, during recharging, the reverse of it happens. But in primary batteries, whatever is the reaction taking place, that's all. There is no reversible of the reaction taking place in the primary batteries. Whereas in reversible batteries, during charging and recharging, the opposite, the reverse reactions take place. Okay. So that is what happens in lithium-ion battery. Similarly, in lithium-ion battery, we use all these, I think presentations were there, all were relevant. Remember why I am trying to bring in this topic in this conference is, whatever is the material that we are preparing, either it can be used as the anode material or as cathode material in this alternative battery to this lithium-ion battery. Because we need, when I talk about lithium-air batteries, it's not that we know what constitutes of a air. Air is constituted by, what is that majority in the air? Nitrogen. So we have nitrogen, we have oxygen, right? So these are the major components. Apart from that, we have CO2, other all toxic gases also present, right? So when nitrogen and oxygen is present, when I say air, I am using as the electrode. Here anode is same lithium. Okay, in cathode side, I am going to make use of the air as the cathode. When I say air as the cathode, it's not the nitrogen present in the air. When I say air as the cathode, oxygen present in the air is what I am going to make use as the cathode material. So for oxygen to get reacted, we need just a supporting surface. When I say I just need a supporting surface, I need a more specific surface area, right? So the component, the material which can give me more specific surface area is enough for me to use as a cathode. That is where this carbon-based material, all allotrope forms of carbon can be utilized as the material. So when you are preparing material with the based on carbon, because nowadays we prepare carbon materials from biomass sources. So more sustainable materials, green materials we call, right? So when you develop such materials, they have the potential. Once you make that materials, if you have more specific surface area, the BET surface area or whatever way you calculate, so that can be utilized as the cathode. Potentially they are a cathode material for lithium-air batteries. So whatever you have developed, so that needs to be, can be used as the cathode material in lithium-air batteries. So that is where either you can use carbon nanotubes, simply activated carbon, then carbon nanotube, because we have 2D materials, 1D material, carbon dots, everything coming into picture. Nowadays we are working, my student working on graphene nano sheets. We prepare some modified graphene, tailored graphene nano sheets incorporated with some metals. So we are applying it for water splitting reaction, like the photocatalytic applications. It has the potential. Similar to that, graphites can be utilized as the cathode material in lithium-air batteries. So why this pyramid? Hopefully it should not change. So if you look at the pyramid, can you change the setting here, display setting? Excuse me. This display setting you change to light. Change it? No, that will clear. So this pyramid will show you, make it slideshow, try to make it. Yeah. Yeah. So this is a pyramid of energy density. We have seen what is energy density. What does it mean if you have high energy density? If you have high energy density, it means that long usage time, right? So if you look at where is the lead acid battery, so here we are having the lead acid battery which is having some 171 watts hour per kg. Then as I said, there is lithium nickel metal hydrides which can be used as a battery. We have lithium ion battery which is having highest now currently in the market, 384. Then we have sodium batteries, zinc batteries, lithium sulfur batteries, hydrogen oxygen batteries, and then lithium air battery. You can see at the top of, it's like cherry on the cake, we are having the battery material with the highest energy density, which is theoretically around 11,140 watts hour per kg. So this is the highest material. So when you have this combination of lithium versus air as the combination, as the anode cathode material for batteries, we are theoretically, it is around 11,000. Where is 300 for lithium ion battery? LIB refers to lithium ion battery, LAB, lithium air battery. So LIB versus LAB, how much difference you see? It is around 400, it is around 12,000. Where is 400, where is 12,000? So that is the potential. By changing lithium ion battery, we are moving away from lithium ion battery to lithium air batteries. So that thing is, it is a potential. So when as I said, I already explained, what we are doing in that battery. So if you compare this LIB versus LAB, what is their high energy density? We are going to have more energy density when we move away from lithium ion batteries to lead acid battery. We have, but however lithium ion battery is lightweight, it is relatively higher and larger in size. So that is where if you want it is more weight mean in transport vehicles or where portable devices, it will become heavy when we move towards the lithium ion battery. So EV vehicles, okay, you are not going to carry the battery on your shoulder, vehicle will take care. Similarly, EV applications, transport sectors or stationary alternative energy power systems. So this lithium ion battery definitely have more potential. Okay. Also, when you look at the lithium lead, okay, when you look at these lithium ion batteries versus lead acid battery, lead acid, I already told, lead is more toxic than lithium, so that's why we have moved away from that battery, right? So that all that done. So lithium ion batteries have come into market. I'll skip the lithium ion component now. So this, as I said, the reactions that takes place during operation of lithium ion battery is, you are going to have some anode, you are going to have lithium becoming lithium ions plus electron, it should be superscript. So lithium will go through the electrolyte towards the cathode, this electron will go through the external circuit. So opposite side, this lithium plus lithium ion plus electron plus the lithium metal oxide, which is used as the cathode material in the lithium ion battery, will combine to form this lithium cobalt oxide, all these things. So this in the reverse will happen when you are recharging. When discharging, forward reaction, when we recharge, the reverse of the reaction will take place. That's how this lithium ion battery works, which I already discussed. So different material, as I said, there are different materials which are being used as the cathode material. So that's where you can try whatever material you are developing. It is coming into picture as a battery material. Potential for anode or cathode, we can just cross verify. So if you look at major material which are used as the cathode for lithium ion batteries are LCO, lithium cobalt oxide, lithium iron phosphate oxide, lithium manganese oxide, lithium nickel manganese cobalt oxides, like that various combinations are there. Each one have their own advantage and disadvantage. So the different materials are there, but if you look at the top 3 materials which are used as the cathode material in lithium ion batteries are, you have NMC, lithium nickel manganese cobalt oxide. So based on the anode cathode, I said that cell potential depends upon it. So we have maximum potential of 4 voltage is achievable with NMC, whereas if you look at NCA, lithium nickel cobalt aluminum oxide, we can able to get 3.6 to 4 volt, whereas lithium iron phosphate, we can get a cell voltage of 3 voltage. So that way, so these are the batteries which are in the market now. Okay, so similarly anode material, if you look for lithium ion batteries, intercalation based batteries, alloy based batteries, conversion based batteries, metal organic frameworks. So these are all materials have the potential to be used as the anode materials. So we know that, I think from morning many people have discussed about these materials. So we have carbon based materials, intercalation type. As I said, graphene can be used, we can use carbon nanotubes can be utilized, and you can use even silicon based materials, or you can use alloy based materials, or you can use tin, aluminum, antimony, and nowadays we use these transition metal oxide based materials. So different materials, even metal organic frameworks, so all can be utilized. Okay, so that is where this lithium ion battery is in the market. Okay. Yeah. So what is the problem with lithium ion battery is, there is a, remember the availability index, when we say that it is around 35 is the abundancy. When you are looking, because we have seen 80 times more demand for battery is coming into picture. Now we are making lithium ion battery. How much lithium research do we have in this world, right? So it is because when you look at the rank, most abundant material, if you look at nickel, or if you look at sodium based battery, they are alternative to lithium ion battery, their level rank is in single digit, 5th most available, 8th most available material. But if you look at lithium, its rank is around 25 or 35, 25 to 35, its rank is very high. So that means that to meet the demand, we don't have that much lithium reserves. So we cannot have both anode as well as cathode as a lithium based material. So what we do is, we focus only for anode, we use lithium, For cathode, we are not using lithium based material. So thereby we reduce the dependency on lithium. That is where we prefer these lithium air batteries, where air is the electrode. That means oxygen is the electrode. We need only some supporting material like graphene oxide, or we can use activated carbon kind of material as the support to facilitate the reaction. It's like a park bench which has to only facilitate to people to sit together and have discussion, right? So that is the role of the catalyst. We don't need a lithium based cathode material in this lithium air battery. That is the advantage we are having with this lithium air battery, LAB. LIB refers to lithium ion batteries. Here LAB refers to lithium air batteries. Okay, so we are using this because this is the abundancy level. You can see. So this is lithium air battery was first reported in 1976. I will skip some certain theory parts. So there are 4 types of lithium air batteries. Okay, based on the electrolyte itself, we have different type of electrolyte is used in this lithium air battery. One is aqueous electrolytic type, and we have non-aqueous electrolytic type, hybrid electrolytic type, solid state electrolytic type. So these are the 4 different materials we use. So as the name indicates, electrolyte can be a liquid, or electrolyte can be a polymer membrane, or it can be a hybrid material like polymer composites. So based on that, we have classification of lithium air batteries. Okay. So why we are moving away from lithium ion batteries to lithium air battery? Remember, the battery that if you want to use it in electric vehicles or 4-wheelers kind of transport vehicles, the standard minimum 10 kilometer range, say for example you have a vehicle, once you fill your complete tank in your vehicle, bike, how much kilometer you can travel. In your car, if you fill complete tank, how much kilometer you should travel. So that standard needs to be achieved. We want to have at least 300 miles or we want to have some 400 kilometers range per, once it is 100% charged, I need my car to travel up to 400 kilometers without stopping in between. So that is the standard we want to achieve in terms of battery in our electric vehicles. Okay, so that is the expectation, but we are able to achieve only 200 to 250 kilometers. So only with we can see the energy density that is possible with lithium air battery. We have seen it is at the peak of the prism. Let us lithium ion battery in the middle with 400. It is possible to achieve 11,000. Okay, practically we are not achieved, but theoretically it is possible to achieve. So if you are able to make a proper system of lithium air batteries with the proper anode material, cathode material and electrolyte, all this setup, we will be able to achieve this. Currently we are lithium ion battery is able to give only 160 kilometers. Okay, so if in future if you are able to achieve lithium air battery, it will be able to give us 550 kilometers. So once we are able to develop a lithium air battery practically into commercial stage, remember demonstration stage it has been achieved. Okay, but if you are able to make commercial level, one time you charge the battery, you will be able to travel 550 kilometers with lithium air batteries, which is more than the standards specified by the electric vehicle standards. Okay, so that's what with this slide we want to convey. So how this battery works is, you have lithium air cell. So we, as I said, air, we are not concerned about nitrogen present in the air. So the oxygen present in the air will undergo the reaction. So this oxygen will react with positively charged lithium ions, because as I said, anode is same. Anode material what we have seen in lithium ion battery, that only we are going to use. So when this lithium ion goes to the electrolyte to the cathode surface, oxygen from the air plus lithium ion which has reached through the electrolyte to the cathode surface, plus the electron which has reached there through external circuit. That EMF is electron moving across the external circuit, right? So that these three together will react to form lithium peroxide, lithium Li2O2, thereby we generate energy. So that is the thing which is happening in case of lithium air battery. This is the function of a lithium air battery. Now looking at the one problem that we face is, we have seen that the product that is formed in the, now we are getting into research part of this one. So no more concepts here about research part. So what is happening is lithium peroxide is formed. Okay, but I think as a physics or a material scientist, we feel very happy when we are able to go through SEM analysis and we see that we have formed a flower shape, copper spherical shape, right? So whatever nanospheres or whatever hair-like structures, we feel very happy, right? So even that is called as dendrites. Dendrite shape is achieved. Wow, I got some nice material. Because please verify another time. Are you able to get the same or not? Is different. Okay, but thing is, we feel happy when you are able to get such type of structures, because it will have more specific surface area per unit, more surface area per unit mass, right? So, but in this case, this lithium peroxide at the cathode surface or anode surface, it's not developed as a uniform coating, but it rather develops as a dendrite. Dendrite in the sense it is like a needle shape it coming. But in between you are having membrane. What will happen to the membrane if something like a knife is piercing through it? It will cut out the membrane, right? So that is the problem that we are facing with these lithium air batteries. So that is where the role of our material scientists or people working with the materials, anode, cathode material, or what modification we can do to arrest this dendrite formation is the research problem in front of us. So we have to modify the composition of the anode or the composition of the cathode material, or we have to work on the electrolyte. If it is aqueous electrolyte, can we add some inhibitors or some foreign material into it, so that this dendrite structure formation, because it is affecting, even though we have seen lithium air battery can travel up to 550 km, cycle life can be increased, but this type of dendrite structure formation will kill the battery, because short circuiting will happen once the membrane is cut, right? So that's what happens. That is the research problem we have. So what can be done? Can we incorporate some materials into the anode, cathode, or the electrolyte to arrest this dendrite formation is the research problem in front of us, which we can take up to solve. Because as I said, this is only at the infant stage. This lithium air battery only at the infant stage of this technology development. So a lot of research needs to be done. Government has to provide funding. We have to work. We have to make a PhD scholars. All these people work on this area. So that's what we can do with respect to this. Okay. So how much time left, sir? Yeah, I will sum up because a lot of concepts are there. I will simply skip. One case study I am taking. One of the researcher from Cambridge University, what they have done is, because what is the problem here we have seen? Lithium peroxide formation, Li2O2 formation at the cathode surface is the problem. What is the problem? Dendrite structure is forming. It is affecting the membranes, right? So what these researchers have done is, what if we don't allow this lithium peroxide to form, rather it gets converted into some other. So that is one research problem they have identified. So what they have done is, they mixed something. Oh my goodness. So what they have added is, standard electrolyte mixture, they added lithium iodide as the additive. This is where we have the role to play. So they added lithium iodide into the system. So once we add this lithium iodide into the system, what happens is, as I said earlier, simply product formed is Li2O2, which is arresting the problem, which is not allowing the battery to perform. But rather, remember, whatever is a byproduct form, it has to detach from its surface and get into the solution. So that is the thing, expected thing. That is the desired property, right? Somebody joined the college, we expect him to graduate within 3 years or 2 years. We don't want him to stay back here 7 years studying the same course, right? That is what happens with this lithium peroxide. It is attached, the product is formed, but it is sticking to it and forming the dendrite. Rather, it has to get detached from the surface so that we have no problem, because the durability issue is addressed. So that is what these researchers have done. Once they have added this, lithium iodide as the additive, what they have done is, instead of lithium peroxide formation, the product formed is lithium hydroxide. So this lithium hydroxide, in comparison to lithium peroxide, it is more greener. That means it gets detached from the surface easily and does not allow the lithium peroxide to form. So that way we are able to facilitate. So that is why this adding lithium iodide into the system has helped to address the problem of lithium peroxide. So like that we can take up there are several changes. Remember, we have a desired characteristics for okay. So for example, if you want to choose a ideal cathode catalyst, what are the desired characteristics we have? So it should have high conductivity, it should have low reactivity. Okay, so that is the desired characteristics for an cathode material. And if you look at anode material, we want to have high theoretical specific capacity, we want to have more cyclability. Cyclability is how many times I can charge, recharge and use it. So number of cycles we can do charging and recharging, and durability problem. So these are the some of the desired characteristics for anode material, cathode material, all that. And there are certain problem when you talk about when you move away from lithium ion battery to lithium air battery. When we have air contains moisture, correct? So when you have lithium ion battery, you didn't face the problem of what is the humidity present in the air. In the humidity doesn't come into picture, but when the moment we talk about air, humidity comes into picture. CO2 present in it comes into picture. So there are certain other problems which will rise when you move away from lithium ion batteries to lithium air batteries. So that because we are using air is coming into the system. That means moisture present in it is coming into the system. So they also will tend to react with the system. So that way we want to make more compatible system of anode, cathode, electrolytes, separators, everything. Okay. So that is what to be done. So there are certain problems which needs to be addressed is low, because as I said, theoretically even though we are able to have 12,000 is the value, but practically we have not achieved it. So that practically how much we can achieve is the challenge right now, and also round trip efficiency needs to be increased, cycle life has to be increased. So these are the challenges and future perspectives for this type of batteries and this. So I would like to conclude by saying that so these lithium air batteries have the potential to be utilized in electric vehicles because it can give us the required minimum standard kilometer or mileage, the miles we can travel with one charge. That is one point. So second point is, as I said, it is having a super high energy density which is around 11,140. Okay. So then this any lithium air battery will contain lithium anode, air electrode, and then we have a separator soaked in lithium ion conducting electrolyte. So it has been shown that energy storage capacity and power capability of lithium air batteries is strongly mainly depends upon the air electrode that we are able to devise. So the more work is done towards air electrode, making an air electrode, so that will solve the problem, because lithium one side it is well established, lithium ion battery is there in the market level. Okay, so that is the thing. So there is undoubtedly there is a scope for more research and more contribution of lithium air battery material scientists to this society. Thank you so much for the opportunity and for your passion listening.
Thank you, sir. It was really wonderful. Now we'll have a questions. Yes, I request. Yeah, any question from audience, please? Yes, sir. I have a question.
Yeah, good afternoon. So my question is, your cathode side you are using oxygen, right? So from cathode side you are using oxygen, right? So from air. So how you are extracting oxygen from there? You have a number of components there. Can you explain that thing?
Okay, I'll make it very simple. We have ladies hostel in our campus. Boys and girls are together in campus. They can roam around till certain time. When it comes to reporting back to the hostel, how they are ensuring, we are ensuring they are getting into the hostel.
Yeah, that's okay. But
yeah, I'm coming to the point. It is simple. Remember, air. It's not that they are chemically, nitrogen and oxygen. They are not chemically bonded in the air, right? The moment I want oxygen in my system, what we do? I think air purging you might be doing, nitrogen purging when we want to do. How we do? We have a nitrogen cylinder. We purge it into the solution. Nitrogen get dissolved into that. I think if you are from background with what is diffusion, it is simple diffusion phenomena which is involved here, right? Only thing, you have a very good link to question, that is more important. The mass transfer of oxygen is important here. So when I say you have to make a good air electrode, I mean to say that that the electrode should facilitate oxygen to readily adsorb to the surface. It should selectively adsorb the oxygen to the surface. I think your question is that, in fact, right?
Thank you.
Very good. So the thing is, not that nitrogen or something other material present in the air should get adsorbed to the surface. It's like poisoning. Catalyst poisoning should not happen, right? So catalyst poisoning should not happen means we have to select a material which can selectively adsorb the oxygen present in the air onto the surface. That way, when you have a proper security at the gate of the hostel, they ensure that only they are getting into the hostel, right? Similar to that here, when you have a material design such that it is more selectively oxygen gets adsorbed onto the surface of the cathode. That is a challenge in front of us. So in nature, Naturally, ORR reaction is well established in other electrochemical application, but with presence of lithium ions and all this atmosphere within the lithium air battery, little special care needs to be taken care to ensure that oxygen gets absorbed onto the surface. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Actually, my question is, you said recently some researchers added lithium iodide, right? Where they did added, sir, like in electrolyte itself or into the cathode?
It is mentioned as, I think, it's added in the electrolyte.
Electrolyte?
Yeah, it is added in the, that's what I said, you can add additive in 3 places it is possible. You can add it in anode, something will, so remember in the discussion it is continuous. What happens is even, because it is an electrochemical reaction, at the interface of anode and the electrolyte, at the interface of cathode and the electrolyte, we can form a protective layer. That is, I think you are trying to ask that part. Okay, it is possible to add such additive which will form, it's like paint coating, protective coating. It's like naturally what is corrosion? Corrosion is nothing but somebody goes back to their original position, because these metals, iron, all are present in the ore in ppm level in the earth, but we purify them and we make like pure iron or pure thing. But the moment it is exposed to oxygen, iron oxide is formed, a general corrosion takes place. It acts like a metal oxide which is acting like a protective layer. So that concept is also being researched. So people have reported, including that, so that you have that is one of the requirement of this lithium air batteries is we should have a SEI, that you have the surface electrolyte interface. SEI needs to be having a proper coating. That way also it is possible to arrest that lithium peroxide dendrite formation.
That means you are coating on the cathode material.
That is different. But in this one, they have added this electrolyte which forms lithium iodide.
Okay, sir. One more doubt. You added this lithium iodide, right? Have you measured the specific capacitance or energy?
It is from the that university, foreign university, not I have.
Okay. Did they measure energy density?
Yeah, they have reported that.
How much?
Due to paucity of time, I have not shown it.
Okay.
Thing is, remember, what based on your electrode choice, only we are not allowing that thing not to happen. But when you ask about what is the potential energy density, it is going to be the same based on lithium and oxygen. Okay, so they have the highest potential, highest energy density. That won't change. Only thing is we are, instead of A becoming B, we are making that A becoming C. That's all. Instead of this, it becomes this. It's like you wanted to get a MSc physics. Instead of that, we are giving you MSc some advanced materials like that. So we are converting the thing, but the process, time, fees, everything is same, right?
Any question? It's really wonderful. I think due to time concern, I think
yeah, we can continue discussion.
Yeah, you can ask sir later. Yes, it's really wonderful lectures, sir. I mean, I think let us receive a question. Let us have a questions for the students from the session.
Once again, good afternoon. It's a question for the students, exclusively for students, because staff are very much interested. Their concentration is more compared with the students. So now it's a thing for the students only. The question is, the battery's demand grows by over sometimes compare with the current levels by 2040. 80 times, right? Ever first step in the Meera, what is your name? Very good, very so. I Prakash. Please come on to the dais. Come on to the dais. Now it's a general question. So sir has given the detailed analysis of the primary and secondary batteries. And in his lecture, he has given 3 types of secondary batteries. So can anybody give those? What are those 3 types of secondary batteries?
Lead acid battery.
Okay.
Nickel material hydrate. Lithium ion battery.
Very good. Excellent. Please come on to the dais. So really it is a wonderful lecture, sir. And we have understood so many concepts from your talk. Because earlier I don't know about the secondary batteries are used in mobile phones. Those are rechargeable batteries. So now I understood the secondary. What are the secondary batteries? So really excellent, sir. And my side, one question, sir. You have mentioned the lithium air battery. If it is fully charged lithium air battery is giving some 550 kilometer total limit. Is it working, sir, practically now, or it may take some time? Estimated. So how much time it expected time it may take? Roughly maybe within 2-3 years, 2 to 5 years. Okay, sir. Excellent. Right. Nice. So now it's a presentation time. Now it's a time for technical sessions. Okay. So felicitation time.
It's a time for technical sessions. Physical mode, online mode is going on in our department. So so we don't have a break now. The tea will be served inside only. Okay, that is a small notice for all the participants. It's now we will have a physical mode technical sessions. The session chair is already here. It's my great privilege to introduce Dr. Narendra Babu S, professor and HOD of Koti Women's Koti Mahila University, Department of Physics. He completed his PhD from Osmania University. He did postdoc from University of New Orleans, USA. He also did another postdoc from National Taiwan University. He also did another postdoc from USA. So in his credit, he published more than 40 publications in international journals, such as Springer, elsewhere, RSC, etc. And he has delivered many lectures in national and international conferences. He joined as assistant professor at Osmania University. Then he served as a reviewer for many journals, international journals, as a reviewer. He completed many review papers as a reviewer. He also received many awards: SRF, UGC BSR Research Grant from New Delhi, SRF from Aeronautical Development Agency, Ministry of Defense, Government of India. So his current research, he has been working on various research fields such as spintronics, nanomaterials, solar cell, battery material, thin films, composites. He also has many memberships, research bodies. He also supervised the 4 students have completed their PhD under his guidance. He's a good faculty, like friendly like faculty. He has been working as a various cadres in Usmania University. He supervised many MSc, PhD students. So with this brief introduction, I request Professor Narendra Babu sir to come on to the dais with a grand claps. Gatiga. I think so sir is going to be a session chair for technical sessions. So we have received many, I think more than 90 technical presentation, paper presentation in online and offline. We have a 2 days online and offline. Online session is going on in the Department of Physics with 20 participants today, and physical mode also we have received 20 today. So I think the instructions for the presenters, like we have only limited to 5 minutes. So please, all of you requested to send your PPT to concerned email ID which we have provided in the brochure. And if not, just please bring it in advance so that it without any time delay. So then I think I'm handed over session to the Dr. Narendra Babu sir. So the first participant, Dr. A. Dayanand sir. Okay. So then second, let me repeat. Rajendra Reddy, Kakatiya University, P. Rajendra Reddy. Is he here? Yeah, please. Did you send your PPT to the email ID? Sir, can you check it? So which, okay, please come here. Email open this here. Rajendra Research.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
5 minutes, sir. Only 5 minutes. Yes, sir. Okay, it's working. Yeah, that is fine, sir.
Okay, just use it. Okay. Oh, ఇక్కడ I think just use up and down. This is the laser. Okay. I think you can start there only. Column mic is there, right? You keep it in the bracket.
Okay, no.
Yeah.
No problem.
That's it. You don't need.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, then start. 5 minutes. Bell is there, right?
Good evening, everybody. I am very thankful to the organizers. Myself, Rajendra Reddy, from Department of Physics, Kakatiya University, research scholar. My supervisor, sir, Dr. A. Narendra, from the Department of Physics, Kakatiya University, he is the assistant professor. And Balaji Padya, he is a scientist E from ARCI, Hyderabad. My topic is here, augmented thermal conductivity of graphene platelets. That means 2D graphene sheet we incorporated into the puffy carbon and copper oxide incorporated into the paraffin based composite to enhance the thermal conductivity of the PCM, that is a phase change material. This is my topic, and outline of my talk is introduction, thermal energy storage and solar thermal energy conversion, and PCM, what is the properties of PCM, classification of PCM, characteristics and properties of graphene, which I use it to enhance the thermal conductivity of the paraffin, and synthesis of my composite, thermal characteristics of PCM composite and references. This is my outline. So now we are facing, of course, global warming. Here also we are in warm position because of global warming. Of course, everybody is feeling hot. So from this picture, we we have to got an idea for the enhancement of the thermal conductivity and use of the renewable energy. From that, an idea, this is looks like a sun around the, that is around the earth. So why don't we use sun to avoid the global warming? From this picture, we got some idea. So for the global warming, we know what are the effects of the global warming: increase of temperature on the earth and radical changes in the climate. So the effect of the radical changes of the climate we know very well, that is unwanted rain and acid rain, temperature, increasing of the temperature, and so many, we are generally suffering from the global warming. So to avoid this, we have to select some energy. So from that, we selected renewable energy. As we are aware, that is wind energy, biomass, geothermal and hydrothermal. But we inspired from the sun around the earlier picture, that is, yeah, from this. So now we are facing problem and we are in the warming position due to the different kinds of pollution. So to avoid that, we have to make use properly. So for that, we selected here the solar energy. Why solar energy? We know about very well that is it is widely available and the most renewable energy, clean energy source also, and expected to be replace fossil fuels. Of course, we know they talked about fossil fuels. I think professor from NIT Warangal, he talked about fossil fuel. If it is there is a imbalance or mismatch between demand and supply, so to avoid, to overcome this, we have to, and we selected the solar energy as the renewable energy here. So for that, what we have to get from the solar energy? So here, solar, we know very well, sun is best source for the both both photo energy, that means light and heat. So now we selected here, that is thermal conversion from the sun. So for that we have to use PCMs. So PCM means phase change material. Phase change materials work under sensible latent heat, latent heat also we can use. So for this, the latent heat, we opted the property of the latent heat for the PCMs. Okay, PCMs have the properties like phase change material. When it is changing from one phase to another phase, it can sustain or release, and it is absorb the more energies. Okay, so and moreover, this is a reversible process. In the reversible process, that means we are using multiple cycles in the process of gaining thermal energy from the source. That is a reversible process, means without degradation we can use PCMs more times in more cycles. So that is the reason we selected PCMs. Of course, we know the types of PCMs. There are organic, inorganic and organic inorganic PCMs. From this we selected paraffin PCM. So paraffin PCM, why paraffin we selected? It is non-toxic basically, and which can absorb a small amount of heat energy also. It can change its phase with the small intervals of the heat also. So we selected here PCM as a paraffin. Now paraffin as a PCM. Now generally the PCM having low thermal conductivity. That is the drawback of the PCM materials. To enhance PCM thermal conductivity of the PCM, we selected 2D material, that is graphene. That is graphene. As Dr. P.K. Jain, he stated that without carbon there is no. 90% of researchers, they are using only carbon. Here we also selected graphene from the carbon because of the these properties of graphene. It is more stable, and this is the typical synthesis process of my composite material. That is, we use copper oxide and PC composite with by changing the graphite platelets with the weight percentage. That is, this is simple wax, and this is the our composite material. We mixed it together, and then we got two. What without nano composite? This one, this is pure wax composite material, and this is the composite material we got. So these are the some pictures. From this, we calculated the transition of the PCM. This is the pure paraffin PCM having the heat flow, that is about 57 degrees centigrade. Okay, so by adding 1% of 2D graphene and 3% and 5.8% we have changed. From this we got that the phase transition takes place about 6 degrees. From that we enhanced the thermal conductivity of the paraffin by adding 2D material up to 0.5 value. So these are my conclusions, already I stated. These are my references, and thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, మీరు అన్నారని నేను. Hello.
Please carry on.
Thank you.
Right. So, Dr. M. Lakshmi.
Sure. Pointer. First one. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, all of you. I am Dr. Lakshmi, Assistant Professor of Physics from Vidya Jyoti Institute of Technology. Today I am going to present about my research topic, that is comparative evaluation of the dielectric characteristics of chromium zinc and chromium cobalt nanofarads. Contents: abstract introduction, experimental procedure, results and conclusions. So for quick, because of the time constraint, I am going to finish very quickly. Because of that, unnecessary slides I am going to skip. Chromium, zinc ferrite and cobalt ferrite as the major components. Within that, I have doped with the chromium to see the variation in the dielectric properties of the both ferrite system. Instead of so many spinel ferrites are there, out of which I have selected zinc and cobalt. So twin properties are there. Twin properties are there, that is dielectric properties and magnetic properties. So technically, they are very useful for many technical applications. Because of that, I have selected. And another is zinc is soft, cobalt hard ferrite. So when chromium is doped in one kind of soft ferrite and in hard ferrite, so variation in the dielectric properties I wanted to study. Synthesis: to prepare the both ferrite system, I have used the Sol gel method, and to study the dielectric properties, I have used LCR meter. Results and discussion. So both chromium zinc ferrite and chromium cobalt ferrite, here X is the chromium concentration. So concentration from 0.02 for each series I have prepared. So these three columns represent the values of first system, that is chromium system. These three columns represent the results of the second chromium, that is chromium cobalt ferrite system. So by looking at this table, we can say that to basic component, by chromium concentration, the dielectric constant is, that means prominent increment in the dielectric constant we have observed in both ferrite systems. So the pictorial representation, that is variation of dielectric constant with respect to chromium concentration instead of values. If we see the picture, it is clearly we can identify the rapid variation in the dielectric constant that observed with the substitution of chromium. So the reason is because of the substitution of chromium, Fe2 plus ions are created in the A sites. So that's why when Fe2 plus ions are created, that electron hopping between Fe2 plus Fe3 plus ions takes place. This is the reason for the dielectric polarization in the material. So the advantage of this material, one component, that is X concentration is, whenever X concentration is 0, dielectric constant is observed. This kind of components are very suitable for electronic storage devices purpose. Dissipation factor, dielectric loss is low in case of, if you see this table, dielectric constant is low for the chromium components, chromium zinc component compared to the chromium cobalt. That's why low dielectric constant. Low dielectric constants are very much suitable for microwave device application. That means high energy application, high frequency application purpose. High dielectric loss also consists of many applications, that is electromagnetic interference. That means EMI suppression. Radiation is the very difficult problem nowadays people are facing. Earlier only birds are facing the radiation problem, but now human beings also, many people, heart diseases, nervous diseases, people are getting, because we are moving towards to the 6G. We are using 5G, soon we are moving towards to the 6G. Because of radiation, so many people are facing psychological problems. To reduce the electromagnetic radiation in the environment, so high dielectric loss materials also very much useful. That's why chromium cobalt ferrite system is very useful to suppress the electromagnetic radiation in the environment. So because of the time constraint, I am going to the conclusions. Compared to the basic components, zinc and cobalt, after adding the chromium, the dielectric constant, conductivity, AC conductivity enhanced. So this result is useful to electronic storage devices. And because of the chromium cobalt component, strong magnetic material and high electric loss material, This kind of materials are very much useful for electromagnetic radiation suppression purpose. So thanks the organizers and convener sir for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Any questions?
High loss, sir. Understood, sir.
Why the second series having very high loss?
In case of,
cobalt.
Yes, sir. Strong magnetic
ferrite.
material. Chromium, cobalt is the strong magnetic material, sir. When we add chromium also, conductivity enhanced because of the strong attraction, the spins, ferromagnetic material, ferrite consists of strong attraction between the spins. So after adding the chromium, after increasing the frequency also, the spins don't want to move back along with the frequency. So that's why highest dissipation factor is exhibited by the strong magnetic materials. So that's why strong loss we can expect either dielectric wise or either magnetic field wise. So that's why high suppression we are getting because of the chromium cobalt. That's why it finds application in EMI, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. So thank you, Dr. M. Lakshmi Madam. So now we'll have a Vamshi Babu, Department of Physics, Usmania University. Request all of you send your PPT to conference email ID. It would save time also. I request all the paper presenter, please send your PPT to conference email ID, which is GCC Physics AEMD 2024 @gmail.com. The next Srinivas Gaud is not available, I guess. Srinivas, oh, you are. Strictly limited to 5 minutes. Please try to understand. Time is, we don't have much time. We are like trying to make it a 5 minutes. So make focus on your work and conclusion, synthesis, whatever you want to make it. You want to present the main bullet points of your paper within a 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, one and all. I am K. Vamshi Babu, research scholar under the supervision of Dr. G. Upender sir. So today's my topic is physical and spectroscopic properties of the glass composition 30 TuO2, 40 B2O3, 30 - X BaO and X K2O. The glass system and the X value varies from in between 0 and 30 mole%. So this the composition is actually it is made with into total 5 glass samples with X value varies 0, 7.5, 15, 22.5 and 30 mole%. So here various characterization processes are applied. So wherever there the 5 glass samples are made with the melt quenching process. So so total 5 samples are made here with the X value. It is varying from 0 to 30 mole%. So the first one is TBBK1, 30 TuO2, 40 B2O3, 30 BaO. Like this, total 5 samples are made, and materials are used are TuO2 pure 29.9% sigma average, H3BO3, BaCO3, and K2CO3. The materials are compositions are used here. So the total characterizations are made with like XRD. It is purely for the amorphous nature to find the glass samples. So here no peaks are arrived, so which means that sample is totally indicating the amorphous nature. And here IDAX energy dispersive exospectroscopy here glass compositions will be identified here. Like in each glass sample, what are the components are available, like tellurium, boron, barium, okay, potassium samples. So the complete data is given with the help of electron dispersive spectroscopy. And here this is color mapping of the various components available in each glass sample. And this is XPS, like chemical states, there how the electrons are transferring, right? So whenever the bondings are forming in among all the components, whatever they are used in each glass sample. And the physical properties, where the density versus the mole percent of K2O, here it is given the graph, and the values are given here clearly. The physical parameters of each and every glass sample for all 5 samples here, molar mass, density, molar volume, oxygen packing density, so like this. And this is the FTIR. So here, how this network will be formed whenever K2O is added to in the place of BaO, right? So whenever the potassium oxide is added to the barium oxide, so how this each glass sample there the network will changes, and at each the wave number how the light will be absorbed. So here the complete the vibrational modes can be identified with the help of FTIR, and also one more, it is the Raman. So these are the absorption values. Some are given at each and every glass sample there, and the assignments are also given. And this is the Raman studies. So there, the vibrational points of each glass sample is given. And DSE. So here, actually, the amorphous nature of the glass sample can be identified, and also the glass transition temperature, how it changes with each and every glass sample. So this is actually the graph which indicates K2O, the mole percent versus the glass transition temperature. So it is along with this K2O mole percent in each and every glass sample, the glass temperature was actually, it is decreased. And these are optical absorption investigations. There the critical, the wavelengths, cutoff wavelengths, and optical energy values, the band gaps, and the Urbach energies. Okay, Urbach energies are nothing but some components whenever they are added to the pure glass samples, the energy band gap will varies. So here it clearly indicates, yeah. And DC conductivity, the slope values, and here along with temperature and K2O mole percent, actually the conductivity was increased from TBBK1 to TBBK5. So the various the curves are given here, and the conclusion is whenever the K2O mole percent is added to the components like tellurium and boron, barium oxide, so the properties of the glass samples are varied, and it's clearly showed that it is an amorphous nature of a glass, and conductivity is varied almost like varying the temperature value along with the mole percent. Thank you, Arnav.
Any questions from participants? Sir.
Vamshi Babu,
Yes.
what may be the probable applications of your glass system?
Applications, we can use them in optical fibers mostly because of their higher conductivity values and amorphous nature, and also they have actually a good polarization process.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Now we'll have a Srinivas Gowd, B, GDC Jangam, is going to talk for green synthesis and photocatalysis of cadmium sulfide nanoparticles using the Thinospora cordifolia leaves extract.
PPT ఉంది పైన ఫస్ట్ పైన సెకండ్ ఓకే ఓకే థ్యాంక్ యూ ఓకే ఓకే good afternoon respected judge and dear organizers. Myself B. Srinivas Gaud, Assistant Professor of Physics, ABE Government Degree College, Janagam, and a Research Scholar at the Department of Physics, Usmania University. The title of today's my presentation is Green Synthesis of Cadmium Sulfide Nanoparticles, their characterization, photocatalytic properties and photoluminescence studies. This is the flowchart introduction by the experimental technique, how the synthesis material has been taken place, then the characterization results, then photocatalytic activity, and it ends by the photoluminescence studies. Why green synthesis means, in a single slide I would like to tell you, it avoids the usage of harmful chemicals and reduces toxicity, faster rate of synthesis of reduction, abundance of materials available in the society, cost effectiveness, it is a less hazardous chemicals, and it improves the performance. It is a room temperature and non-inert atmosphere. This is the experimental procedure. First we prepare the sulfur source solution in 0.1 mole, 0.1 mole solution of sodium sulfide is prepared. Then the natural stabilizer Tinospora cordifolia, in Telugu states it is called as the Tippatiga. Leaves extract has been taken and prepared earlier, and it will be kept in a around 5 degrees Celsius temperature for 12 hours. Then later cadmium source solution is prepared. Then these three solutions mixed together and L-ascorbic acid is added to reduce the water molecules. In this one, this solution is mixed together for around 4 hours. Then yellow color solution is obtained. Then after the precipitation, several times washing, we get the finally it is in powder form. These are the characterization techniques employed in the work. This is the X-ray diffraction spectrum of the cadmium sulfide nanoparticles. Here ABC means A stands for the cadmium sulfide nanoparticles prepared from the cadmium chloride. This is prepared from the cadmium chloride precursor, and B stands for the cadmium nitrate precursor, and C stands for the cadmium sulfate precursor. If we observe in this spectrum, here the broadness of the XRD spectrum indicates that the nano phase is available, and the XRD is the main thing to do to go for the further characterizations whether the as synthesized material is a CDS material or not. From the XRD we have confirmed that the as prepared material is the cadmium sulfide nanoparticles, and this sharp peak at the broad end, the largest broad end peak is, it indicates that apart from nano there is a coarse grained structure. That means apart from nano there is a little percent of the microstructures also available. And coming to this cadmium nitrate, here there are two extra peaks which are due to the non-dissolvement of the cadmium nitrate and sodium sulfide solution. If you see A1, that is cadmium sulfide nanoparticles prepared from the cadmium chloride solution, it is a plane, that means it is complete sulfide nanoparticles, and it will be witnessed in the further characterizations. This left one is the scanning electron microscopy images, and this one DEF for the EDS spectrum. And if we observe this one, here needle-like shape observed for the cadmium chloride nanostructures, morphology of the CDS nanoparticles prepared from the cadmium chloride precursor, and here it is a spherical morphology with the agglomeration has been taken place, and here some rod-like structures has been taken. But here coming to the nano, we take a diameter into consideration, and this is the EDS spectrum. Apart from the cadmium and sulfur elements, there are sodium, nitrogen. These are the phytochemicals of the Tinospora cordifolia leaves extract present, which is also witnessed in the FTIR spectrum also. And this right one, if we observe, this is the transmission electron microscopy images. Here in total presentation, A stands for the CDS nanoparticles prepared from the cadmium chloride precursor, B stands for the cadmium nitrate, C stands for the cadmium sulfate. So here if we observe the last one, sulfate one, it has been a more intense one, more intense interplanar spacings, very good crystal structures. And this is a SAX, small angle X-ray scattering intensity. Compared to the TEM, it is an additional advantage to know that from the TEM we can know only the average particle size. But from the scanning small angle X-ray scattering, we can know how the nanoparticle size distribution. If you this is the intensity distribution, this is the volume distribution. Here for the CDS nanoparticles prepared, this is a mono dispersion. That means maximum number of particles are having the same size average. That means very good for the practical applications. If we see for the B graph, it is a trimodal. Trimodal dispersion. If we observe the C1, it is also bimodal dispersion. That means two kinds of average nanoparticles can be found from this one. This is the FTIR spectrum. To know the functional groups of the as prepared material, it has been evident from these values. What are the corresponding functional groups we can know. This is the UV visible absorption spectroscopy. And I would like to tell here that these different peaks corresponds to each individual peak corresponds to the one band gap. That means here two kinds of band gaps are distributed here. This is the absorption spectrum. This is the alpha h mu whole square versus energy. That means from the extrapolation we can find directly the band gap. These are the band gap range because here lower and upper values are there. That's why the range of band gap values are given. This is the photocatalytic degradation of the CDS nanoparticles against the methylene blue dye solution. Here you can observe there is a degradation of the dye gradually decreasing, and this fourth graph is comparing to the pure methylene blue how the CDS nanoparticles involving in the methylene blue degrading the dye. And this is the CDS nanoparticles degradation, photocatalytic degradation against the rhodamine B dye. If you observe here, this one is there is a degradation trend and shifting of the maximum absorption peak also you can observe. Compared to the other, only CDS nanoparticles prepared from the cadmium chloride has been shifted from around 550 nanometers to 491 nanometers. It is because of the deethylation process and also chromophore. So that means whenever light is incident on the molecules, the alteration of the molecule changes and the decolorization has been taken place, which is a evident one. This is the photoluminescence property. Here you can observe these are the band edge emissions. These are the surface defect emissions corresponding to these peaks values. Okay, these are the conclusions. The green synthesized cadmium sulfide nanoparticles has been prepared successfully by using the Tinospora cordifolia leaves extract, and their photocatalytic and photoluminescence studies also has been studied. Finally, we have obtained the nanoparticles less than 6 nanometers, and we have also done the studies regarding the mainly toxic studies also has been done, which are not displayed here because cadmium is a very toxic. By using this natural extract, the cadmium toxicity also has been reduced, sir, from this Tinospora cordifolia. Yeah, thank you one and all for your kind patience, and thank you for the organizers giving me this opportunity.
Srinivas Gaud garu.
Questions?
It was nice actually.
Any questions?
A question from my side is, where did you perform the SAGS measurements? Where?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Only the institute we have.
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, please? No more questions. Thank you, sir.
So now we have a Dr. Shika Chanda, St. Francis College, Begumpet. So madam gonna talk on synthesis of activated carbon from coconut shells using zinc chloride and iron chloride. Dr. Shika Chanda, St. Francis College, Begumpet.
was the next slide, right? Yeah. Yeah. The previous slide is? Yeah. Yes. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Shikha Chanda from St. Francis College for Women, Begumpet, Hyderabad. I'm delighted to be here for this two-day national conference on advances in energy materials and devices. And I'm going to speak about my work on synthesis of activated carbon from coconut shell using zinc chloride and ferric chloride for chemical activation and binding it with polyacrylic acid and exploring its applications. So activated carbon is a processed form of a carbon which has enhanced porosity, increased surface area, and has an attractive property of adsorption. There are different types of activated carbon like granular form of it, pellet shape, and powdered form. Thus, activated carbon can be synthesized from wood, peat, coal, fruit stones, and different shell materials. The objective of this work was to synthesize activated carbon using a coconut shell, then followed it by chemical activation process and physical activation process, then binding it with a polyacrylic acid as a binder, followed by looking into its properties like adsorption and antimicrobial activity. The methodology was, we have taken this coconut fragments and then added zinc chloride and ferric chloride in the ratio of 1:1, then drying the shells into the pyrolysis by muffle furnace and heating it at 500 degrees centigrade for half an hour. Then we powdered the activated carbon and binded it with polyacrylic acid. And then we studied its application using the adsorption and antimicrobial studies. Delving into the methodology, the part 1, where we have carried out chemical impregnation, which is chemical activation, we have taken this coconut shell fragments and then soaked it in 1:1 ratio of zinc chloride and ferric chloride. Then the step 2 is pyrolysis, where it is a physical activation. What we have done, the impregnated particles, what we got it, we have pyrolyzed it at 500 degrees centigrade for half an hour, and we get this pyrolysis fragment of the activated carbon. Step 3 was binding it with polyacrylic acid and making it into a pellet shape. So whatever the activated carbon we received, we have used a mortar and a pestle and grounded it firmly, and then added it with polyacrylic acid, binded it together, made it to a pellet shape in the ratio of 1:7 and 1:9. Determining if the product is an activated carbon, we have done the iodine test, where we have taken the tap water and added some iodine crystals to it. As you can see, the result when passed through an activated carbon, we get a crystal clear water. The X-ray diffraction study shows that whatever the synthesized product was, there is a hump here. The hump shows that it is an activated carbon at 25 degrees centigrade, but a sharp and intense peak at 35 degrees centigrade shows the presence of zinc chloride and ferric chloride present in the sample. And when we have binded it with polyacrylic acid, the activated carbon actually, which is an amorphous form, and polyacrylic acid, which is also an amorphous form, shows many intense peak that it is showing a crystalline nature. The adsorption studies, we have explored into it, whatever the activated carbon we have synthesized. We made different concentrations of iriochrome black tea indicator and checked its adsorption before and after. Then we have found out that the increased concentration of the iriochrome black tea indicator, as we are increasing the concentration, there is an increased adsorption. The table 2 shows that when I'm binding this activated carbon with polyacrylic acid, it is showing higher adsorption when compared to that of a normal activated carbon. It also has antimicrobial activity as being a very good pores present in it. It can trap many microorganisms to it. Conclusion, I conclude that the carbon what we have synthesized has many pores present in it which shows commendable adsorption properties. Thank you for giving me a chance. I rest. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
So did you vary the percentage of your activation carbon into that?
How
polymer?
much percentage? From 100 grams of this coconut shell, I have synthesized 40 grams of activated carbon.
So how much you added to your
1
polymer?
gram of it.
1 gram. So if you increase, there is any change?
Yeah, there was a change. As I'm increasing the concentration of the activated like iriochrome black tea indicated, the adsorption property of each and every concentration was going on increasing.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Did you try with other
yes,
KOH,
we have.
etc.?
We have also tried it with, we have added some face wash to it,
Okay.
and then we have checked it since still it is under the process.
So, how much yield you got it? Like the
with potassium hydroxide? That is also more or less same, I guess. I haven't seen it clearly.
Okay.
It's still under the wraps.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Veena Chari, Department of Physics, Usman University.
వీణాచారి సార్ మేల్ వీణాచారి అని ఉంటుంది. వీణాచారి అదే అవును అవును అది కాదు ఎన్ని గంటలకు వచ్చింది అది కాదు ఇప్పుడు రీసెంట్ ఇంతకుముందు 2 o'clock అంటే 2 తర్వాత పంపిస్తాను సార్ 2 తర్వాత అదే మెయిల్లోనే పైన కింద ఉంటుంది. సార్ 2 o'clock అప్పుడు 12. Yes, okay. This is Yes. Good evening, one and all. This is Veenachari, research scholar, Usmania University, under the supervision of Dr. AEMD Professor. Actually, my topic is magnetoelectric properties of Arrhenius layered perovskites. First of all, what is Arrhenius layered perovskites? You see, what is Arrhenius layered perovskites? So, the structure of Arrhenius layered perovskites is Bi2O2 Am-1 Bm 3O3M plus 1. So, this is a general formula of Arrhenius phased structures. You see, this is AbO3 perovskite, which is sandwiched between BiO2 bismuth oxide layers. This is AbO3 perovskite, and these are the bismuth oxide layers. So, this perovskite is sandwiched between these two bismuth oxide layers. So, this structure is called Arrhenius phase materials. Now, this is a one layer Arrhenius phase material, and this is two layer Arrhenius phase material, and this is three layer Arrhenius phase material, and this is four layer Arrhenius phase materials. So now we are focusing on magnetoelectric properties of Arrhenius phase materials especially. So magnetoelectric nature is one of the properties of multiferroic materials. Already we know magnetoelectric coupling means, so when we apply magnetic field to a particular material, then we will get potential across that material. So such kind of coupling is called magnetoelectric coupling. So these multiferroics are available in two ways. One is single phase and the second one is composites. Actually, the composite materials show high magnetoelectric properties, but there are some few problems. So the first one is, so uniform distribution of materials in the composites. This is one problem, and the second one is the data, the measurements repeatability is also one of the problem in composites. That's why research scholars are focused on single phase materials, single phase multiferroic materials. These single phase multiferroic materials are again perovskites and layered perovskite. We are focusing on layered perovskite materials, which is also called Arrhenius phase materials. From the recent literature, the magnetoelectric coefficient is 3000 is observed in bismuth ferrite thin film. So this is a magnetoelectric coefficient in bismuth ferrite thin film. Whereas coming to, this is a Arrhenius phased material. In this material we have observed 400 millivolts per centimeter per oxide. So this is a magnetoelectric coefficient in Arrhenius phase material, which is a 4-layer material. Now very recently, Young et al. Reported 31.58 millivolts per second per oxide in bulk materials. So that is why we are focusing on, our main object is to improve magnetoelectric coupling in the Arrhenius phase materials. This is our main objective. This objective is, improve magnetoelectric coupling in Arrhenius phase materials. This is our main focus. So keeping this view, we have doped the Arrhenius phases with, A site is modified with the rare earth materials and B site is modified with iron and cobalt with this proportion. Okay, these are the short name of the compounds. So now you see, these are the XRD studies. So the Rietveld refinement have done for these XRD data. Yes, you see, so two phases are appeared here. Two phases are appeared. One is three layered phases. This is 3-layered phase, and this is the impurity phase. Now this is tolerance factor. The tolerance factor decides the distortion of the material. The dielectric properties and magnetic properties mainly depends on distortion of the perovskites. So that is why we have measured the tolerance factor also. So these are the morphological studies. From these studies we can observe impurity phases here. These are the impurity phases we can observe here, and these are the Raman studies. From the Raman studies we confirmed that the magnetic ion as well as rare earth ions are substituted in A side as well as B sides of Arrhenius phase materials. So now these are the electrical studies, especially these are the dielectric studies of all the compounds. So we didn't observe any transition temperature here. Why? Because the transition temperature of these materials is above 650 degrees Celsius. So due to the limitation of instrument, so we have measured up to 500 only. So these are the conductivity, AC conductivity studies. Yeah, these are the AC conductivity studies of all the materials, and we have fitted all this data with the help of Johnson's law. This is actually single power Johnson law, but the data is not well fitted with by this formula. That's why we have adapted another formula with a double power law. This is Johnson double power law. Next, these are the magnetic studies of the materials. So these are the magnetic studies of materials. The magnetic measurements of these materials are well enhanced. So as previously reported, almost all 20 times the magnetization of these, the remnant magnetization of these materials are almost 20 times increased. So that is, this is the thing. So not only that, yeah. So this is our main focus. Our main focus is magnetoelectric coupling coefficient. So previously the magnetoelectric coefficient is reported around 32 millivolts per centimeter per Oersted only. Now we have successfully enhanced this ME coefficient. So this is not reported at, this is the highest value in layer compounds which we have reported right now. So this is a 42.40 millivolts, 42.4 millivolts per second per Oersted is reported, which is not reported in Arrhenius phase materials. So this is the thing, and these are the conclusions. The final conclusion is this one only. So 42.4 millivolts per centimeter per Oersted is reported in our samples, which is the highest so far. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was really wonderful, Veenachari garu. Good work.
Veenachari, one question for you.
Yeah, yes.
Why do you think so you got the highest magnetoelectric coupling in your dysprosium doped PLS material?
Actually, sir, in the A side, there is a dysprosium cation is there. So this cation also supports for magnetoelectric materials. Not only that, some cobalt ferrite rich clusters are appeared in the material. Due to that, we have this much of magnetoelectric coefficient, sir.
Good. Thank you.
Sir, thank you. Sir. Thank you.
Yes. Good, Veenachari. Good work. Then next presentation by Sudhakar, Usman University. K. Sudhakar. TiO2 incorporation in structural and thermal properties of polyethylene oxide, TiO2 nanocomposites. Bhanu Prasad is here? Bhanu Prasad, yes, yes. Okay. M. Venkateshwar Rao, Dr. M. Venkateshwar Rao? Dr. M. Venkateshwar Rao, not there.
Micro. Okay. Good afternoon.
all. Myself, K. Sudhakar, Research Scholar, Department of Physics, Usmania University. My supervisor, Professor C.S. Srinivasarao, Usmania University. Today's my topic and the presentation is role of nano TiO2 incorporation in the structural and thermal properties of polyethylene oxide TiO2 nano composites. This is the introduction about my today's topic. Performance of polymer can be improved by the incorporating small amount of nanomaterials. So because of either small size, large area, quantity effects, strong interfacial interactions. This is the applications of main component, matrix component PEO, polyethylene oxide. These are the applications and properties of the PEO, polyethylene oxide. And these are the procuring of my material, TiO2 and polyethylene oxide. This is the fabrication of TiO2 nanocomposite. There is the 3 grams of PiO2 is dissolved in water and mixed with thoroughly for 12 hours using the magnetic stirrer, obtaining a homogeneous viscous gel, and various percentage of the TiO2 is added to the PeO combination. These are the characterization techniques used for the prepared sample. Structural morphological XOD, which is used to size of the nanoparticles and crystallinity, SEM, IDAX and TEM with SED, surface morphology, elemental mapping and distribution of the nanoparticles. The thermal characterizations are differential scanning calorimetry and TGA, thermal gravimetric analysis. This is the XRD pattern. The sample here shows the XRD graph. PEO, TiO2 nanocomposite films with different compositions are fine. 19.2 degrees. The peaks are intensive. 23.4 confining the semi-crystalline nature, whereas the hydrogen bonding between the different monomers of the units of polyethylene oxide, the polymers are interacting with the TiO2 nanoparticles, and it can be observed that the intensity of the peaks become less prominent at weight percentage. TiO2 increases in the PEO, the crystallinity decreases. Therefore, it can be concluded the addition of TiO2 nanoparticles diminishes the crystalline nature of the composite material. This is the SEM technique, the surface morphological studies. Here the morphology of pristine PEO is a homogeneous and smooth surface. As the weight percentage of TiO2 nanoparticles increases, the polymer PEO matrix, it is observed, the agglomeration is observed in the surface roughness films has been increased. There is a agglomeration due to PEO chains. It is seen at some areas of the sample. This is the IDAX analysis, the different compositions of the used sample, that is PiO and TiO2, which is the bright regions are represented by the crystalline phase of the PEO, and the dark areas are represented for the PEO amorphous phase of the PEO in polyethylene oxide. In the same images, PEO, TiO2 nanocomposite films, percentage of dark regions was greater than the bright regions. All the elements in the polyethylene oxide and TiO2 nanocomposites are per the stoichiometric ratios. These are the TEM imaging and SAD analysis, where the core shell structure is formed in the PO and TiO2. This is the graph given, and the TiO2, which is the representative for the decomposition materials, and the differential scanning calorimetry analysis. The DSC is the TiO2 incorporated in the PO polyethylene oxide exhibited the sharp endothermic peak between the 65 degrees to 72 degrees for the different weight percentage of the TiO2 nanoparticles is mixed with the PEO matrix. The approximately the temperature is minus 60 degrees for the PGO, which is this is the thermogravimetric TG analysis. The TGA, the initial weight loss of the 0.14 for the mass loss and the temperature, whereas the DTA graph is also the
main decomposition of the stage corresponds to the 88%, and the weight loss of the PU occurring in the temperature range around the 300 to 400 degrees centigrade. Then the breakdown of the polymer chains is smaller. These are the conclusions of the topic. The PEO TiO2 nanocomposite successfully prepared by using the solution casting method and the XRD analysis, which indicates the crystallinity of the PEO TiO2. By increasing the weight percentage, the crystallinity of the PEO decreases. It has been observed that dispersed TiO2 nanoparticles, PEO matrix influences the surface morphology. The same images confirm that there is agglomeration nanoparticles of the PEO matrix. Even then also TiO2 nanoparticle homogeneously distributed PEO TiO2 nanocomposite, which indicates the roughness and surface increases. The prepared TiO2 nanocomposite films are used in the UV shielding and tunable band gap materials. These are the references used in the preparation of the. Thank you.
Yeah, good, Sudhakar Garu. Wonderful. I think I have a question. Aggregates, like lot of aggregates I have seen. Like, is there any way that you could, I mean, application point of view definitely it impact, right? So okay, right, sir.
Yeah, one question from my side. Did you prepare the titanium dioxide or you procured that?
Yeah, procured.
Okay, thank you.
Bhanu Prasad, sir. Bhanu Prasad. Department of Physics, Bhanu Prasad. Study of electrochemical behavior of cathode material prepared via solution combustion route. Would be Dr. C.H. Madhusudan, sir, GDC Siddipet. Next presentation.
Fine. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, I am Bhanu Prasad Kunta. Recently completed my masters from Usmania University, Department of Physics. Here I am going to present my work, which was done in my masters. It was very simple. Like recently, like just now we hear a talk from Raj Mohan sir. It is explaining about the lithium-ion batteries, right? The importance of lithium-ion batteries is it is using batteries is very convenient. Like we can take them anywhere. Like if we want to put some lamp here, we can bring the battery here and we can switch on light. So it is very convenient to use batteries, and we can take them along with us to anywhere. So that is the importance of the batteries. And mostly we use lithium in most of the batteries, like in laptops and in mobiles. But what is the problem with lithium is the resources. The resources of lithium are very less. So we have to replace lithium with other material. So here I am choosing sodium as alternative element for lithium. And the reason for choosing sodium metal is that it is abundant in earth. Almost 2% of the earth crust is having sodium. So that's why I am choosing sodium in order to replace the lithium. And here I am preparing Na0.44 MnO2 material through solution combustion method. The reason behind choosing especially this material is when I did the literature survey, there are so many materials which are acting as a good cathode material for the sodium ion battery. Among them, this is having a good specific capacitance, as it is having a special structure. It can create some tunnel-like structures through which the sodium ion easily can we can extract sodium ion and we can de-insert sodium ion without any change in structure. So here I will now tell you the synthesis method. This is method I followed. This is solution combustion synthesis method. We have to take sodium precursor and manganese precursor. We have to add some fuel. Then we have to mix them in a beaker. We have to stir for approximately 13 minutes in order to obtain the homogeneous mixture at a temperature of 80 degree. Then we have to transfer this whole mixture into the muffle furnace. Why? Because some gases will be evolved when we are making the solution combustion. So in order to remove that gases, we are using this muffle furnace. Then we will get the result like this. Like this is the powder. Now we have to put it in a hot air oven in order to make the powder dry. Then we have to crush it by using a mortar and pestle. Then we have to calcinate. This is the final step in order to remove any kind of impurities or any kind of unburned fuel kind of things. So here we will obtain the final powder. Then we have to go for the XRD characterization in order to confirm the structural purity. So here these are the crystalline peaks exactly matching with the previous literature. It is exactly matching with the JCPDS card number 270750. And here we can observe the two peaks marked with the this symbol. This represents the peaks due to the MnO2 impurity. Mostly if we take any chemical synthesis route, some kind of impurity is a common, but here this MnO2 can be removed by increasing the calcination temperature. Here I started calcination temperature from 500, sir, but I didn't mention those graphs. Here I am directly showing the graph of 700 degrees Celsius. When compared to 500 degrees Celsius and 700 degrees Celsius, the impurity peaks are reduced. So I didn't go beyond the 700 due to some issues. And here this is the FTIR spectroscopy. Here we can see we did FTIR in order to confirm the functional groups and the vibration modes present in the NMO sample, that is Na0.44 MnO2. Here it exhibits two vibrational bands. One band is related to the bending vibrations of O-MnO bond, and MnO stretching band is at 750, 710 and 676 centimeter inverse. And this is the cyclic voltammetry, one of the important characterization techniques in energy storage. Like if you take supercapacitors or batteries, anything, this is one of the important electrochemical technique which will tell us either our sample is going to oxidation reduction or it is not going any oxidation reduction. Here we can see oxidation reduction peaks clearly, but here as the scanning rate increases, the cathode and anode current is changing. And this is the galvanometric charge discharge. It will tell us how much capacitance our electrode is able to store and how much it is able to reverse it. Like here we can see 298 Faraday per grams of capacitance it can reverse when we are giving a current of 1 ampere per gram. And this is electrochemical impedance spectroscopy. Here we can see a semicircular shape from 0 to 2, and after that we can see a slope. This exactly indicates that the sodium ions are easily transferring within that electrolyte solution. These are the conclusions from my work. We prepared this from the solution combustion route. The reason for that method is very fast, and we can do it very fast and economic. And my special thanks to Dr. Shilpa Chakra Madam for giving me chance for this project, and Rakesh sir helped me for the characterizations. And my special thanks to Dr. Pawan Kumar Naini sir. He is being with me during this project and every time. Thank you so much.
So thank you. Any questions from the participants? Good energy, good energy. So any questions from participants? I know it's a little late, but I know we have to complete it session, right? Any questions?
Banu Prasad, it's a good work, but why you have chosen specifically that composition? Why you have chosen specifically that composition?
Actually, why I have chosen specially this means I referred so many samples like sodium manganese oxide, sodium aluminum manganese oxide. In those, Na0.44 MnO2 is having a different structure. Like MnO2 structures are everywhere, and sodium atom is in the middle. When we extract this sodium atom, there is a tunnel-like structure. So remaining sodium ions can easily enter and insert and de-insert through this tunnel. So this particular shape is giving high priority to this material. So that's why I chosen this. Here, what is the novelty in this work is I changed the fuel. Like so many researchers did with different fuels. Here I used the fuel sucrose in order to see whether any characteristics or any results are changing.
Okay, thank you.
Good, good, very good, good work. Then next presentation, Dr. VP Madhurima, NIT Warangal and ARCI Hyderabad.
హలో హలో ఇంకా లౌడ్ ఇంకా పైన పెట్టుకున్నా హలో fine sir. Yeah, good evening everyone. Myself VP Madhurima. I have recently finished my PhD at ARCI Hyderabad and registered at NIT Warangal Physics Department. So today the topic of my presentation is design and optimization of graphic carbon nitride hybrid nanostructures for enhanced photocatalytic activity. So this is the outline of the presentation. And first question is, why do we need wastewater treatment? So according to the Global Commission on the Economics of Water, only 1/5 of the wastewater is currently being treated. So if you look at this figure, if we allow the untreated water into the natural water bodies, so it will eventually it will affect our health and also the flora and fauna of the nature. So that's why there is a need to address this issue on urgent basis. So what exactly is photocatalytic degradation? It's an advanced oxidative process where light and catalyst are simultaneously used to speed up a chemical reaction. So this is the schematic of a photocatalytic degradation process where a semiconductor material is used in this process where the energy of an suitable wavelength when incident on the material, excitation of the charge carriers takes place with electron goes to the conduction band and holes are generated in the valence band. So simultaneously a huge amount of charge carriers involved in recombination process, and we can see at the conduction band reduction reaction takes place and at valence band oxidation reaction takes place. So these are the three simple steps used in this photocatalytic mechanism, which is excitation, charge separation, photoredox reactions. However, this material, this process is having some merits and demerits. If you look at the demerits are low usage of visible light, ineffective charge separation, faster recombination rates. And if you look at the merits of this process, mild operating temperatures are required, low cost, zero waste disposal, and complete mineralization of the pollutant is observed. So the material which I have used in this work is carbon nanomaterials. So these are the basic carbon nanomaterials categorized on the dimensionality, which are fullerenes, which is 0-dimensional, carbon nanotubes, and graphene. And these are some of the extraordinary properties of these materials, and we all are aware of it. So this is another material which is graphic carbon nitride. It is a metal-free polymeric semiconductor belonging to carbon nitride family, and it is and in that the graphitic form is the most stable form from this carbon nitride material. So it is having a 2.7 electron volts band gap, which essentially falls in the visible range of the EM spectrum, and the morphology of this C3N4 material is 2-dimensional. So this is a material which is formed after the thermal condensation technique, where melamine has been used as a precursor material, and this material is finely ground and used for further analysis. So these are the synthesis and the materials and methods, where C3N4 was prepared using melamine at different temperatures, where the optimization of process parameters were observed. And in this we have observed that the material formed was having poor surface area and porosity, and it was in the 2-dimensional morphology was also not that effective, and also it resulted in poor photodegradation performance. So I have improved the C3N4 material by adding certain amount of ammonium chloride in that, which acts as a bubbling agent. So the observations were the surface area and the porosity has increased, and also the porous 2-dimensional morphology was observed, which eventually enhanced the photodegradation performance. So I have made the heterostructures based on C3N4, where melamine and ammonium chloride and the filler material, which are these carbon nanomaterials, CNTs, carbon soot and GNP were utilized. So the obtained material was, these materials were finely ground and then put for a pyrolysis reaction in a furnace. So these CNT carbon soot were obtained from arc discharge technique. However, the graphene nanoplatelets were obtained through microwave exfoliation of graphite intercalated compound. So these are results and discussions where the bare GCN, which didn't have NH4Cl during synthesis, where we can see the two-dimensional morphology was not that effective. However, when ammonium chloride was added, we could see some porous kind of structure in these C3 and 4 layers. And this is the TEM image of carbon soot, which is having spherical-like structures. And these are CNTs, which are having some agglomerated carbon nano particles in that. These two materials were obtained through arc discharge technique. And this is GNP, bare GNP, which has obtained through microwave exfoliation of graphite intercalated compound. So these three are the hybrid structures formed using the above mentioned carbon nanomaterials, where we can see with small percentage of loading, that is almost 0.1 weight% of these carbon nanomaterials with respect to C3 and 4, we could get this. We could able to see the presence of carbon soot in this case, CNTs here in this sample, and GNP in this one. So these are some of the structural, optical, physicochemical characterizations of these hybrid structures, where we can see even after the loading of C3 of the carbon nanomaterials in the C3 and 4, we could hardly find any traces. These two significant peaks are relevant to the C3 and 4 material, one at around 13 degrees, which is a 210 plane, and one is at 27.7.
Conclusion, yeah.
Yes, sir. And which is a 002 plane. So we can see from UV DRS analysis, with the addition of these carbon nanomaterials, there was a decrease in the band gap, and also there was an increase in the surface area in case of carbon soot and GNP. And if you look at the PL, with the loading of these carbon nanomaterials, we could see there was a decrease in the intensity of the peak, which means the charge carrier lifetime is more. And also the BET, if you look at the BET isotherms, all the samples have shown type 4 hysteresis, which essentially means they are mesoporous in nature. So these are the photodegradation studies where I have taken rhodamine B as the organic pollutant. This is a schematic setup used for these photodegradation studies, where in presence of a visible light source, the dye solution was loaded.
Last final conclusion. How
Okay.
much degradation you got it? That's it.
Fine, sir. So these are the experimental condition where dye concentration was 20 mg per liter and catalyst concentration of 1 mg per liter, light source was white LED, and the total time was 60 to 90 minutes. So this is a graph if we can see here, and this is the results that are tabulated. So for NGCN sample at 60 degrees, we could find 55% of dye degradation. At 90 minutes, it was 88. However, with the addition of carbon nanomaterials, we could see there was a sharp increase in the degradation efficiency. That too in case of CNT and GNPs. However, the carbon soot has shown almost complete degradation in 90 minutes. So the reason for this is, if you look at the photodegradation mechanism, barely I am considering the carbon soot as spherical, so it's 0D, 2D, I am taking it like that. And the CNT and the C3 and 4 I am taking at 1D, 2D system, and the GNP and C3 and 4 I am taking at 2D, 2D system. So if we look at this these carbon nanomaterials, because of their morphology, the overall efficiency has been decided. So the conclusions are like the photocatalytic performance of C3 and 4 was enhanced by synergistically coupling with carbon nanomaterials such as carbon soot, carbon nanotubes, and graphene nanoplatelets. And finally, I would like to say that the photocatalytic property was compared in the different systems, and eventually a degradation mechanism was developed. So the future work can be, this work can be extended for different pollutants, as well as besides these carbon nanomaterials, other two-dimensional materials can also be explored. Also the application can be extended to CO2 reduction, hydrogen evolution and MNMO.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful, Madhurima. It was really wonderful. Lot of work, I can say that.
That's
but
my thesis work actually.
So complete thesis work you have presented here,
Not
but we have
full.
only,
There is some more, but I have left
But anyway,
it.
really wonderful. Any comments?
Yeah, good presentation.
Thank you.
But what is the cost effectiveness of your materials for real-time application?
Cost effect.
Cost effectiveness.
Yes. So around, if you look at the melamine, so it is hardly some 2 to 300 rupees kilogram.
But what about your CNTs?
CNTs, yeah. If we, they are not expensive because we in our center we are like it's already proven. Still, I will say, explain it more. Like for every experiment we get almost 30 grams of CNTs for each run, and similarly for carbon soot we can obtain around 3 to 4 grams of carbon soot.
At what cost?
At what cost means per if we calculate all the power consumption and everything, we can get around 1,000 to 2,000 for CNTs per kilo.
No, they are doing in bulk. That's why they will tell.
So
but usually, you know, in real time, if you go and purchase the high purity.
Yeah, if it is CVD grown, that will be a bit costlier because compared to arc discharge, the CVD grown CNTs are more. You know, they have less purity. However, the arc discharge CNTs are more crystalline in nature and they are more like lengthy. The length, if you look at, they are straight like needle-like. However, the CVD grown are more like entangled. So if we look at the overall thing, people go for CVD grown CNTs. But like what I wanted to show is even the arc discharge grown CNTs are they are useful and they can be explored in different applications.
Okay, madam. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. I was there even ARCA when she was doing, but yeah, good work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Karka Ganesh is not there. A Vasanta ma'am, Department of Chemistry, Government City College. So madam gonna present lanthanum doped TiO2 zinc nano particle nanocomposites for visible and solar light driven photocatalytic dye degradation of organic dyes polluted in water. Next presentation, Ratan Kumar, Tara Government Degree College, sir. Ratan sir. Then Sharat Kumar sir. Sharat Kumar sir is there? Not there. Then Dayanand sir. Yes. Two more presentations are there.
Myself, A. Vasanta, Assistant Professor, Government City College. So I am pursuing to PhD under guidance of Hari Padmasri Madam. Today's my presentation, title of my presentation is Lanthanum Doped Titanium and Zinc Oxide Nano Composites. Composites for visible and solar light driven photocatalytic degradation of organic dye pollutants in water. And nowadays, the textile industry is globally it is spreading and textile industry is globally it is and contributing $1 trillion and contributing 7% of the worldwide export and 30 million people are employed by the textile industry, but also the disadvantage of textile industry is releasing coloring substances it polluting water bodies in the and which are more harmful for the mankind and living organisms. So photocatalytic degradation is one of the semiconductor based photocatalytic degradation is one of the efficient, economic, eco-friendly technique for the treatment of the water to remove the organic dyes, and in that titania and zinc oxide are the efficient, inexpensive, simple materials to degrade the organic dyes, but wide band gap and low rate of charge separation, that is 3.12 for the titania and 3.23 electron volts for zinc oxide, hampers this efficacy with low visible light utilization. My present work is doping of these titania and zinc oxide materials with a rare earth metal, that is lanthanum, to widen the visible light absorption. Thereby the photocatalytic degradation is increased. Photocatalytic degradation of organic dyes is increased, and in the experimental section we have prepared 5-8% lanthanum doped titania by the sol gel method using titania tetroisopropoxide is a precursor, followed by the calcination at 500 degrees Celsius for 4 hours, and 5-8% lanthanum doped ZNO is synthesized by the sol gel method by using the zinc nitrate as the precursor, followed by the calcination at 400 degrees Celsius for 4 hours. And these prepared catalysts were characterized by the various absorption and spectroscopic techniques, various, but I have mentioned only 5 here: XRD, BEDSA, and SEM-EDOX, TEM, UV, DRS techniques, and also studied the photocatalytic activities against the acid blue and brilliant yellow dyes, and also studies the reusability studies for 5 runs of the catalyst, and also stability of the catalyst is confirmed by the XRD, and involvement of the active reactive species, active redox species by the scavenger studies, and these are the XRD results and discussion. XRD analysis from this diffractograms, diffracto peaks of the lanthanum doped titania. These are lanthanum 5LT are similar to the titania, and these are corresponding to the anatase phase, and lanthanum doped ZNA is the peaks are corresponding to the hexagonal wurtzite structure, and the prepared nano composites have the same phase as the parent compounds, and from the BEDSA we can demonstrate that type 4 adsorption isotherm and lanthanum doped increase their surface area, which is favorable for the photocatalytic degradation enhancement, and these are the physicochemical characteristics. From the XRD, the crystalline size is decreased. Titania to 5LT, and ZNO 19.5 to 9.8, and this surface area 57 to 109, surface area increased, and from the UV DRS we can say that the absorption maximum is increased and band gap is decreased, and these are favorable for the, and absorption maxima is increased from 407 to 447, and here 477, and band gap. These are the most important characteristics for the degradation of the photocatalytic, and from the same we can say that spherical morphology. EDOX is confirming that doped components have the desired composition. So in the LT 1.98 and 3.01, from the TEM we can say that from the TEM images, spherical morphology, and SAED, selected area electron diffraction, we can say that phases, anatase and hexagonal wurtzite structures. From the histograms, average particle size of the 5LT is 9.5 nanometers, and this 5LZ is around 19 nanometers, and so overall the photocatalytic degradation, acid blue, towards the acid blue 5LT is showing 99%.6, and brilliant yellow it is showing 96 point, And here these overall I can conclude that we are comparing a LT with a LZ. So LT is showing more activity, and these are the rate constants in the sunlight, and this is 99%, 96 towards the LT is showing 99% towards acid blue and 96 towards brilliant yellow. It is in the visible light region. So these are the enhanced surface area and lower crystalline size. These are the attributing the photocatalytic activity. So, and these are reusability studies and scavenger studies. And so this is the scheme of reaction mechanism, where when exposed to the light, these are electron hole pairs are released and entrapped surface catalyst and hydroxyl radical. These radicals further engage and die towards the degradation process, and these are my conclusions. In that 5LT is superior, more catalytic degradation of 5LT is more than the LZ, and these are the more active than their parent compounds. And I can conclude potential for these catalysts, these nanocomposites are promising potential photocatalysts for the degradation of organic dyes in the visible light and solar light. These are the references and acknowledged to the organizers of the conference and organizing committee, Head Department of Chemistry, OU, Venugopal sir, Senior Scientist, CSR ISST, and Professor M. Vittal sir, Department of Chemistry. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, madam.
Sir.
One question from my side. Why have chosen that particular 5-8% of lanthanum?
So that is optimum for the showing the photocatalytic degradation activity.
So have you ever tried the lower compositions?
Sir.
I mean 3%, 2%.
1, 2, 3 I have done with the 1%, 2%, 3%.
Up to 5.
Up to 5.
What about 6%?
I didn't.
Okay.
Only 4 concentrations I have done.
Okay, madam.
1,
Thank
2,
you.
3. Okay, sir. Thank you.
So thank you. Now Ratan Kumar, Tara Degree College. Online presentation just now completed successfully. 20 presentations. Session chair was actually Dr. It was really wonderful. Upender sir did, and he also completed, and he just gave the best presentation also. So we'll announce best presenter also after this physical mode. Now Ratan Kumar sir.
Yeah.
So he's going to talk on conservation of energy in educational institution through efficient material and sensors. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Patal sir. Yeah. So my presentation is on conservation of energy in educational institutions through efficient materials and sensors. So this topic I have chosen so that to apply the knowledge, existing knowledge, to the solutions of the society, especially government institutions, educational institutions. So I chosen this topic, even though I have done MSc and MTech and several things. So why I chosen is the way we studied has to be applied to the society around us. That's the main motto. So that's why we have chosen this topic. So as you know, educational institutions, any educational institutions require lights and fans. Some of the students are fanning themselves. So even the fan is beside them, so the lights are beside them. So this is the actual problem. Not only I am 10 years in the government educational institutions, so it's not a common observation. So how to save energy in those institutions? Suppose lights, these are all CFL lights. If we change into LED lights, we can half of the energy it will be used. Because these lights take 40 watts, if you use LED lights, it will be 20 watts. The fans, these are very oldest, I think. If they use, it may take 100 watts. If we use energy efficient fans, it will create 30 watts. So the amount of the power consumed by this room itself, we can save more than 50%. If we design the building design by using natural light and natural air, we can reduce the energy by 90%. So this is not a small thing. This is a very, very huge thing if you take complete colleges, government schools and colleges and everywhere in the state. So this is the major problem. So it is very simple to switch off the lights, use energy efficient things. But practicality, it will be different. That's why I have chosen this one, because to actually apply the physics I have studied or material science. That's why. So this is a lot of money can be saved, sustainability can be increased, lot of coal can be saved. So many speakers have spoken till now, and these are all improvements of the materials, but majority of the losses happens because of inefficient lighting systems and inefficient energy consumption equipment. That is the majority of the losses. So even though we use solar cells or like this are all enhancement of saving the energy, but majority loss will be on the inefficient systems. So nowadays technology provided so much efficiency of this one. So mainly the energy consumption in educational institutions are fans. Mainly if you use energy efficient fans, we can reduce half of the energy, and if you use energy efficient lights, we can use half of the energy. And computers, if we use energy efficient computers, nowadays all the computers and ACs, energy, these are the main, because of lack of proper tuning of the energy equipment, we are giving so much current consumption in the colleges and schools. That's why in order to consume actual realistic way of conserving the power, I have chosen this topic. So, I think this is very important for the today's colleges and schools to save energy. So this is this is a small change only. It is not a major research, but doing the same thing by many people will create a large change. So that's why that change is very, very big, which if is implemented properly. So how much energy is wasted in the schools and colleges? You can calculate in any institution, our city college or our government colleges or anywhere, any education institutions, how much energy is getting wasted by the power, how much we can save the energy. If we save this lightning, 100 watts, more than 100, it will take 200-300 watts. But if we can use LED, change LED, it will save a lot of energy. Maybe these fans also, if we change a lot of energy. So these are all things are very high. So that's why we are, so the energy efficient equipment is LEDs, BLDC fans, and 5-star rated ACs, fridges in government colleges, and motion sensor. So actually coming to the way, motion sensor, when a human person comes nearby, the energy will, light will glow. If you move away, energy will be, light will be off. Similarly, some lights will glow in the night time, some lights will be glow in the morning. So we can control using photo sensors and using glass windows and insulating materials. Some of the walls will absorb the energy. So these are all actual usage of energy. So last time I did the project with my students. So I came to this college also given the same presentation. So we have created motion sensor in our college, and so this college we presented international conference conducted by Department of Physics and Paratal said the last time also I am taking the same topic because I like this topic has very good influence in the society, and our sir also there came to energy sensor we kept in our college. So whenever a human person comes, it will glow like, it will off like that. So these are all things I am trying in the government colleges. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the. Yeah. Yes, it's okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I know that it's you have done a lot of studies. Due to time, I have to wrap up. Last presentation by Dr. Dayanand sir. Government City College, Department of Chemistry. So we could finally almost reach the final presentation. Today 40 presentations, online and offline, which is really tough task to arrange. But we could actually, this is really, with the help of all the organizers, we finally reached the final presentation. So with the same effort, we definitely need for tomorrow also. We have to make actually 8 sessions, but due to time, we are trying to put all together. Thank you.
Good evening all. I am Dr. A. Dayanand from the Department of Chemistry, Government City College. The project, the title of my presentation is Development of Fluoroluminescent Ruthenium Polypyridyl Complexes as Anti-Tumor Agents. We know that nowadays most of the persons or individuals are affected by cancer. After heart attacks, cancer is the only disease that is making mainly the mortality rate of the individuals is increasing. Okay, for this one we had used ruthenium complexes. Ruthenium, we know that it is a family belonging to the iron family, iron, ruthenium and osmium, and the properties of ruthenium are almost similar to that of iron. That is why we had selected this ruthenium. We know that cisplatin is a drug that is always acting, and it is successful also, and it is used as a drug for many cancers like breast cancer and anti-tumor agent like that. But instead of cisplatin, we had devised a drug and which is under clinical trials also, that is ruthenium polypyridyl complexes, and we had synthesized this ruthenium polypyridyl complexes using a novel drug ligand. We had devised a ligand, that is, this is a ligand which had devised using this phenanthrolene as one of the main ligand, and they are coupled with a new part of this one, and it is a imidazole ring is formed. Okay, this is called as the ancillary, that is intercalating. Okay, what is cancer? We know that because of the mutations, cancer is caused. In these mutations, generally the rapid division of cells takes place. For that we require, that is gene replication. If you stop gene replication, automatically cancer will be that is halted. There will not be any cancer. Therefore, our aim of any cancer scientist will work only on controlling the gene replication. That is, our aim is to control the gene replication or DNA replication. If you control the DNA replication by either by cutting the DNA or inactivating the DNA, we can do it. Our ruthenium complexes, okay, this is the ligand which we had used here. It is called as intercalating ligand. Why? Because we know that DNA is having helical structure. In this one, in this helix, we are having many grooves. This planar molecule will automatically go into the grooves and bind there. When it binds there, it cleaves the nucleotide of that DNA. Okay, these are the complexes we had prepared, and we had used all the ligands, the same ligand. All these are novel ligands, and we had used with phenanthrolene, dipyridyl amine, okay, and dimethyl dipyridyl. Like that, we had HDPA ligand. These are called as auxiliary ligands. This is called as intercalating ligand. Why? Because it is the functional part of the complex to bind with the DNA. For that, how to know that the complex is formed or not, and how to know that DNA is binded to our complex? For that, we did absorption titrations. In this absorption titration, if you observe, we are finding 3 peaks are observed here. Okay, this peak, especially this peak, that is 450 to 500 peak, is in the visible region. This visible region is showing hypsochromic shift, that is coming to the lower intensity, as well as red shift. It is slowly moving, the peak, hump of the peak is moving towards the red side of the spectrum, okay, towards the larger wavelength of the spectrum, okay, therefore it is called as a red shift. This observation will prove that our DNA, that is this titration is done by changing the DNA concentration and keeping our complex concentration constant. Okay, this is the UV absorption we had seen. Another very important one is fluorescence. We did even ctDNA was used. We are taking a complex concentration constant and constantly adding DNA by increasing the DNA concentration. It is as you increase the DNA concentration, it is found that the peak is slowly rising. Okay, this is the nothing but the fluorescence spectra. Okay, at a constant wavelength we did this one. Okay, another one. Okay, Kb, we can calculate the binding constant by using UV absorption as well as emission spectra. Fluorescence is nothing but emission spectra. Another binding study we did is fluorescence, that is quenching studies. We had taken hexacyanoferrate, which binds with our complex. Why? Because hexacyanoferrate is a negative molecule, negative ligand or negative complex. DNA is also a negative complex. We made a competition between them and found that DNA will bind with our complex successfully, which is shown by this graph. This is nothing but quenching experiment we did, and we had calculated the Stern-Wömer constants by using this one. Another important study is light switch off and on experiment. Okay, in this one, we have taken the complex. Okay, when you take the complex generally, and it is binded to DNA, there is an increase. Just now we had seen there is an increase in the fluorescence emissions, that is intensity. But if you add DD, that is EDTA, automatically the intensity will come down. Okay, this is called as light switch off and on experiment we did in this one. Okay, that like this we did many studies, and we had proved that DNA is going to bind with the complex, and there is a scission in the complex. Okay, viscosity studies, this is one of the major gel electrophoresis in which we can find different scissions. Okay, DNA is, we know that it is a helical structure, it had broken, many cleavages were there, and we had found form 1, form 2 and a normal DNA. Okay, that is, this proves that our complex had successfully can bind with the DNA and will act as a anti-cancer agent. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, convener and head of the Department of Physics as well as our chairperson. Thank you so much, sir.
So thank you, sir. It was a really wonderful presentation. Like I have a question, but did you check the I can see the UV absorption, like whether DNA binded to a molecule, but I would say like very small change I can see. But is there any did you study?
We have taken micromolar concentrations.
Oh,
okay, very less concentration. Whereas if you see the other one, that is UV part, part of the spectrum, there is a big hump is there.
How much redshift do you observe? Like you mentioned that redshift is there.
Very small. Okay, that
did not mention how much.
Okay, not mentioned, but it is there.
Okay,
that shows our that is a proof.
That is a proof of binding of DNA.
Okay, what happens means we have to prove that how the DNA is binding to the group. Okay. Either it is intercalating binding or stacking binding, like that.
Where it can be used?
Okay.
Then application part.
Then first of all we have to confirm whether it is binding. Okay, UV is just an identification part. Slowly if you move on to the other binding studies like viscosity, viscosity is actually the photophysical symbol experiment by which we can clearly prove that DNA is binding.
Okay, that is identified. Then application, where I want to use it?
We had used anti-cancer agent directly. Okay. Okay, and we had antimicrobial as well as we had studied even HeLa cell lines also.
Oh, great.
Okay, where we had compared with cisplatin. Though our drug is not that much active as that of cisplatin, okay, it had proved that activity is there. MIC is observed, like that.
Oh, great. Great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Any question from session chair?
Nice presentation, sir. Good application point of view also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So now it's time for, let us have a big claps first. Successfully completed the first day. Thank you so much. Thank you to all our participants, organizers, our department in charge madam and organizers Dr. Chini Krishna sir, Srinivas sir, and session chair Upender sir, Narendra Babu sir, and Dr. Vasudeva Reddy sir, co-convener, and our fellow colleagues, Department of Chemistry, all the departments, Department City College. So finally we came completed the first day. So now I think I just want to announce the best presenter from the online and offline. We are going to give the one kind of book, uh, Ignites Mind by Abdul Kalam sir. The best presenter from the online participants out of 20, Sony Saurabham, IIT Mumbai. Let's have a claps. The paper presenter from the Sony, IIT Mumbai. For offline, the best presenter given by the session chairs, Dr. Narendra Babu sir, V. Veenachari. Let's have a claps. Usmania University. So now it's time for the felicitation of our session chair, Dr. Narendra Babu sir. So all the faculty and the participants, please come to the dials. Sir, you also join, sir. So, to be a session chair, challenging one. It's not easy to, give a time for exactly 5 minutes for each presenter, which is very tough task. So, thank you very much, sir, for your valuable time. You have given entire day for us. Very, very happy. On behalf of all the, faculty of Department of Physics and the City College, thank you very much, sir. Yes, the session is over. Today we successfully completed 4 sessions. So we have to be there tomorrow session, which is a 5th session. Like, we have to be here 9 o'clock. All the PG students should be here 9 o'clock, right? Madam, do you want to announce anything? So please be here 9 o'clock as usual. And we have to make tomorrow is a successful day. And that is our, achievement. We have to make it, okay? It's all our responsibility. Physics family, MSc Physics, first year, second years, okay? Thank you. Special thanks to our faculty from NIT Warangal, Rajmohan sir. He has given entire day for us actually. Really wonderful, sir. Your support and everything. We felt so happy. We definitely, will continue our association for further, collaboration. Thank you so much. First day is completed. Thank you. Thank you. A special thanks to our warriors of MSc students and NSS, NCC. Let us have tomorrow. Okay, that is our final day. Right? Thank you so much. Nan.